para maka 1,000 plus ngayon. Kasi 300 plus ngayon eh.
Oo nga, tama.
Dito hindi natin nakikita. Paano naman kung papasok na si Melody, si Sir Ron? Si Ma'am.
Dennis, naririnig na tayo, bro. Naririnig na. Na lang kayo.
kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, helas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay hinatang tulad, awit sa panayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na naghihiling, makituwin at araw niya kailan pamay di maghihiling. Lumang ang araw ng walhati pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya na pagkay mga amin,
morning, guys. Miss Melody.
Good morning, sir. All right. So good
Morning,
morning to
Sir Ron.
our. Yep. Good morning,
Morning,
sir.
sir.
Good morning. Okay. All right. So I think we can start now. All right. So good morning to our fellow engineers and to our ICEP Rizal members that we have here in today's session. So before we officially proceed, so may we call in Engineer Dennis L. Molina. He is well known sa kanyang mga outstanding works previously in ICEP National and now here sa ating beloved ICEP Rizal chapter. So, hi sir, good morning.
Good morning, Ma'am Melody. Narinig niyo ako,
Sir.
ma'am?
Yes sir, loud and clear po.
Okay. So, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat, participants. Welcome to our ICEP third webinar series for this year. Kami po sa ICEP Rizal ay officers ay lubos na nagpapasalamat na lagi po kayo sumusuporta sa aming mga activity. At ngayon nga po ay hindi po inaasahan na kayo po ay nasa YouTube and FB Live. Dahil po hindi po namin na-monitor ang event sa portal kasi ang Zoom link lang namin is maximum of 500. So para ma-approve lahat po kayo, minabuti po namin na sa FB Live or sa YouTube na lang po ganapin. Kaya abangan nyo po yung mga evaluation, attendance, and assessment dyan po sa comment section. I-send namin yung link para po dyan. At nagpapasalamat ako sa mga speaker, sa mga na sila yung naging na mag-talk dito sa topic na to. Sir Engineer Sahid sa Wi-Fi, all about Wi-Fi and 5G. Sir, maraming salamat sa pag-oo dito sa sa topic na to. And then kay Sir Engineer Ron, our trustee, marami din po salamat. Medyo bago po yung topic natin dyan, Sir Ron, yung Engineering Risk Management and Introduction to Engineer Science. So medyo tingnan natin kung ano ba talaga tong details na to about sa topic na to. At maraming salamat sa mga officers natin na walang sawang tumulong, walang sawang magbigay ng libreng time, na kahit wala po tayong honorarium na nakukuha dito sa ORD natin, nandiyan po kayo sumusuporta sa mga event na ginagawa natin. Abangan nyo po lahat yung mga event ng ICEP Rizal. Mamaya po sa advertisement, papakita po natin yung mga event na mangyayari sa April, May at June. So sa mga participants, maraming salamat sa laging tumitingin sa FB page ng ICEP Rizal. Ngayon po subscribe po natin ang ICEP National YouTube channel. Palakasin po natin ang YouTube channel ng ICEP National para magkaroon naman kahit paano ng kumbaga another way of getting funds from the YouTube channel. So maraming salamat. Subscribe po natin since 800 participants po ngayon sa YouTube sa webinar na to. I-subscribe na po natin ang ICEP National YouTube channel para maging 1,000 plus po sa araw na ito. So again, participants at sa mga hindi po naka-registered na nanonood lang po ngayon, suportahan po natin ang ICEP National YouTube channel. Maraming salamat po. Ma'am Melody.
Thank you so much for that, Engineer Dennis. And that was the message from our adored ICEP Rizal Governor. And since nabanggit ni Sir Dennis na we are currently live sa ating YouTube channel. So please guys, let's like, comment, and subscribe. Kasi currently 473 yung subscribers natin and 800 yung participants today. So if lahat tayo magsasubscribe, ma-reach natin yung target na 1,000. So sama-sama natin suportahan yung ICEP National. Alright, and we also have a Facebook page. So it's ICEP Rizal Chapter. Please like then so you will get notified sa mga latest na updates and the future webinars na i-conduct natin for us to acquire new knowledge then. And we have just a few house rules. So let's read. So turn off your microphone and your webcam. So type your registered name as your participant name. The name you will be using upon sign-in shall be cross-checked with our list of registrants. And the same would be reflected on your e-certificates. E-certificates shall only be issued via the myicep.net portal. Third, be respectful. Treat everyone how you would like to be treated. Be an active participant, of course. You may direct your topic-related questions in the Zoom's Q&A box. So if you have questions, just feel free to message lang. And please do not directly message your questions to the speaker. We will try to cover all of it during the Q&A session. And please no spamming in the chat box and in the live comments. So you are enjoined to attend the whole duration of the webinar. And we have a strict attendance system in place and checking shall be done from time to time. So your attendance will be invalid pag halimbawa hindi natin na-complete even 90% ng session. So an evaluation test shall be provided after the Q&A session to gauge the learning gained in this webinar. So please guys, participate tayo dun sa post-webinar evaluation survey din kasi need natin yun to acquire yung e-certificate. And please keep an open mind and enjoy the webinar. So there will be informative things na marinig natin today. So how to qualify ba sa ating e-certs and CPT points? Okay, so registered and confirmed participant at myicep.net. So for sure lahat tayo meron tayong account dyan. And completed at least 90% of the session. And syempre, napasa natin yung evaluation test kasi talagang nakinig tayo. And accomplished the post-webinar evaluation survey. So before we officially hear the topics na meron tayo today, so pwede ba if talagang, just to calibrate lang guys, okay ba just comment number 1, if ready na tayo, before we proceed. Okay, just comment number 1. All right, that's good. So, introduction of resources speaker, we have our IECEP Rizal Vice Governor for External. Hello, good morning, Engineer Giovanni Miranda. Good morning, sir.
Hello, good morning, ma'am. Mel.
Morning, sir.
Hello. Good morning, Mel, Sir Dennis, Sir Ron. Good morning. Nakikita nyo na yung may so shall start. Okay. Again, good morning, Sir Dennis, Ma'am Melody, Sir Ron, to our beloved guests from national and local IECEP chapters, and to all our 800 participants of this event. Our resource speaker is a licensed electronics and communication engineer with 16 years of solid telecommunication experience on GSM, 2G, 3G, 4G, 4G LTE, outdoor macro cells, in-building solutions, distributed antenna systems, or call that IBS DAS, picocells, Wi-Fi LAMP sites, survey design and using the industry software tools, including installation and supervision, network planning and optimization projects. There are full turnkey projects in Motorola, Alcatel-Lucent, Ericsson, Nokia, Siemens, Huawei projects, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as a telecoms engineer for the rollout projects on indoor and outdoor of this former company. Our guest is our speaker also has previously worked as an IT network administrator in the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, 5 Platinum Development Corporation. It's a South Korean company in Davao for the DICT free Wi-Fi project, and also the CCTV project of the Department of Transportation, or where I'm working now. He is a technical supervisor and engineer. Now, joined the rank at the Philippine Ports Authority as a project management officer in SOC Sergeant, as an electronics communication system officer, and eagerly sharing his knowledge on ICT solutions, telecommunications, and CCTV operation and maintenance. He is a former member of IECEP North Mindanao Chapter, IECEP KSA Central Region Chapter, and now an active member of IECEP SOC Sergeant Chapter. Please help me welcome Engineer Sajid Makabalang, ECE. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. Before I'll start, am I heard clearly here on my end? Hello?
Naririnig, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ah,
We can hear you,
okay.
sir, Sajid.
Okay, sige. So, before I'll start, I would like to express my deepest gratitude pala. At saka in-invite din ako ni Gov Lyle and Gov Dennis. So, I did not hesitate to accept kasi as what Gov Lyle, or sorry, Director Lyle, nasabi na noon sa Trio Cipidinario last year, yun po yung aim ko, especially for the students, na huwag na kayong mag-shift. Ituloy nyo lang yung ECE kasi yung ECE maraming specializations. With that, it is directly proportional na meron ding jobs na naghihintay sa atin. Mga ECE students na nanonood dyan sa kabilang channel, good morning sa inyo lahat. Okay, so now we will be talking about Wi-Fi. So, dahil Wi-Fi, may similarities din sa 5th generation or yung 5G, which is going to be rolled out soon, lalo na si third telecom operator next week, maglo-launch na sila. So we will be expecting their services. So the services that I mean is 5G. So because of that, we will be talking about Wi-Fi muna. Yung 5G sakala lang, because we will be comparing these two technologies. Ano ba yung kaibahan and what are their benefits in the future or in the near future. So, okay, I will be sharing a slide. Meron lang po akong ipa-plug. So, before I'll start, I would like to share a brief slide. Dito po, actually itong slide na to is sa aming pong grupo. So, okay, this one is our group, RF Engineers Pilipinas. So guys, if hindi pa kayo nakapag-subscribe sa YouTube channel namin, once you subscribe or if you will be a member, meron pong libreng libro. And this book will help you on your career path, sa journey mo, sa career mo, if you want to engage in the world of RF engineering. So, if you will be a member, you will immediately get a free detailed ebook, which is ang tawag namin black book. So, once you will be a member sa RF Engineer Pilipinas, you will receive this black book immediately. And to obtain this book, just visit our website and it's flashed on the screen. So, kayo na po bahala mag-screenshot. So, visit our page dito sa rfengineeracademy.com, or you can email us if meron po kayong mga tanong. And also, please support din ng community namin. Just hit the like button and automatically, if you want to kumbaga maghingi kayo ng mga information, ano ba yung magiging tatahakin ko sa bilang RF engineer, if you want to shift another industry, which is this one. So, marami po kaming mga experts in the field of RF engineer na sasagot sa inyo. So, okay, I hope you will also support us. So just like and subscribe our channels. So yun. Okay, so now going to the technical webinar. Let me share my screen again, sorry. Okay. So now we will be talking about Wi-Fi. So guys, sa Wi-Fi actually, what's the first thing that you will yung unang maisip mo? It means that may Wi-Fi, or sabihin natin na ito yung pinaka-importante ngayon na technology. Kasi mahirap pag walang Wi-Fi sa bahay, parang nakakabagot. So, okay. Alam ko na maraming mga participants ngayon na nanonood, they know about wireless fidelity or Wi-Fi for short. But still, we need to discuss what is wireless. Why should we discuss wireless, by the way? Because if we will go back on the history of wireless, marami din siyang pinagdaanan ng mga certifying organizations. Without this one, we don't have this technology what we are using right now. So why we will discuss about wireless? Because wireless is no longer a perk. If mahal yung wireless subscription noon, ngayon kayang-kaya na po ng bulsa natin. So we can apply, affordable po. So it is no longer a perk. So that was before. And your average employee has 2 to 4 wireless enabled devices available at all times. Ibig sabihin, sa office, hindi natin maiwasan na may kasama po tayo na co-worker na marami siyang gadgets na dinadala. So you can imagine that if isang tao, if we can calculate it in a ratio na sa isang tao meron siyang gadgets 2 to 3 or more, and all of them are connected in the network across the floor, if we're talking about mesh networks or wireless networks, eventually po, hindi lang natin mapapansin, it is slowly degrading our service. And that service we are talking about is yung bandwidth nung access point na which we are connected with. So, of course, we need to discuss that one because we need to know more deeper about Wi-Fi. Kasi yung Wi-Fi actually, it is also a good information or knowledge to know about kasi ito na po yung trend. Commonly used na po ito. So we need to know more about it. So, okay. According to Cisco, they predicted by 2021, which is this year, 63% of all IP traffic will be mobile or wireless ang connectivity, while the remaining 37% will be hardwired. So, meron pa palang natitirang hardwired. It means yun na po yung mga backbone connectivity like from the equipment room, naka-fiber po siya, or from the equipment room, naka-Cat6 na po siya, going to the last mile side, yung mga access points or yung mga mesh antennas or yung mga Wi-Fi routers. So, okay, because of that, eto, if we are focused on our basic needs in life, yung mga basic needs natin like food, clothing, shelter, dito sa triangle na to, kasama na po dito yung mga endeavors natin, yung mga pangarap natin sa buhay, pero dahil because of this technology which is very prevalent and trending na trending yung Wi-Fi kahit saan, sa bahay, sa office, or nasa coffee shops kayo, Wi-Fi ay bahagi na po ng buhay natin. So hindi na po maiwasan yan. Pag walang Wi-Fi, naiinis tayo. Ika nga. Okay, let's proceed. So before we will go further in the basic planning and design for Wi-Fi networks or yung mga high density networks, we need to know more about the past of Wi-Fi or yung wireless fidelity. Ngayon, in the past, we did what? If we are the electronics engineers, and we are responsible for this kind of design, IT solutions, so we need to know more, ano ba yung traditional way na ginagawa noon? So, okay, dati, nanghuhula lang tayo. But if we are considering the basic planning and design, guessing does not work talaga. You cannot guess because, mas complex na kasi yung mga users ngayon eh. They want to be mobile. They want the service to be agile. Gusto nila reliable yung service. Tapos seamless pa, walang putol. So, guessing does not work if you're the responsible electronics engineer and you are going to be in charge of this project. Guessing does not work talaga kasi mobile na po yung mga tao, hindi na po stationary. So, yun po yung dating ginagawa. Nang huhula. Dito lang nilalagay kasi yun yung hula niya. Dito nilagay yung Wi-Fi router, access point, tapos na. Tapos na yung trabaho daw niya. Na-satisfy, na-comply na niya yung pinagawa sa kanya ng higher management niya. But still, it is no longer acceptable nowadays. Okay. So, sabi nga nila, guessing, under the category of guessing does not work, old access point on a stick, place and test, then place again, lagay dito, lagay doon. It does not work nowadays. Shot in the dark placement. Ano po yung ibig sabihin ng shot in the dark placement? Actually, wala namang mali nitong traditional way of getting the job done, shot in the dark. Actually, shot in the dark, it is good before, but now hindi na po kasi gumagalaw na po yung mga tao. So, once you are off sa range ng isang access point, you will be cut off on the network. Ibig sabihin, wala na po kayong signal. So basically ganun lang po yung analogy ng shot in the dark. You are just placing test and place in a certain area on the floor kung kayo po yung in charge sa IT na trabaho nato as electronics engineers. So, yun yung pinakamasaklap doon. Dahil sabi ng management ninyo or yung supervisor mo, ilagay mo dito kasi nandito yung mga tao, basta ganun na lang. So, that's a common term, shot in the dark placement. Kung saan yung tao, doon pinapalagay. Okay, of course, basically ganun naman talaga eh. Normally, we need to put access points on where the coverage is bad. Pero hanggang doon lang. You did not predict more of what you are doing. Ano ba yung consequences kung ilalagay ko dito? Kasi sabi mo, yung coverage is bad, nilagay mo lang dito kaagad. But still, there are complications or implications in the future when you are going to basta-basta lagay lang dito ng mga access points. Okay, then, now, the next question, if we are doing the traditional way, why this doesn't work? Bakit hindi gumagana or hindi optimal yung coverage? So, because we did not consider these points. And these points are the capacity, future growth, or yung future expansion. If you're the electronics engineer in charge for this project, yung signal noise, kasama na po dyan yung attenuation, you did not anticipate na merong mataas na signal noise sa system mo or any locations in the area across the floor, and also you did not anticipate yung dapat na required bandwidth sa isang building. So, kapos ka pala sa bandwidth, marami pala yung biglaang nangangailangan ng bandwidth. Yun. So, yun po yung mga traditional way this is what we did before. Okay. So, wala po kayong 3D dimensional plan. That's another thing. Before, there was no software tools, industry standard tools developed. That is why we cannot have a 3D dimensional plan as per survey if we did surveys before. Wala po tayong pinagbabasihan, just locations lang kung saan ilalagay yung mga access points. So, hindi siya predictive. And also, if we did the traditional way of doing the installation of Wi-Fi networks, this is the problems with bad designing. For example, if you are the one who did the design, so ito po yung mga problema if you did a bad design. You need to differentiate the fake coverage versus the real coverage. So it means that you need to check whether there are existing coverages or mga rogue access points near the building that you are going to deploy your system. Kasi hindi maiwasan pag Wi-Fi networks kasi, since we are commonly using 2.4 GHz, hindi lang po tayo yung gumagamit ng 2.4 GHz. Meron din ibang devices sa ibang neighboring companies or near sa offices niyo or mga residential na gumagamit din ng 2.4 GHz na band. So it will interfere signal, and it will also, it will create a confusion dun sa target na coverage mo if you're doing the design. So this is the problems if you are doing a bad design. So there will be a two-way communication, or you will attain a slower network kasi because of the interferences occurred before or after you installed such system. And maybe merong mga hidden nodes. Hidden nodes actually, yung mga hidden na SSID ng isang Wi-Fi router na hindi naman kasama sa system ng office ninyo, yun po yung problema. Minsan kasi may mga home users or mga persons na personal yung gamit nila na Wi-Fi router. Minsan, sinet nila na naka-hide yung service set ID, tapos parehas ng channel ng system ninyo or system na ilalagay mo sa office ninyo, tapos parehas pa ng band, so it will have a bad design talaga. So you need to properly survey, and you need to anticipate before installing or before kayo bibili ng mga materials, kasi mahirap din kasi mag-invest or mag-procure kaagad ng para sa system nato, because it's really going to be costly, and mahirap din na pumalpak yung project dahil hindi mo na-anticipate yung mga at saka yung hindi mo kinonsider yung mga important basic considerations you get considered. So it will affect greatly on your deployment of such system. So because of this, sabi ko nga kanina, it will affect everyone, not just a single user, not just you, but it will affect everyone. Once you are live, once you energize your Wi-Fi network, yun, meron palang problema. Saan kaya nanggagaling yung interference? Mahirap hanapin, pero because of the tools, may mga free tools available in the market, you can you can analyze, you can use a Wi-Fi analyzer para mahanap mo kung saan talaga yung source ng interference. Pero nakatago yung SSID. Wala na po problema ngayon, but if we are talking about the past, ito yung magiging problema. You will encounter a bad design. Okay, failure to roam. Sana yun. And roaming is just, determined by the user. Configuration lang po to. So, hindi naman malaking issue. You just need to check the configurations on your system if hindi ba naka-enabled. And of course, signal overload. What does signal overload mean? Simply saying, ito na po yung parang saturation niya to the point that yung bandwidth, it is already utilized. Mataas na po yung data utilization rate, mataas na po yung utilization rate ng mga resources ng bandwidth nyo sa inyong Wi-Fi network. Yun, dahil hindi nyo po in-anticipate yung sinabi ko kanina, yung mga basic considerations. Isa na po doon yung bandwidth. Okay? So, oversaturation because of too many access points. So, you need also to consider, hindi po kayo pwedeng maglalagay basta-basta ng maraming access points. You need to properly survey and document it kung hanggang saan lang kung ilan lang yung ilalagay mo na access points sa office building ninyo dito sa isang floor. Ganon. And also, you will encounter bad design or you will attain a bad design due to the environmental or self-inflicted. Ibig sabihin, mga negligence, kaya nasira yung access point, hindi mo alam, nasira pala ng tao or aksidente. And the other thing also, other reason is environmental. Usually, itong environmental, nangyayari po ito sa mga outdoor projects tapos Wi-Fi. Minsan nababasa, minsan ninakaw yung access point. So it is more on environmental karamihan. Pag dineploy nyo ito as a project tapos outdoor type or campus network type yung i-deploy ninyo, hindi may iwasan na maglalagay kayo ng mga Wi-Fi routers or extenders, Wi-Fi extenders, or even access points sa labas. So may connection din yung environmental na aspect. Yun po. Okay? So, okay, how to achieve a good design? So, to achieve a good design, you must have a proper wireless survey and create a predictive model done for your design. So once you survey properly and you want a predictive model done for your design, so you need to use a tool, or if your company have already gained a industry standard na tool, mas maganda. Because if you really want to achieve a good design, you need to do this basic survey. Sabihin, you need to survey the area, floor, and also you need to check kung saan yung mga target natin, yung mga users. So, isa na po yun. Okay, measurement and map out your environment. So, simply saying, you need to use specific tools for, checking the environment or yung area, lalo na nung sinabi ko kanina, baka merong gumamit na ng band na ito and itong channel na to. So, I will be mentioning it to you later. I will show one example kung ano yung ibig ko sabihin na meron na palang gumagamit ng band na ito, gaano ba kalakas. So, malalaman mo kung malakas, ibig sabihin, malapit na po yung source or yung pinanggalingan nung nauna sa inyo na gumamit ng ganitong frequency band. And of course, you need to map out your environment because dahil
Bro, si
yes, sir.
Jid.
Yes, sir.
Pare naka-share ba ang ano mo? Naka-auto ano ka ba? Auto resolution yung ano mo, PowerPoint mo nung nag-share ka sa Zoom. Kasi medyo blurred.
Medyo blurred, sir. Okay. Can
Oo.
I share it again, sir?
O i-reshare mo, i-uncheck mo yung optimize, baka na i-check mo yung optimization eh. I-stop share mo muna.
Okay. Okay, shall I share it ulit, sir?
Sige, sir.
Okay, so uncheck. Okay, I hope that this will go well. Sorry po sa mga viewees. Okay. So is it clear now, sir?
Yan, I think that's better. Yeah.
Okay, so
Thank you, bossing.
Okay, thank you, sir. And sorry pala sa mga participants, I forgot to uncheck pala. So yun. Okay, moving on. Okay, so the next point to achieve a good design, you need to always remember that your design is only as good as the information you put in. So, okay, ganito yun actually. If you are the electronics engineer in charge for this project, just bear in mind na wala namang maling survey. It is only the approach. It is what information you put or you gathered and you transferred it on your tool or your software tool. So, yun lang po yun. Ibig sabihin, yun lang po yung lalabas ng design. Kasi, a tool is just a tool. Kumbaga, kung ano yung mga information na nilagay mo, yun lang po yung lalabas sa tool. So, it's better that you need to be more, proactive. You need to gather more information. You need to do the proper survey very well, and you need to ask the mga personnel or yung mga tao that will be using your system para naman malaman mo na ito pala yung problema at saka ito pala yung requirement or yung needs nila. Especially dito, this is, for example, conference room. Kailan lang ba magagamit yung conference room? So, hindi naman always magagamit yung conference room. So, you can manage your bandwidth in this area. Then, from here, dito po yung production. Dito mo palakasin yung, yung bandwidth mo, divert or allocate your bandwidth here. So, ganun lang. But still, you need to put more information para naman in the future, magiging future-proof siya. Ganon. Okay. Next will be garbage in and garbage out. This is what I mentioned before. You need to put more information, para naman yun din yung makukuha at saka ma-map out nung software tool. And of course, don't just plan for today, think about tomorrow. That's true. It is better to be one step ahead on your plan kasi para naman may room for future expansion or future growth. Kasi madali naman mag-upgrade ng bandwidth eh. You can talk to your ISP na mag-upgrade kayo ng account ninyo. So yun, madali lang yun. But for your future expansion, at least you need to be ready for that. Kasi hindi natin malaman, baka mag-expand yung office space ninyo. Let's just say your company occupied, kung vertical yung pag-uusapan natin, your company acquired more office spaces sa isang malaking building dyan sa may Taguig, for example, sa BGC. So at least you are already confident that you can expand your system. Ika nga. Okay, so yun ang sabi ko, always consider future projects, applications, or changes. Okay, now I will show you an illustration. Ano yung difference in design, yung sinabi ko kanina na good or bad. Okay, this is what I'm talking about, shot in the dark placement. So, shot in the dark, it means if this is the floor plan, if this is the floor, according to the floor plan, 4 po na access points ang nilagay ninyo because of the sabihin natin instruction ng supervisor ninyo or yung higher management ninyo. So of course, you need to do what you are told to do. So that's your job. Now, the thing is, wala namang mali dito because you obeyed the instruction of your superiors, because kailangan na nila ng Wi-Fi, itong locations nato, nandito yung mga tao, sabihin natin ito yung admin division, ito yung engineering, ito yung services division, this and that. But ano po yung napapansin ninyo? Not all of the floors are covered seamlessly. So hindi po seamless. So if you are near the access point or yung Wi-Fi router, you will notice that you are in a stronger RSSI. Magkakaroon po kayo ng malakas na RSL. So, naka-indicate po yan sa cellphones ninyo na maraming bars. Ibig sabihin, malapit kayo sa access point. But, as you go further, if hindi po kayo stationary, you will notice that in the gray area, wala na pong signal dyan. So what are the implications? Of course, babalikan ka ng management niyo or yung kasama mo sa office niyo. Bakit wala ng access point or wala ng signal, AP signal. So that's what I meant for shot in the dark. Hindi po mali, pero hindi na po applicable ngayon. So that's the bad side of it. And if you are equipped with the proper tools in your arsenal, you can achieve a good design. And by achieving that, if you have those tools that I mentioned, you can attain a better model, a predictive one. So as you can see, ano yung difference nitong dalawa? The good and the bad side. They are very much different. Malaki yung pinagkakaiba nila. If you're the electronics engineer guy, maganda yung ginawa mo. This is the good design. So you see, kahit naglalakad ka, kahit saang department ka pumunta, you are still very much connected on your network, your design or your project na ginawa mo. You see, so it is very good to see. Kasi predictive yung ginawa mo na design. As long as you use the proper tools, then you can achieve the good design. Ika nga. Okay? So, design first, product second. Yes, I agree this one. Because, if you are in charge on this project, like installing Wi-Fi network, you need to do a design first. Kasama na po doon yung survey. Product, saka na yan. Because, so that you can avoid, iwasan mo yung bumili ka na tapos hindi pala sapat para sa system na dineploy mo. So, it is better to prepare a simple design or a comprehensive one so that yung mga questions mo or questions ng mga tao na gagamit or sa office ninyo, you can answer them directly. And you can also explain to them na bakit hindi ka pa nag-install. Bakit dumaan ka pa sa mga approvals na ito, which is it is the best thing to do so that walang nasasayang na expenses o yung pera ng company ninyo. At saka yung effort mo din. So, this is what I meant. Do not buy before you ever start the design process because it will save you your time and money, pati yung effort mo. Okay, of course, if you're talking about networks, indoor solutions, small cells, or kahit anong network pa yan, there will always be a security. So, of course, you need to secure your network, and you need not to forget about security. Kahit alam mo yung mga basics ng security, pwede mong iset doon sa router ninyo or sa server ninyo. So, at least, maliban sa firewall, at least may mga securities din pagdating doon sa access point na level. So, if you are the electronics engineer doing the IT stuff in your company, you need to differentiate, or you need to separate the guest wireless from the production wireless. Simply saying, guest wireless, ito po yung mga free Wi-Fi access. Kung meron kayong bisita sa company ninyo and they are situated on the waiting area, halimbawa sa main lobby, andun po sila naghihintay while they are waiting, meron po silang libreng access. So, libreng access, it doesn't mean that full access po. Lahat ng ports naka-open dito sa specific access point na naka-install doon sa nakalagay doon sa main lobby, sa may waiting area. You need also not to forget na you need to limit yung bandwidth at saka lagyan din ng security. So, by doing this, you can use this guide to differentiate and to separate the guest wireless from the production wireless. Okay, dito naman sa production wireless, this is what I'm talking about, our organization, yung office ninyo, for example. So, there are specific ports assigned and the bandwidth are allocated in the production side sa offices ninyo para namang walang intrusions or walang makakapasok na unwanted na users. So, simply saying, ganun lang po. Okay? So, if you want to configure the security on that guest wireless access point, depende na po sa inyo. You can put it open, but usually, lalo na sa mga coffee shops, they put a security, yung basic lang. Tapos, pwede kang maghingi ng username or password or yung access point, tapos bibigyan ka lang ng password kaagad. So, pwede rin yun. In a simple network na setup. Tapos sa guest wireless din, you need to differentiate if it's for retail or for business. Ibig sabihin, you need to differentiate it if you want to give an internet access to those visitors, you need to differentiate. So, merong mga mangyayari dyan na filters. You don't need to share all bandwidth, yung ports, at saka yung mga specific na IP addresses ng mga websites kasi baka tatambay lang sila. So, sayang naman yung binabayaran ng company. Baka nagda-download siya, babagal naman doon sa kabila. So, ano nang yung mangyayari? Ano nang yung magiging productivity? Lalo na kung yung company ninyo is, using such systems like Oracle, SAP na programs sa production or sa logistics. So, syempre, babagal yan kasi merong bisita na gumagamit ng mataas na na data, nagda-download siya or watching streaming movies or sort. So, okay, for production, you need to secure. Of course, you need to secure. Mas mataas sa security, much better. Hindi lang sa security sa physical layer na side, but yung security also sa mga websites. Isa na yon. So, ibig sabihin, dapat pag oras ng trabaho, ito lang yung available na access sa network ninyo, sa office ninyo. So pagdating naman sa lunchtime, yun, pwede nyo gamitin lahat ng mga platforms on the web, kasama na yung mga social media dyan, as long as hindi lang matatapat sa office hours. So gano'n lang po nakasimple na setup. So isa na po ito, for the guest wireless, you need to restrict only the allowed applications. So allowed applications, of course, yung mga streaming, as you know, electronics engineers, you need to limitahan mo yung mga available ports. So you can also configure na naka VPN, naka virtual private network kayo sa office niyo para once the visitor see or detect yung access point, once he entered the access point, kung may security or naka-open, dun siya mariredirect sa sinabi kong VPN or yung captive portal. So yung captive portal, pwede ring lagyan nyo ng logo ng company ninyo, tapos lagyan mo ng mga specific levels, level 1, 2, 3. So level 2, level 3, password para sa mga employees. So doon na lang sa level 1, papasok yung, sabihin natin yung visitor. So once the visitor entered that level 1 access only on the captive portal, planado na at saka planchado na yung mga websites na pwede niyang pasukin lang. So pwede rin yun na set up, pwede rin yun ganun ang i-configure ninyo. So of course, as I've said, restrict the bandwidth usage para wala namang abuso. Kasi kawawa naman yung nagbabayad ng WiFi yung office ninyo. Tapos biglang may mga visitors kayo na tumatambay lang, gumagamit ng internet. So yun, it will degrade the throughput speed at saka yung bandwidth ng system ninyo. So of course, for guests only, you need to restrict it hanggang peer-to-peer level lang. Then dito naman sa production side, you need to allow applications only. As I mentioned before, allowed applications, kung oras ng trabaho, ito lang pwedeng ma-access. So once lunchtime will come, so open na lahat yung mga ports ng mga social media, YouTube, or kung ano-ano pa na gusto nyong i-browse. Okay? And restrict to production only, as I mentioned before. Then dito naman sa guest access point side, you need to restrict only the allowed ports. So I already mentioned that a while ago. And as well as the production side, yung mga allowed ports lang ang pwede ma-access. Because why do we do that? Hindi naman sa pagiging stricto, if you are the responsible engineer / IT guy, you need to also monitor ano yung traffic na tumatakbo sa network ninyo. Kasi doon pa lang malalaman mo yung mga utilized resources, mamomonitor mo yun sa server ninyo, sa wireless controller ninyo, kung ano yung pumapasok na na traffic, like pang Oracle. So dapat alam mo yung port, dito siya. Pag gagamit siya ng internet access sa email lang, dapat dito. And of course, hindi natin maiwasan na meron na ding mga employees na magaling gumamit ng VPN. So you need to restrict that one para hindi magamit yung VPN kasi oras ng trabaho. Okay, of course, on the guest access point side, you need to filter those contents so that para naman secured yung network ninyo. Minsan kasi once your visitor entered a specific website na nakaligtaan mo pala, nakalimutan mo, tapos yung website na pinasok niya, malicious na site, it will be entering on your system, tapos hindi mo na-anticipate, may mga viruses pala. So you need to monitor that one. You need to be aware of that one as well. So awareness lang po kasi alam ko maraming mga magagaling na sa in terms of if we're speaking about wireless networks, maraming mga magagaling ngayon, but you still need to be aware of what you are doing if you're in charge in this kind of system. Of course, allowed website. Mahirap na kung hindi mo na filter lahat, baka may nakaligtan kayo. So mahirap na 'yon. Baka merong pinasok na very malicious site yung visitor habang naghihintay siya sa waiting area. Okay? Then, of course, as I mentioned before, you need to filter also on your office network or your production side. Of course, you need to only filter, or you need to give them access on what they only need. Yung production needs lang muna. And ito po, ito yung commonly used na encryption or yung security na kung i-configure ninyo. So, maliban sa naka-firewall kayo sa inyong server, so at least yung mga endpoints or yung mga access point, you can use this one, either of the two. Malakas na po itong encryption niya. So, this will greatly help on securing your network on the endpoint, yung pinakadulo, yung mga access points. So yun, ito lang po yung dalawa na maipapayo ko na gawin yon na encryption. So before I'll continue, I need to share one video so that you will appreciate more about the security if you're going to be the electronics engineer or you're going to be the responsible guy on your company. So, okay, I'll share a video. So this video is more about the security so that you will appreciate na ganito pala yung mga security standards, mga encryption standards ng Wi-Fi that we are using right now, nowadays. Okay, let's watch this video.
Hello everyone. In this video, we're going to talk about the different wireless security methods and protocols that are used in wireless networks. Now, most of us have connected to a Wi-Fi network with our laptop, tablet, or even our smartphone. And to join that network with our device, you had to select the network name and you had to supply a password. Now, Wi-Fi networks can be just open with no password required. So that means that anybody can join it. However, in the majority of cases, Wi-Fi networks will be secure and will require a password. Now, there are several different protocols that are used for securing a Wi-Fi network. So let's start with a secure protocol called WEP. WEP, or Wired Equivalent Privacy, was developed in 1999, and it's the earliest security protocol that was used for wireless networks. And also, as its name implies, it's meant to supply the same security to wireless networks as it did for wired networks. However, this turned out not to be the case, because after a time, it was found out that the 40-bit encryption key that WEP used was vulnerable and not secure, and therefore it was easily hackable. So that's why today WEP is no longer used, and modern Wi-Fi routers won't even have it as an option anymore. So a better security protocol was needed for wireless networks. And that brings us to WPA. WPA, or Wi-Fi Protected Access, is another wireless security protocol that was developed to solve the problems of WEP. WPA is far better than WEP, and this is because it uses a stronger encryption method called TKIP, which stands for Temporal Key Integrity Protocol. And TKIP dynamically changes its keys as it's being used, and this ensures data integrity. But even though WPA is more secure than WEP, even today WPA is outdated because TKIP did have some vulnerabilities. And that brings us to WPA2. WPA2 was developed to provide even stronger security than WPA, and it does this by requiring the use of a stronger encryption method. While WPA uses TKIP for encryption, which is known to have some limitations, WPA2 uses AES, which stands for Advanced Encryption Standard. AES uses a symmetric encryption algorithm which makes it strong enough to resist a brute force attack. In fact, AES is so secure that the U.S. federal government has adopted it and is now using it to encrypt sensitive government data. Now, when you log into the Wi-Fi router's configuration page and you go into the Wi-Fi security section, this is where you would find the different security protocols that you can choose from to protect your Wi-Fi network. So here is an example from an older Linksys router. And here you can see the WEP, WPA, and WPA2 protocols that we discussed. Now, as I said, this router is a few years old, and it still has WEP as an option. However, newer routers, like this one here, won't even have WEP as an option, because WEP is weak and outdated and is no longer used. And thank God for that, because it was garbage. Now you will also notice that on both of these routers, there's an option that has both WPA and WPA2. And this is a mixed security option. This option enables WPA and WPA2 at the same time. So it'll use both TKIP and AES security. Now the reason for this option is for compatibility purposes, because some older devices like prior to 2006 may not be compatible with using AES encryption that's used with WPA2. And so these older devices will connect to the older WPA protocol, but at the same time modern devices will connect to WPA2. Now some people might ask, why not just choose the mixed option all the time, since it's the most compatible with all devices? Well, you can do this, but the problem is that in addition to using AES, it's also using TKIP. And since TKIP is not as strong as AES, you're leaving your network more vulnerable to a breach. However, if all of your devices are modern, then the best option is to choose WPA2, which only uses AES. Now, the next generation of wireless security is WPA3. WPA3 was introduced in 2018, and according to the official Wi-Fi website, wifi.org, WPA3 provides cutting-edge security protocols to the market. It adds new features to simplify Wi-Fi security and enable more robust authentication. And it will receive increased protections from password guessing attempts. Now, WPA3 won't be available on every Wi-Fi router that you purchase today because it was just introduced last year. However, you will start to see it more and more on Wi-Fi products in the next few months. Now, so far we discussed a few password-protected security protocols, but there is another wireless security method that doesn't require you to type in a password, and this method is called WPS. WPS stands for Wi-Fi Protected Setup, and WPS was designed for people who know little about wireless networks to make it as easy as possible for their devices to join a wireless network. So here is a WPS configuration page for our router, and there are a couple of different methods that are used with WPS, but by far the most common method is the push button method. So with this method, you would just press a couple of buttons and then you'll be connected. So for example, most routers today will have a physical WPS button that you can press. And a lot of Wi-Fi printers will also have a software or physical WPS button. So let's say you wanted to connect this wireless printer to your Wi-Fi network. So you would press the WPS button on your Wi-Fi router, and within 2 minutes you would press the WPS button on your printer. and then your printer would connect to the Wi-Fi router in a few seconds. And that's really as simple as it gets. And you can also use method 2 if you want, if your client has a WPS PIN number. So you would just enter that PIN number into the field below, and within a few seconds, it'll connect. So as stated before, WPS is the easiest way to join a wireless network, and a lot of manufacturers have built their wireless products with WPS. And this is to make it as simple as possible for their customers to join their device to a wireless network. Now there's one more method we need to talk about, and this is called the access control, or in some routers it's called the MAC filter. And with this option you can either allow or block devices from joining your network. Every network adapter has a MAC address. A MAC address is a hexadecimal number that uniquely identifies each device on a network. And with access control, you can either allow or block access by using the device's MAC address. When a device is blocked, it would only be able to get an IP address from your router, but it won't be able to communicate with any other device. And it would not be able to connect to the internet. So the access control is just an extra layer of security that's in addition to your Wi-Fi password. And the access control is also for wired devices.
Okay, so that's the topic more on the security encryption side. So let's move on. So at least you already know, guys, about the encryption standards that we are using right now. So, okay, let's continue. Okay, before we go further in the design considerations on making a better basic planning and design for Wi-Fi networks, so we need to know more about the history. At least you will know and you will see that eto pala yung nangyari noon hanggang ngayon with regards to the IEEE standard for wireless local area network, or yung WLAN, or yung wireless LAN. And that standard is the 802.11. So, okay, history lang po tayo. This will be quick. So, what does Wi-Fi mean? It's just nothing, actually, according to the Wi-Fi Alliance, because it is just the short word for Wi-Fi. But minsan may mga slang yung language ng ibang mga foreigners. Minsan ang pagkakarinig mo hi-fi, pero Wi-Fi pala. So Wi-Fi, this was originally an original IEEE 802.11 standard. So if you're talking about IEEE, it is an institute of electrical and electronics engineers, and they are responsible for creating and approving such standard before deploying or before the manufacturers to use such standard. So yun po yung kaakibat ng hardware. Kung yung mga manufacturers, they are slowly inventing a more reliable, more high-speed na standard. Syempre, they need to first go to the IEEE. So, of course, this standard, marami pong standards ang IEEE. Hindi lang 802.11. There is also 10, 802.9, .8, .7, and they are already specified in particular kung anong klaseng technology or anong klaseng standard. So, 802.11, this is the standard for the unlicensed. If we are talking about the unlicensed, wala po kayong babayaran na yung tinatawag na spectrum user fee. Unlicensed, so you just buy the router, okay na po, walang NTC na hahabol sa inyo kasi nasa unlicensed po tayo. We are free to use this frequency sa frequency range na to, itong Wi-Fi. So before, Wi-Fi was introduced first sa Apple, sa mga iBooks nila Macintosh. They call it Airport. But because iBook was the first consumer computer appliance to have an integrated Wi-Fi, so nag-release din ng mga base station noong 1999 si Apple. So again, as time progresses, as the innovation progresses, on 2005, 100 million chipsets na, yung tinatawag na chipsets, yung network, hindi lang network interface card, pero yung Wi-Fi card na chipset na nakalagay sa mga computers natin, laptops natin, hanggang sa umabot sa mga smartphones natin. So according to the information by IEEE and the Wi-Fi Alliance, 2005, 100 million chipsets are already shipped annually. So again, as time progresses, 2009, 1 billion chipset na po noon pala ang commercially shipped worldwide. And on 2016, before, umabot na po ng whopping 15 billion Wi-Fi devices. So itong year na ito, 2016, kasama na po dito yung mga smartphones natin, yung mga gadgets natin. Kasama na po dito na information. So you see how demand talaga yung Wi-Fi. Kung medyo costly yung services na kinukuha natin sa mobile cellular network, dito lang na tayo sa Wi-Fi. Mas cheaper, you just need to pay your monthly dues ng sinubscribe ninyo na ISP. So yun na, you're connected to the net. And mas affordable. Ika nga. So of course, look back tayo. Let's just, we need to know who is this Wi-Fi Alliance. So Wi-Fi Alliance is a non-profit organization that promotes Wi-Fi technology and certifies. Ibig sabihin, they are the certifying body or organization before you sell a certain Wi-Fi product. So they need you need to go to them. Kung meron kang na-invento na hardware, so you need to go to them and you need to magpapa-certify ka sa kanila. Ika nga, sa Wi-Fi Alliance. Pero it is costly, lalo na sa certification process, kaya dito mo makikita, you can just imagine how the economy of Wi-Fi products sa certification process pa lang mahal na. So how much more yung pera na umiikot pagdating sa business ng Wi-Fi networks. Certification process pa lang mahal na. So hindi basta-basta pala magpa-certify. It needs also money in the process. And of course, you need to know who is this or what is this IEEE. So IEEE, it is known as the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. It is a global association of organization of professionals working toward the development, implementation, and maintenance of technology-centered products and services. So, yun. Hindi basta-basta itong IEEE at saka si Wi-Fi Alliance pala. Malaking organization. Okay. So, quick look lang. So, sa nakikita nyo guys in the illustration, ito yung evolution. If our mobile cellular network ay nag-e-evolve, lalo na at si 5G ay parating na soon here in the Philippines, Wi-Fi networks din, doon sa unlicensed band, they already evolved. So, isa sa mga photo dito sa illustration na to, baby monitors. So, gumagamit pala ng 2.4 GHz yung mga baby monitors or yung mga IP cameras natin sa bahay. So, ganun yung evolution din pala. Maliban sa 5G, or sa mobile cellular network, grabe din yung evolution ng Wi-Fi networks pala. Okay? So, talking about 802.11 standard ng IEEE, marami pala siyang variants. So, guys, doon sa mga bihasa ng mga anong klaseng variant, so, pasensya na po, we need to talk or to look back on the main variants. For those participants na hindi pa aware, at least they will know and they will have a first-hand information dito sa webinar na meron palang ganitong variants na ginagamit itong 802.11 standard for wireless LAN. Okay. So, these are the main variants. Just see the illustration. Just, take note of the variants ng 802.11 standard or yung Wi-Fi standard. Okay. We are now going to talk about the physical layer side, yung mga data rates on each and every variant. So before, in 1999 pala, ito yung ginagawit natin. We use only in the maximum of 54 Mbps. I'm sure yung mga veterano na sa Wi-Fi industry natin na mga ka-EC, I'm sure they know this one before. So 802.11, let's just look back on the history again. It was ratified on June 1997. So the original version of the standard was released in 1997 pero obsolete na ngayon. And because of this, they introduced variants, and the first two variants is the 802.11a, ratified in September on 1999, and the other was also ratified on the same year, on the same date. And pinagkaiba lang po dito, guys, is yung speed. Okay, si 802.11a, gumagamit pala siya ng OFDM. So it is by the frequency versus time na analysis, gumagamit po siya ng frequency. But this frequency is focused on the orthogonal frequency division multiple access, or yung method na ginamit niya for the air interface natin na Wi-Fi. OFDM po yung ginagamit niya na mode. And because of this, yung maximum data rate po niya is until 54. Pero 5 GHz band. While dun sa 802.11b, it is operating on the 2.4 GHz band. Yung maximum data rate lang niya hanggang 11 lang pala. So, ganun kabagal pa yung Wi-Fi noon. Kaya hindi pa siya mabilis yung throughput. So, if you can imagine, guys, dito sa taon na to, 1999, baka second generation pa, 2G pa lang ito, 2G pa lang. So, limited pa lang yung access ng mga tao within terms sa internet or yung data if you are going to connect in the 2G network doon sa kabilang standard, yung mobile cellular standard. So, ganito lang pala yung nakukuha natin na speed. So, ito rin yung the same year kung hanggang saan pa yung mobile network natin, yung 2G pa lang in this year. So, yun, mabagal pa. So, as the time progresses, another standard or another variant, was ratified, and it is on June 2003 before, meron ng another standard na nagawa si Wi-Fi Alliance. And this is the 802.11g. So, ang kaibahan lang ito, if yung CA is on the 5 GHz band, now, si 802.11g pala noon, pwede nang makakuha ng maximum of 54 Mbps throughput speed on the 2 gigahertz band at the same time meron ng backward compatibility. So pwede nang it will accept if your device, for example, is 802.11a, tapos yung isa mong device is 802.11g, tapos yung Wi-Fi router mo is 802.11g. So A and B, they can use the router. Those devices na binanggit ko, they can use the router kasi it can accept the A and B variant and it has a backward compatibility. Okay? So, as time progresses na naman, as the network evolved, on October 2009, another variant was introduced. And this is the 802.11n. So, it will now be working as a dual band. Ito po yung currently na ginagamit natin commercially. Commercially, if you're going to go in a shop, sa shop or mga computer shops, if you are going to purchase a simple Wi-Fi router, ito po yung makikita mo sa specs. This is the common product that we will encounter. Yung mga mura na ngayon na Wi-Fi routers, ito na po yung mga specs niya. It will be a dual band router. And improve na po ang kanyang performance. And you can add also external antenna. Yung ibang products kasi meron ng antenna, merong iba na built-in sa loob, pero merong external port na located sa likod. So mag-purchase lang po kayo ng separate na MIMO antenna. So you can achieve more bandwidth dahil dun sa antenna na nilagay ninyo. Pero malamang phase out na po yan kasi ngayon sa mga routers ngayon, meron ng kasamang dipole na antenna. Hindi na yung built-in antenna na nakalagay sa loob. Okay, so as you can see, mabilis na po yung speed niya. It can reach up to 450 Mbps. So malakas na po na data. You can enjoy streaming na po dito. And okay, now as time progresses na naman, on 2014, on the year 2014, meron na pong inintroduce itong si Wi-Fi Alliance. This is the 802.11ac. Okay, since na-lay down na po sa illustration yung mga variants, I will tell you sino dito ang Wi-Fi 4th generation at saka 5th generation. Okay, yung Wi-Fi 4 po, Wi-Fi 4th generation, nag-umpisa po yan sa A, B, G at saka N. Take note guys. Tapos yung 5th generation, ito po si 11.11ac. Ito po si Wi-Fi 5. Because it is only operating on the 5 gigahertz band, but the throughput speed reaches 1.3 gigabits per second. Tapos meron pang Wave 2 na inintroduce and it can reach up to 3.4 gigabits per second. Yung throughput speed po yung pinag-uusapan natin dito. Why? Because in the 5 gigahertz band, there are more RF channels available. So I will be mentioning it to you later or sooner in the next slides. Bakit tumaas yung capacity niya or yung bandwidth niya? Because of the frequency used. Okay. Now, dito na tayo sa 2.4. This is the frequency or the variants used on the frequency band. So, quick look back. So, just take note guys, 2.4 gigahertz, B, G, and N lang. Okay. So, this is the important thing on determining which band used and which channel used kung ikaw yung in charge sa pagde-design at saka pag-i-install. So dito pa lang makikita mo, kaya pala merong interference issues kasi merong ibang tao or opisina na malapit sa office building ninyo na gumagamit ng same frequency band. So according, let's just, a quick history lang po. On the 2.4 gigahertz band, there are 13 usable channels. So it is starting on your, nag-umpisa po sa channel 1. So as you can see on the illustration, I hope na clear na sa inyo guys yung presentation ko. Sorry pala yung kanina, hindi ko na uncheck yung settings. Pasensya na po. Channel 1, ito po yung frequency niya, center frequency. Ito. So yung spacing niya, mapapansin nyo, napakaliit yung yung spacing. And those channels are 20 megahertz channel wide. So simply saying, ito yung frequency. So ito yung magiging wavelength. Ito lang din yung magiging capacity niya or yung bandwidth niya. If you know more about the formula of the waveband, maiintindihan ninyo bakit hanggang dito lang yung speed. Hindi pa kasama yung attenuation, hindi pa kasama yung mga walls, hindi pa kasama yung bandwidth utilization rate, tumaas na ba if you want to see on the server side na marami pa lang nag-i-streaming sabay-sabay on lunchtime dun sa offices niyo. So you see, grabe talaga yung history if we were going to look back. And nung nag-progress or nag-evolve yung such system, tumataas na din yung frequency. So, okay, as you can see, hindi ko na po i-discuss further. Ito na po yung reason why there is a lower speed. Kasi pag hindi nyo tiningnan talaga sa mga neighboring cells or neighboring access points na meron palang rogue access point, merong hidden nodes, yun pala yung nag-interfere. Dahil nag-interfere siya, nag-overlap pa sa channels na ginamit ninyo. So, ideally, you can use channels 1, 6, and 11. Pwede naman kayo gumamit ng 2, yung 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so on and so forth, as long as na-survey ninyo yung area kung merong gumamit na iba maliban sa inyo. So, of course, how to determine that one? You need to check. Merong isang tool, free na tool din, pwede nyo i-install sa cellphone ninyo kung anong tool yung ibig kong sabihin na ma-determine ninyo, ma-detect ninyo na meron na palang gumagamit na nauna sa inyo bago nyo, prior to your deployment of your system, if you're the guy in charge for installing this Wi-Fi network. Okay? Ito, this is just a quick look lang. Ito yung mga madalas na gumamit ng Wi-Fi din. North America, Japan, and most of the world. Okay? So, now on the free 5 gigahertz band, just take note guys, on the 5 gigahertz band, meron po niyang setting sa Wi-Fi router ninyo. As long as ang bilili ninyo ng Wi-Fi router is yung dual band, merong settings sa router ninyo, sa bahay ninyo, if you purchase this one. So just a quick look guys, as in the illustration shown, just take note, ito po yung mga variants ng 5 GHz, A, N, and AC. Okay? So sa 5 GHz, ito yung frequency allocations or yung frequency channels niya. Walang overlapping. That's why most Wi-Fi experts in the market, pag high density networks yung pinag-usapan or yung i-deploy niyo like malls, high density area yan, high dense areas or dense areas, karamihan ng mga expert na designers 5 gigahertz yung ginagamit talaga nila if they're going to design such dense network. Kasi on the frequency channel ng Wi-Fi, walang overlapping, walang interference. So, as the illustration shows, sa 20 megahertz channels, you can use channel 36, 40, 44, 48. If you're going to increase the channel, so magiging dalawa lang yung available. Also, on the fifth generation na Wi-Fi, yung 802.11 AC, if you're going to increase the frequency used, so tataas din yung bandwidth. But the range will become shorter. I will explain it to you later on a video so that you will appreciate and you will know the difference between 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. So ito na po yan guys, ang mga frequencies. So in the other countries, merong frequency na hindi pwedeng gamitin kasi they are on the dynamic frequency selection na or on the extended channels. So, dito sa Pilipinas, pwede tayong gumamit hanggang 64 lang. At least we're on the safe side. Okay, 5 gigahertz. Ito ang ibig ko sabihin. Sa ibang countries, they channel 120 and above, they are using it for the weather radar channel. So, if you're that country, tapos ginamit mo yan, baka maka-jump sa kanilang weather radar channels. Okay, so checkpoint lang guys, just a quick review. Parang ano lang, exercise lang para naman maganda yung umaga natin. So habang nagkakape kayo, checkpoint lang. How many non-overlapping 20 megahertz channels are available in the 2.4 frequency band? So just bear in mind lang. Wala pong timer, so you can answer it freely. And the second question is, how many non-overlapping 20 megahertz channels are available in the 5 gigahertz frequency band? So, okay, walang timer, pero ito na po yung answer. On the first question, the answer is, it is only 3 in the US. If you're not in the US, like here in the Philippines, you can choose 1 up to 11 as long as wala kang na detect or na discover na may gumamit sa channel 1, lipat ka lang sa ibang channel. And then doon ka mag-start sa pagdi-design mo na here you need to access point channel 2, dito na area channel 5, ganon. As long as there are no more overlapping channels, so that it will not degrade the signal. Aside sa signal, hindi po ma-degrade yung bandwidth and yung kanyang coverage. So, second question, ito po yung answer. Wala pong overlapping channels or walang non-overlapping 20 megahertz channels sa 5 gigahertz. Okay. So, I hope you understand. Okay, nakikita ko dito sa official YouTube channel ng IECEP National. Thank you for answering, guys. I hope this is, a short quiz lang para sa inyo. Refresher lang. Okay. So, next. According to the electromagnetic spectrum, dito naman tayo sa health standard naman. So, if I mentioned before on my previous webinar last year sa Trio Septenaryo, kung andito sa frequency spectrum natin, so sa electromagnetic spectrum, si 5G, saan ba makikita sa spectrum si Wi-Fi? So, andito po tayo. We are on the radio waves lang. So, napaka safe. We did not even reach the microwave. We did not even reach the ultraviolet rays or yung X-rays or yung gamma rays. So, sa health standard, sa checking, so wala pong problema. We are safe. Walang radiation po yung Wi-Fi. Okay, now this is what I'm talking about, frequency and wavelength. So guys, before I'll continue on the slides, I will show you one video this is about the 2.4 and the 5 gigahertz band. Ano yung differences nila? So just enjoy watching the video so that you will really appreciate. Ito pala yung kaibahan ng 2.4 at saka 5 gigahertz. Okay, let me share a slide. Okay, I think there was no video, I mean audio. So let's just continue na lang. So frequency and wavelength. So if we're talking about frequency, we need to know the formula and the definition. So sa definition po, we are talking about the signal frequency, the number of cycles per second. So that is in terms of 1 hertz. So 1 hertz, 1 cycle. So from the upper cycle going to the lower cycle on the graph. So yun po yung isang cycle, 1 hertz. So 1 gigahertz, it is 1 billion cycles per second. So mabilis po yung transition ng lower frequency, upper frequency at saka lower frequency on the wavelength. So 2 consecutive peaks, yan na po yung isang wavelength. And the formula for the frequency. So yung C, as you know this formula already, it is the speed of light. And it is mentioned as the wavelength. Yung formula niya is frequency is equal to the speed of light or the wavelength. So the speed of light, ito po yun. It is a constant value so that you will know what is the how the frequency works sa airwaves if you want to know the behavior of the wavelength. Bakit pag mataas yung frequency, bakit short yung range? Bakit naman mababa yung frequency, malayo yung coverage niya? So ganun lang po yung analogy niya. And now, And now we will continue on the slides. So this is what I meant for frequency versus wavelength. So the shorter wavelength for 5 gigahertz band, it's nearly 5 centimeters. So makikita mo yung differences niya. It is really in connection with the formula. The higher the frequency, the shorter the range. The lower the frequency, the longer the range. Ganun lang po yung kaibahan. Okay, what are the causes of Wi-Fi signal degradation? So normally we are thinking that yung signal natin is a straight line or a donut shaped na signal. Actually hindi po. By theory and by practice, actually meron talaga mga reflected path. Even sa fiber optics, meron din mga reflected path na nangyayari sa loob ng medium. So it is it's the same goes with the Wi-Fi signal. So may mga materials present in an area like a ceiling or mayroong obstruction or the floor ng isang building, for example. So merong ibang reflected signals. May mga reflected path versus a direct path that will be receiving on the receiver end. So yun na po yung difference doon. So that's one point that it will degrade your Wi-Fi signal. So yun pala yung isang cause bakit yung obstructions, yung may mga smooth surfaces pala sa bahay ninyo or sa office ninyo, nakakapag-degrade din pala ng signal. So that's one factor pala, one reason why. And of course, if merong degradation, meron ding attenuation. Okay, so talking about attenuation, that is the obstructions present when you are making a survey. So you need to take note of that once this area pala, hindi pwedeng lagyan ng access point or hanggang dito lang, and you need to use maybe a Wi-Fi extender so that you can use yung other devices doon sa specific area kung merong access point na nilagay. Okay, so next, attenuation through buildings. So yung building materials pala, meron ding specific na attenuation. Minsan ina-absorb, minsan bumabalik or nabablock. So kasama na po doon yung may mga factors that it will degrade your coverage, your signal. So dito sa list na prepare ko, for a glass window pala, it will have or it will degrade your signal on the 3 dB value. So 2.4, syempre 2.4 it has a longer coverage. So if you are using a 2.4 gigahertz signal or band, if it will encounter a glass window, so meron ng loss of 3 dB or I mean negative 3 dB. As well as 5 gigahertz signal, if there's a glass window or an obstruction, it will, degrade a signal as much as 6 dB. So ganun din sa mga hollow wood doors, solid wood doors, interior office doors, walls, concrete ba yan or brick. So yun. Yun po yung mga specific or yung mga values na losses na ma-encounter if it will reach to these materials. So of course, if you are designing, you need to consider this one. You need to consider the placement of your antennas or your access points. So this is a big no. Kasi kagaya dito sa illustration na pinakita, ito yung mga kumbaga hindi best practices na gagawin ninyo if you're going to deploy such network, lalo na sa installation stage. You need to coordinate other building officials, other persons sa company ninyo or sa customers ninyo. You need to coordinate with them, collaborate with them na wala bang gagawin na future project ninyo dito, sir, madam, kasi ito yung mangyayari dito sa illustration. So napaka sagwa naman. It will degrade the signal talaga. And also baka magkaroon ng self-inflicted or yung mga aksidente sa nilagay mo na device. Okay, another checkpoint. So review lang po. Wala pong timer, just answer it dun sa chat box sa YouTube channel natin. Which signal travels the furthest from your AP? Signal in the 2.4 GHz band or in the 5 GHz band? And also the second question, can a Wi-Fi signal be attenuated by distance without obstacles? Okay. So, ito po yung answers. First question, yes. Signal travels furthest is the signal in the 2.4 GHz band. Next is the free space loss, because on the second question, Wi-Fi can be attenuated by distance without obstacles because free po siya, free space path loss. So, walang obstacles, of course. Your receiver will receive a good signal kasi open po. Ganun lang po kasimple. So, walang mga reflected path na nare-receive ninyo as a receiver or yung devices niyo kasi open po siya. So, ideally, merong mga open areas just like sa offices, pero in reality, sa mga offices, merong mga reflection or may mga surfaces doon na nagre-reflect ng signal. Kagaya ng mga cubicles, yun, pwedeng mag-reflect or mag-bounce yung mga 2.4 GHz dyan. Yung mga glass windows, yung mga glass doors sa offices ninyo, it can degrade the signal but not very high yung degradation o yung attenuation niya. Konti lang, but still, at least you need to consider that one because you are the one who will decide on where to put anong best area na ilalagay yung access point. Yun lang po yun. Okay? So, interference. We need to know more about the interference kasi ito yung madalas na may encounter natin if we are going to deploy Wi-Fi networks. So, ano pala yung interference? Interference is the unwanted radio frequency signal interfering with Wi-Fi's normal operation. What I've told you, as the illustration shows, isa na po itong microwave oven doon sa office ninyo. For example, if you're going to use a microwave oven or many of your employees are using microwave ovens doon sa office ninyo kasi snack time na. So minsan, pag malapit yung access point ninyo, kung nakalagay sa ceiling pero malapit doon sa mess hall or yung area kung saan kayo kakain, meron palang gumagamit ng microwave, it can also degrade a signal. It can also interfere with the normal operation ng inyong Wi-Fi. So, yun yung isa sa mga reasons na bakit malapit ako sa isang access point. Bakit mabagal? So, syempre, tayo yung babalikan ng mga co-workers natin. So, you need to take note with that as well. Okay? Interference pa rin. So, these are the most common sources of interference. Nearby Wi-Fi networks and the other wireless devices, which is, as I mentioned before, yung mga other Wi-Fi routers ng ibang company or ibang tao na gumagamit na malapit sa inyong office or sa inyong bahay, for example, inyong subdivision. Okay, we need to know more about carrier sense multiple access pala because sa wired network and wireless network, ito yung ginagamit ng ating Wi-Fi network nowadays. So what is carrier sense multiple access or CSMA? It's just a MAC protocol in which a node verifies the absence of the other traffic before transmitting on a shared transmission medium. Ibig sabihin, pag naka-wireless kayo, actually in the background, kung merong 5 devices na naka-connect sa access points ninyo, tapos one of the 5 is using the channel, yung 4 naka-standby, they are just listening. Actually, they're just listening because they want to know if yung isa ay tapos ng gumamit ng bandwidth, yung 4 naman ay gagamit din. Parang taking turns. It's like taking turns, kumbaga. Pero sa sobrang bilis, hindi mo mapapansin to. So, I will show a video on this one so that you will appreciate it. Ano ba yung kaibahan ng carrier sense, multiple access, at saka yung carrier sense, multiple detection and collision avoidance. So, okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, sorry to interrupt lang. Sir, okay lang, sir, para bitinin natin sila ng konti dun sa video. Then, 10-minute na break, 10-minute break lang po.
Okay,
lang.
ma'am. Okay, no problem po.
Para,
Okay.
sir, ano ka muna, water break and CR break.
Okay lang po.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, no problem. So, again, carrier sense, multiple access, collision detection. So, this is a on the MAC access control level na method so that you can, it can detect one device or one station so that if walang gumagamit na frame or yung packets, that's the time that they will send a signal that okay na yung frame, okay na yung shall we say parang daan. It's just like a traffic light. Paano kayo makakatawid? Hindi naman pwede kayo tumawid sa intersection, sa traffic light, sa traffic intersection kung sabay-sabay kayo. So ibig sabihin, bababangga kayo lahat. So that's one analogy na kung bakit merong traffic lights sa traffic intersection, so that you need to take turns. If one direction is available, so that's the time na green light, green signal, you can pass there. So ganun lang po yung collision, carrier sense, multiple access, collision detection, at saka avoidance. So now I'll stop the slides right now and I will show you a video on how that thing works. So it will be explained on the video before we will take a 10-minute break. I hope there is audio nito kasi yung isang video walang audio. So sorry for that one.
Have you ever wondered how computers send data on the network without interfering with the data from other computers? Especially if the network has a lot of computers that are sending and receiving data at the same time. You would think that there would be a lot of collisions happening. There should be data packets that are constantly smacking into each other in all that network traffic. But even though collisions do happen from time to time, especially on older networks, a technology was developed to not only help avoid collisions, but also to respond correctly if a collision does happen. And this technology is called CSMA CD, which stands for Carrier Sense Multiple Access Collision Detection. And this is the access method used on early Ethernet networks. And when I mean early, I'm referring to half-duplex networks that utilize coaxial cable and earlier versions of twisted pair cable. Now, CSMA CD basically works by each computer first sensing if the wire is idle, and if it is, it sends its data, therefore avoiding any collisions. But if you have two computers trying to send data at the same time, a collision will happen. And if a collision happens, the computers will wait a random amount of time and retries to send their data. So as an example, here we have a network with 4 computers, and these computers are all sharing a common transmission medium, which is a cable. And this cable must be regulated so that no computers send data at the same time, which would result in a collision. And when a collision happens, it causes data loss or data corruption. So let's say that this computer here wants to send data. So first it will sense or listen if there is any traffic on the cable. And if it senses traffic, the computer will wait until the cable is idle to send its data. But once it senses that there is no traffic, it'll go ahead and send its data. And as it's sending its data, it will listen for a collision. And if it doesn't sense a collision, it knows that the data was successfully sent. Now, in another scenario, if two computers are ready to send their data and they both notice that the cable is idle, then both computers will go ahead and transmit their data at the same time. But when this happens, a collision occurs. And when the computers that are sending the data detect a collision, they immediately stop sending the data and instead will transmit a jamming signal out on the network. And this jamming signal is what notifies all the other computers on the network that a collision has happened. And after the computers receive this jamming signal, the two computers that cause the collision will wait a random amount of time before they send their data again. And the wait time must be random to each computer so that the collision doesn't happen again. So as I stated before, CSMA CD was used on early Ethernet networks, and it isn't as relevant today due to the advancement in network technology. It was only relevant in the older half-duplex networks, where data communicates in both directions but not at the same time. Today, we use full duplex networks, where data can communicate in both directions at the same time. And there is also CSMA-CA, which stands for Carrier Sense Multiple Access with Collision Avoidance. Now this is the access method that's used for carrier transmission in wireless networks. Because just like wired networks, wireless networks need to avoid collisions as well. So this is how it works. So when a computer wants to send data on a wireless network, it really can't sense or hear if there are any collisions on the network because there's no cable involved. So instead, it does its best to avoid collisions altogether. So in this method, when a computer wants to send data, it'll first sense if there are any other transmissions happening. And if it detects any other transmissions, it'll wait a short amount of time before checking the channel again. And when it checks the channel again, and if it doesn't sense any transmission, it'll wait a short random amount of time, and then it'll go ahead and send its data. Then, once the destination device receives the data, it will respond to the sending computer with an acknowledgement, informing the sender that it has received the data. But if the sending computer does not receive an acknowledgement from the destination, it will assume that it did not get the data and it will start the process all over again. Now, another method that CSMA-CA uses to avoid collisions is the optional RTS-CTS protocol, which stands for Ready to Send, Clear to Send. Now, this is an optional protocol that's used with CSMA-CA on wireless networks. This protocol enables a computer to send out an RTS or ready-to-send signal to the wireless access point requesting for an opportunity to send out its data. And if the wireless access point grants this request, the access point will temporarily stop all other communication on the network, and then it'll respond back to the computer with a CTS or clear-to-send signal, which tells the computer to go ahead and send its data. So in this protocol, the wireless access point is basically the traffic controller on the wireless network.
Okay, so that's it for the video. I hope you enjoyed and I hope you understand that's the isang reason bakit merong collisions happening on the wired and especially on the wireless network. So, ma'am, I think that's it for now, and we will be having a 10-minute break, I think. So,
Yes, sir.
okay.
Thank you, sir. So, balik tayo, sir, ng mga 10:22.
Okay, thank you po.
CR break muna, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alright, so tapos na ang ating 10-minute break. And okay, Sir Sahid, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so we're back and I hope na-enjoy ninyo. You can enjoy learning while you're drinking your coffee or yung mga snacks nyo dyan sa tabi. So sit back and relax. Mahaba pa to. We are still on the Wi-Fi 5th generation pa. Wala pa tayo sa Wi-Fi 6. So I hope this will be a learning tool for you guys. And also don't forget to subscribe sa IECEP National sa mga 800 plus na participants at saka yung mga viewers ngayon, sana nag-subscribe na kayo. Thank you sa help ninyo. Okay, so now I'll be sharing my screen. So as mentioned on the video before, so I'll not be talking more since yun po yung essence at saka yung shall we say method and the behavior of the wired and especially the wireless network. So ganun po yun siya. So nowadays, meron na pong RTS at saka CTS na option yung mga modern at saka mga bagong Wi-Fi routers at saka access points. Especially if those access points are controlled and managed by a wireless controller, which is I'll be showing to you ano ba itong controller, ano ba yung kinokontrol niya. I will mention to you later, so sit back and relax. Okay, same goes with this one, collision avoidance. Just to avoid collisions, they need to sense first, or they need to send acknowledgement first in the going to the Wi-Fi router that it's clear to send. So, can I use the bandwidth right now? Parang ganun lang yun. So, sa sobrang bilis, hindi mo papapansin that there are already broadcasts na nangyayari sa devices natin papunta doon sa connected na access point or Wi-Fi router natin. Ganun lang kasimple. Okay, now we need to tackle on co-channel interference. So, this is another form of interference. Bakit co-channel? As I mentioned before, in the previous slides, it is called co-channel because we are utilizing all the channels in the 2 GHz band only. Kasi nandun yung mga overlapping as I mentioned. So, this is what happens. Meron ding co-channel interference happening doon sa neighboring access point. Sino ba itong neighbor? Yun na yung tinutukoy ko noon na hindi pa kayo nakapaglagay ng system ninyo, hindi niyo pa na-deploy, meron na palang gumagamit ng ganitong band at saka ganitong channel that you did not anticipate or know. Ito yung nangyayari, merong co-channel interference. So as you can see, channel 1 ng ibang router or access point, tapos ikaw din channel 1. Same goes well with those devices connected on your local access points dahil they are sensing and they are communicating with our local access point. Nagtataka sila, merong channel 1 sa iba, hindi ako nakakonect. So that is also one form of interference. Simply saying. Okay, adjacent channel naman, this is happening when you have an overlap. So adjacent channel interference, as the illustration shows, channel 1 si local AP, which is your access point sa opisina ninyo, tapos merong another office space, for example, sa isang building, tapos yung mga tenants, iba-iba. So ganito yung madalas na nangyayari din, pero mostly, the major issue is happening on the co-channel interference. Okay? Next, what is your solution? Of course, mga engineers po tayo, and we are and you are also soon to be an electronics engineer. Kung merong problema, merong solution. That is our forte. That is our forte, ika nga. So the solution is ito. if your neighbor is using channel 6, tapos mas una siya na gumamit ng channel 6 on the 2.4 gigahertz band, so ang i-design mo na lang, you need to change the channel. Ganun lang kasimple. You need to change the channel. But you need to check and you need to discover ano yung mga existing signals roaming around the area. Not just your area, pati yung area doon sa may malapit sa window. Kasi nandun yung ibang opisina siguro, ibang company na nag-arkila sa ibang office space sa same building that you are situated with, for example. So ganun lang yun, change the channel. Yun lang kasi ang limitations ng 2.4. But because we are utilizing 2.4 gigahertz, wala tayong magagawa kasi mas longer yung range niya. Channel assignment na lang. You need to change channel na lang. Kasi hindi lang ikaw yung gumagamit ng 2.4 eh. Lalo na't sinabi ko na we are located on the unlicensed, free po ito, hindi mo mapipigilan yung neighbor ninyo na, oy, company ABC, mas nauna ako, wag mo gamitin itong channel. You cannot deny na meron talagang gumagamit ng iba kasi free ito eh, free to use. Maliban lang if you're paying the license, you can file a complaint with them, but this one is on the unlicensed band, so you cannot tell them. You just need to avoid them. So to avoid such problem, so ito na po yung isa sa mga maraming solutions. Just change the channel, yun lang. Okay, moving on. Non-Wi-Fi interference. So I will show you one illustration. This is all the kind of interferences na non-Wi-Fi. Bakit andyan si Bluetooth? Ano ba yung frequency used by Bluetooth? Di ba nasa may 2.4? That is another technology, Bluetooth, hindi siya Wi-Fi, pero because they are using and they are assigned by the organization under ng Bluetooth technology, ng LoRa, ng Zigbee, or ano pa dyan, nasa 2.4. So they are still considered interferences but hindi Wi-Fi na standard. Kasama na po dyan yung baby monitors sa bahay, at saka Bluetooth speakers, at saka IP cameras, at saka cordless telephones. If we're talking about sa residential part naman, paano yan kung nagdala ng Bluetooth speaker yung kaopisina ninyo? It can also generate interference. So at least you know right now, nagkakaroon din pala siya ng interferences. Hindi lang natin napapansin kasi hindi tayo aware. So awareness lang po, sir. Okay. So okay. May nag-chat. Okay, no problem, sir. I'll be giving all the documents sa IECEP Rizal chapter, so they will be the one who will distribute it po sa i-disseminate niyo po sa inyo. Walang problema po, don't worry. Okay. So next. Okay, another checkpoint. So exercise lang para naman masaya yung umaga natin kasi meron pang webinar mamayang hapon. Okay, checkpoint. Which source of interference is the worst, or which is the worst interference of them? So according to the question, co-channel ba, adjacent, or non-Wi-Fi? Okay, wala pong timer, just answer na lang po sa ating YouTube chat box. Okay, so here's the answer. Non-Wi-Fi. Okay, non-Wi-Fi. Yun po yung pinakamatinding source of interference. Okay. So next, thank you po sa mga sumagot para naman masaya yung webinar natin. Okay, what is the role of a of a Wi-Fi antenna? So ito po yung role ng isang Wi-Fi antenna. Just to radiate amplify the outgoing RF signal. Wala pong management na task or management na function or kung anong function ba yan. This is just the role of the Wi-Fi antenna. Yung sa may last mile, ito po yun. Just to radiate and amplify outgoing RF signal or radio frequency signal, listen and pick up incoming radio frequency signal. And also, it has, depende sa brand, merong internal type, merong siyang nakalagay din na external antenna na brand. So, depende po yun sa binili ninyo. Merong nag-question regarding sa ISP. So, usually ngayon, if you're going to subscribe sa Globe or PLDT, mga broadband routers, ganon, mga Wi-Fi, mga fiber to the home na subscription na service. If you want to subscribe, ang advice ko na lang is i-check ninyo kung ano yung dala-dala ng technician, ng installer na router. Kasi mas maganda yung may antena. Sa totoo lang, pangit kasi yung internal yung naka-built-in yung antena nasa loob. Maganda yung shape, pero yung specs naman at saka yung performance naman yung pinagbabasihan natin. So it's better na pag mag-subscribe kayo ng ISP, better na tanungin niyo kagad, manong ISP, meron ba yung antena yung in-applyan ko? So, syempre, yung may antena mas maganda. Kasi merong heating effect yung router kasi umiinit yan kasi babad 24/7 na ginagamit ninyo, walang patayan. So at least hindi rin mainitan yung naka-built-in na internal antenna. At least hiwalay yung antenna. Ganun lang yung may papayo ko na advice po sa inyo. Kung bibili kayo or mag-apply kayo ng fiber to the home na sa ISP. Okay? So again, what is another role? As I mentioned, so ito po yung differences. Kayo na po yung pumili kung anong router ng gusto ninyo. But in my case, I really love Wi-Fi access point na merong antena, Wi-Fi extender na may antena, at saka Wi-Fi router na may antena. May dipole antenna yan, ang tawag dipole antenna. We'll show it to you why. Bakit mas maganda yung may dipole. So, okay? It's because you need to consider also on choosing the right router for your office or for your design. If you're the responsible guy, you need to choose naman. Ito po yung isa sa mga basic parameters sa specifications ng produkto. Ibig sabihin, madali naman itong basahin, nasa kahon ito ng bilili ninyo na device, na equipment. So you need to check first radiation pattern. Kasi doon sa radiation pattern, if you are familiar with the Smith chart, doon mo malalaman yung horizontal at saka vertical polarization at saka yung radiation pattern. How far your coverage will go. How much power does it radiate? At saka gaano kataas yung gain. Kasi kung napili mo is hindi pala higher gain na router, sayang lang. Kasi as I mentioned before, yung mga materials may mga kaakibat yan na losses. So merong estimated na losses, as I mentioned to you, as I showed to you kanina, na mga minus dB, minus this, minus that. So ilang gain na lang ang naiwan sa product o na bilhin ninyo sa tindahan, di ba? So you need to consider, basic pa lang ito, doon sa specs. Makikita po yan sa specs doon sa bilhin ninyo na product. Ganun lang kasimple. Okay, so types of antennas. Ito, omnidirectional. I'm sure yung mga merong negosyo na piso Wi-Fi, alam nila ito sa mga experts dyan. Merong directional, merong omnidirectional. So kayo na pong bahala, pumili. Antenna radiation pattern. This is what I'm talking about. If you add the horizon, if if you will put it in a software program or kahit sa AutoCAD lang, kung marunong ka mag-AutoCAD 3D, maggawa ka lang ng 3D na illustration sa AutoCAD. Horizontal, vertical. So yan po yung radiation pattern and it is shaped as a donut kung merong dipole antenna. Kung merong antenna yung Wi-Fi router mo ngayon sa bahay ninyo. Yan po yung itsura niya. Actually, we cannot see the air signals. We cannot see the radio frequency signals. They are invisible. But because of the tools right nowadays, ito pala yung itsura niya. Yung radiation pattern niya, it's a donut. Okay? So, radiation pattern. If you're talking about radiation pattern, if you know Smith charts, that is one of the subjects in our college days. Alam ko, dadaanan nyo yan. Smith chart, doon nyo ipapakita yung radiation pattern. So, ito po yun. Dipole azimuth chart. So, syempre, ito, nakikita ito sa binibili ninyo na device. Pero hindi siya naka-Smith chart, naka-table lang siya. I will show it to you later kung anong ibig sabihin. So, ito ba ang ibig sabihin nitong dipole azimuth chart. So, you can see, kung ito yung Smith chart from 0 degrees hanggang sa 360 degrees, so it will form a circle. So this is based on the specifications, technical specifications shown doon sa manual ng produkto pag bibili kayo ng ganitong router or access point. Same as the elevation. Yung elevation, ito na po yun yung sinasabi kong vertical polarization. So, pinakita dito na ang pinaka-maximum niya is, this is the certain degree. Ito yung shape niya. Ito yung gain niya. So, nakita niyo yung values. So, ganun lang po yun. So, mas importante, bago kayo bibili ng Wi-Fi router, kung isa sa mga hobby ninyo ang naglalagay ng mga Wi-Fi extender sa bahay ninyo, sa eskwelahan ninyo, or ano pa ba yan, you need to consider also, magbasa-basa din tayo ng specs sa user manual or product guide ng isang produkto na bilhin ninyo. So, ganun lang po yun. Okay? So, again, beam width. So beam width, this is the degree on how the coverage, your signal, radiates. So kung beam width 360, ibig sabihin pabilog siya, di ba? Pabilog siya. Not like kung directional siya, as what I've shown you. Okay. Not like the beam width. So there is a certain degree, depende sa specifications na bilili ninyo, usually sa mga directional antennas po ito. So alam na ito ng mga negosyante ng mga piso Wi-Fi kung nagre-negosyo kayo ng ganito. Dito nyo lang, malalaman nyo kaagad kung ano yung dapat nyong bilhin na directional antenna. Okay? So ganun lang po yun. Antenna gain. So antenna gain, this is an important thing to consider when you are going to choose the right product for your design and for your system. So, ibig sabihin, again pala is just the power radiated by the antenna relative to the power radiated by the reference antenna. So, kaya nga, we need to read the specs sa bilili natin ng product kasi doon natin malalaman sa last mile na side kung ano yung gain niya. Kasi doon pa lang sa cables, let's just say fiber, very konti lang yung merong loss pero konti lang kasi syempre connector loss, you need to consider that one. Kung fiber to the home connector loss, or fiber to the office, merong ganun na scenario. Fiber to the office tapos Wi-Fi router, ganun naman yung trend ngayon. So you need to consider also, merong losses sa fiber sa active na side, merong losses pero konti. Pero still, A loss is a loss. So how can you compensate that loss? Sa mga connector loss, bending loss, loss pa sa cable lengths, okay? So paano natin makompensate? Paano natin mababawi? Doon mo babawiin sa antena. Maghanap ka ng antena na mataas yung gain. I'm sure nowadays maraming mga high gain na antennas, which is one example doon sa Wi-Fi 5, lalo na doon sa Wi-Fi 6, which we will be tackling later. Okay, ganoon na po yun. So gain is expressed in dBi. Ano yung dBi? That is the power measured or the unit expressed in terms of gain. So bakit dBi? Because dBi isotropic. Kasi antena yung pinagbabasehan natin, doon bumubuga yung power. So it is dBi, expressed in dBi. But still, it is related to power. So gaya din doon sa DBD, dahil you are expressing the power emitting or radiating on the dipole antenna. So ito lang po yung isa sa mga equations or formula how to achieve the isotropic gain. Ito po yung antenna. Okay? Let's move on. Voltage standing wave ratio. Okay, itong voltage standing wave ratio, nangyayari din ito sa mobile cellular standard, sa 2G, 3G, 4G, and especially sa 5G. So, because 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G gumagamit ng cables, there are certain instances na nagkakaroon talaga ng voltage standing wave ratio. Kasi merong mga unwanted power na nare-receive din sa receiving end. Meron din ganyan sa Wi-Fi. Bakit? Of course, it is very obvious. We are talking about radio frequency signals. Tapos gumagamit pa tayo ng kable. That is very prevalent both mobile cellular at saka Wi-Fi technology. Kasi gumagamit tayo ng RF signal. Tapos gumagamit tayo ng kable. Ganon. So it is existing pa rin sa Wi-Fi. Okay? So ito yung yung ratio. And also guys, don't forget this one. I-zoom ko lang. Etong ratio na to, lumalabas ito sa product specifications. So you need to check, magbasa-basa din tayo pag meron tayong bibili na tawag nito, Wi-Fi router, project man or personal hobby, lumalabas po ito. Pinapakita po ito sa specs ng produkto. Pag meron kayong makitang 2.1, 11% kagad ang power loss ng product na yon. If you will see 1.5 over 1 versus 1, meron na kaagad 4% power loss ang product. So you cannot deny. Meron na talagang power loss. Calculated na po yun ng produkto. I'm talking about the product, yung antenna, yung router, yung extender, yung mesh antenna. Yun sila. Okay? So, decoding the antenna specs, ito yung sinasabi ko. Ito yung hanapin nyo, sir, madam, sa mga user manual, sa guide. Yun. So, ito yun. Pag meron kayong nakitang ganito sa specs sa bilhin ninyo na product, kahit anong antenna niyan, kagaya nito, 2.1. So, what is the ano na yung calculated na power loss? Ibig sabihin, pag binili mo, dahil meron na siyang voltage standing wave ratio na 2 versus 1, ibig sabihin, automatically, meron na siyang 11% power loss. Hindi mo siya madideny. So, paano mo babawiin? Bawiin mo dito sa gain. Bawiin mo dito sa gain. Maghanap ka ng product which has a higher gain. Doon na lang ang compensation. And of course, sa frequency. If you know the frequency range, alam mo na yung mga channels doon sa frequency range. Okay? So, ganun lang sir. Ganun lang kasimple mag-decode sa specs ng isang product. Ganun. Okay, check it ulit mga guys. So, Question. For a dipole antenna, what is the correct alignment for a floor or ceiling installation? That's the first question. Then the second question is, what is the length of a dipole antenna? So kung nakikinig kayo man ng maigi, madali lang po itong masagutin nyo. Okay? Walang timer, pero I'll give you some time, seconds lang to answer. Okay? I can see, okay, yan yung answer ninyo. Okay. Okay, I'll just wait for a few seconds. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. The answer for the first question is vertically for maximum signal coverage. Kaya nga vertically, kaya ang advice ko, it's my advice ha. I'm not talking about the general advice kasi iba-iba po tayo ng opinion. So it's my advice, personal advice, kunin nyo yung merong antenna talaga. Mas maganda. Okay. Second question, this is the answer. Yun, yung sinabi ko sa graph. Yung sinabi ko sa graph ng equation ng wavelength. So for a dipole antenna, half wavelength for the basic. So this is the length for the 2.4 6 cm and for the 5 it's 2.75. Kasi half wavelength, you just need to divide it by 2. So yun. Okay. Moving on. Okay, sir, ano ba itong channel reuse? Actually, itong channel reuse, why did I include it here in the topic? Kasi ganitong klaseng technique or method, ginagamit din namin ito if we are going to have a network planning and design dun sa mobile network sa 2G, 3G, and 4G. We call it sometimes frequency dimensioning, network, kasama under yon sa network planning. So, halos similar in nature, pero different approach at saka technology lang. So, as I told you, ito yung gawin yung format. But before you do this one, you need to monitor first kung ano yung mga existing na channels at saka existing na mga access points or Wi-Fi routers na nauna sa inyo. So that yun yung magiging starting ninyo kung paano kayo mag-design. So ito, in this illustration, walang interference, merong overlapping pero walang interference. So kung ganito yung design ninyo sa isang floor, tapos naka-set yung wireless LAN controller ninyo na iisang password lang, ibig sabihin, mag-login kayo ng iisang password sa lahat ng mga routers or mesh antennas or access points. So you see, kung ganun yung pagka-design niyo, ang ganda. Hindi na ibig sabihin na dito sa channel 1, dito sa dulo, iba yung username pero iba yung password. Tapos lumipat ka sa ibang area sa office ninyo, nawala ka doon, naputol ka, mag-login ka na naman. No, that's the traditional way. This is the modern way right now. Isang password for all those connected Wi-Fi access points and you just need a controller. Ganun lang. Okay guys, so yes. Wi-Fi analyzer is the important thing. Why do we use this one? Because this is a Wi-Fi device or a tool which is a software application. This will help you on determining and it can tell you what are the wireless networks around you so that it can help you optimize your Wi-Fi sa best performance. Kasi if we are doing the best practice sa ating trabaho, if you're a practitioner, syempre you need to do the best, you need to attain or yung goal mo is yung best performance talaga. So of course, there are many tools. Ito po yun. So sa tools, merong mga parameters, pero ito lang yung dapat mong tandaan na mga parameters pag gumagamit na kayo ng analyzer. So isa na dyan yung mga channels, bands present in the network, I mean in the airspace, anong security yung ginagamit nung neighboring access points, this and that. So yun. So ito yung illustration, ito yung example. If you know such tool, or kung gumamit kayo ng mga free tools sa Google Play or sa iTunes store sa Mac, sa Apple. So ito yung magandang pang-analyze din. So courtesy of Cisco, ito yun, dito mo malalaman lahat ng parameters present. So hindi nagde-design ka pa lang, hindi ka gumastos basta-basta. Nakasave ka pa, nagkaroon ka pa ng knowledge, at saka na-anticipate mo pa prior sa pagbili mo, pag-deploy mo ng system. So wala kang nakaligtaan na procedure on the basic planning and design. So you see, you anticipated the problem, so you can generate a solution because you did the proper way. So yun po. Okay? So in the market, merong mga majority sa atin Android users tayo. So merong mga freeware, mga free softwares for short, freeware sa market. You can download NetSpot, Wi-Fi Analyzer, OpenSignal, Network Signal Info, Wi-Fi Monitor, or ScanFi. Yun po yung mga nakikita ko sa web na top 6 or top 5. So free po yan. Okay? So again, why would we talk again sa 2.4 GHz channel reuse sa high density places? Yes. Okay? So mamaya after we talk about channel reuse in high density places, I will show you one video on why it is important to do this method for both bands in designing on a high density place or designing a high density network. Okay? I will not be reading this more. A video will show what these slides mean. So as I told you, lang po yun. The important thing is that we need to use, number one, we need to use the proper channels. Dapat mag-design ka, walang overlapping. Dapat maggamit ka ng channel. Kung ikaw yung last na gumamit, you need to analyze first. You need to use the tools because maybe other existing offices are already utilizing this one. So you need to, check ka nga. Okay, so this is one important criteria for designing if you are the responsible guy. Okay, key design criteria muna tayo. For smaller cells, more radius, more bandwidth. So that's an important thing. Consider. Not just, hindi lang yung magaling ka mag-configure. Paano ka mag-configure if you don't know what is going to happen or what is happening existing right now dyan sa office ninyo. So you need to consider that one also. So make the cell small para naka-contain lang doon sa floor ninyo, walang lumalabas, or sila din yung neighbor ninyo, yung ibang opisina, hindi din lalabas galing sa kanila papunta sa inyo, vice versa. Ganun lang yun eh. Ganun lang yun. So transmit power to control the cell size. So doon po yun sa inyong wireless controller. Cell size and minimum mandatory data rates. Yes, this is more about management. Of course, nowadays, meron po akong na-research na applications or yung mga naging tradisyon ng ibang first world countries naglalagay sila ng mga internal antennas sa ilalim ng lamesa or yung upuan. So just imagine, napaka-advanced na nila. Tayo, access points pa lang sa kanila, meron na silang nilagay sa under seat or under table na mga internal antenna models because they already anticipated and they put a future growth lalo na pag yung setup mo or yung scenario mo is sabihin natin library, malaking library. For example, isang malaking library sa UP, isang building puro library. Time will come that mapupuno yan ng tao. So just to share you guys, yung tao is also a form of attenuation. Blockage din sila. Okay? So pero minimal. It's just a bare minimum. So ito yung ginawa pala ng mga first world countries. So grabe na sila ka-advance. They put internal antennas under the seat and under the table. So grabe sila ka-advance. You can do that one if dito sa Philippines ay meron nang nagbebenta ng ganyan na product. So pwede niyong gawin yan na approach on your design, on your system. So of course, antenna selection, as I mentioned to you, choose the best antenna as per your requirement. So basahin niyo yung sinabi ko na specifications, yung specs ng antenna. Okay? Kasama na dyan yung gain, yung beam width, and yung front to back ratio. Lahat ng antennas, meron yang front lobe at saka back lobe. So merong ratio. Okay? So you need to take note for that one as well. Okay. So other than the criteria, I will not be mentioning more kasi generalize ko na. So I'll be skipping a lot of slides and I will show you the video right now so that you will appreciate what is mesh network, what is a Wi-Fi extender, and what is the difference of a Wi-Fi router and a wireless access point. So eto po yun. I will show you a video. What are those things? What are those? Ano yung differences nila? Baka isipin niyo na parehas lang yan. Yes, in nature they are the same, but in the performance point of view, magkaiba po yan. Okay? I will share a video. Sit back and relax po.
Hello everyone. In this video, we're going to talk about the difference between a wireless access point and a Wi-Fi router. Now, a lot of people think that these two devices are the same thing, but even though they do look similar and they do similar things, they are in fact different. So let's first talk about a Wi-Fi router. Now, almost everyone who has an internet connection in their home would have a Wi-Fi router, whether that Wi-Fi router is a separate device or if it's built into their modem. A Wi-Fi router is what allows multiple wired and wireless devices to join together in a local area network. It'll broadcast a Wi-Fi signal so that wireless devices can connect to it, and it'll also have a built-in switch with several network ports so that wired devices can connect to it using Ethernet cables. And then that Wi-Fi router will directly connect to a modem to give those devices internet access. Wi-Fi routers are mainly used in homes and small offices. So here we have a typical home where a couple of desktops are connected to the Wi-Fi router's built-in switch using cables, and we also have laptops and tablets that are connected wirelessly to the router. So now let's talk about a wireless access point. A wireless AP relays data between a wired network and wireless devices. It's basically a wireless hub that's used by wireless devices to connect to an existing wired network. A wireless AP connects directly to an organization's router, where the router is then connected directly to a modem, which gives the wireless devices access to the internet. Now, wireless access points are primarily used by medium to large organizations, and typically an organization will have multiple access points to make sure it covers the entire building. So for example, here we have a medium-sized office, and this office has desktop computers, laptops, and tablets. So the desktop computers will connect to the organization's router using Ethernet cables. But in order for the wireless laptops and tablets to connect to the network, this office is going to use wireless access points. So the access points are going to be placed in strategic places, and each of them will connect to the router using an Ethernet cable. Then once that is done, they will all broadcast a Wi-Fi signal so that the laptops and tablets can connect wirelessly and join this network. So now all the desktop computers and wireless devices are joined together in one network. And that one network is managed by one single router. And because wireless access points are managed by a single router, that is one of the main reasons why larger organizations use wireless access points instead of Wi-Fi routers. Now, in reality, this office here can use Wi-Fi routers instead of wireless APs, and it would work just fine. But the problem with using Wi-Fi routers instead of wireless APs is manageability. If the network administrator wanted to manage this network and make certain changes, he would have to log into each Wi-Fi router to make that change. And that could be a hassle and time-consuming, especially if there were a lot of Wi-Fi routers. But if this office was using wireless access points instead, then all the management and all the changes in the configuration would be done by this single router, which makes managing a network a lot easier. So all the wireless devices can be treated as a single subnet instead of being treated as multiple subnets if Wi-Fi routers were used. Another difference between these is how devices are able to connect to them. Wireless access points are strictly for wireless devices to connect to, whereas Wi-Fi routers are able to accept connections from both wireless devices and wired devices. Because in addition to having a Wi-Fi antenna, Wi-Fi routers will also have a built-in switch to accept Ethernet cable connections. Another difference is a firewall. Wireless access points don't have a firewall, while Wi-Fi routers will have a firewall. Wi-Fi routers will also have a built-in DHCP service. A DHCP service is what automatically assigns IP addresses to devices that are connected to it. So when devices connect to a Wi-Fi router, its built-in DHCP service will directly assign those devices an IP address. But since wireless APs don't have a DHCP service, the devices that are connected to it will get its IP address from the organization's router. So once a device connects to the wireless AP, the router will send the IP through the wireless access point and then to the device. And another difference is that Wi-Fi routers will have a WAN port or Internet port. A WAN or Internet port is where you would plug in a network cable coming in from your modem. And this is what gives your Wi-Fi router an Internet connection so it can pass it on to other devices. Whereas a wireless access point doesn't have a WAN or Internet port. So it cannot directly connect to a modem. It has to connect directly to a router instead. And then the router is what connects to a modem. And on a final note, wireless access points are often used to further extend a network's existing wireless signal. So for example, if this home needed to extend its Wi-Fi signal further into this home, you can attach a wireless access point using a network cable to the Wi-Fi router so that distant devices can connect to the Wi-Fi signal.
So yes, yun po yung explanation why a WAP or wireless access point is different from a Wi-Fi router. Physically, almost parang parehas daw, but they have their different functions. Ika nga. So there's another video that I will show you so that you will know what are these devices that we are going to use or commonly used nowadays if you're going to deploy such Wi-Fi system or mga high density na networks, high density Wi-Fi networks. Okay? So ito.
What is a Wi-Fi extender? So that is the subject of this video. Now, a Wi-Fi extender, as the name suggests, is what extends the range of a wireless signal from a Wi-Fi router. It acts like a bridge between a Wi-Fi router and a Wi-Fi device that is outside the range of a Wi-Fi router's signal. The Wi-Fi extender first connects to an existing Wi-Fi network, and then once it's connected, it then acts like a wireless access point for Wi-Fi devices to connect to. So as an example, most people who have internet service in their home will most likely have a Wi-Fi router that will broadcast a wireless signal all throughout their home so that their wireless devices can have internet access. But sometimes there might be issues where the wireless signal is not strong enough to cover the entire house. So for example, in this home, the Wi-Fi router is in the living room. Now if you have a wireless laptop that's connected to the router's Wi-Fi in the same room as the Wi-Fi router, the signal is obviously going to be very strong since it's close to the router. But as you move further away from the router, the wireless signal will not be as strong. So in this room up here, and as you can see by the signal bars, the signal is weaker, but you will still be connected and still have internet access. And also in the kitchen, it's the same result. The signal is not as strong, but you can still access the internet. So reaching the wireless signal in these two areas are not necessarily a problem. However, if you were to try to access the wireless signal from the furthest distance in the house, like up here in the bedroom, the wireless signal is going to be very weak, or the signal may not reach at all. And the main reason for this is obviously the distance, because as you get further away from the Wi-Fi router, the signal weakens. And another reason is the building structure, because as a wireless signal broadcasts, the signal gets weakened as it goes through walls and through floors in a building. Now, one way to solve this problem could be to reposition the Wi-Fi router to a different location in the house, such as moving it closer to the center. But this could be an issue, especially if you have wired devices that are connected to the router, or if you have a connected modem that can't be moved and needs to stay in its original location. But there is another way to solve this, and this is by using a Wi-Fi extender. The Wi-Fi extender will connect to the wireless signal and extend the distance of the wireless signal so it can reach further distances. So the best place to put the Wi-Fi extender would be somewhere in the middle of this home. So in this case, we're just going to put it here in the kitchen. And by placing it here, the Wi-Fi extender is still close enough to receive a strong signal from the router, and it can still send a strong signal up here to the bedroom. So now the Wi-Fi extender will connect wirelessly to the Wi-Fi router's signal, and then once it's connected, it will broadcast its own wireless signal all throughout this home. Now keep in mind, the Wi-Fi extender is not strengthening or amplifying the router's signal. It's actually broadcasting its own signal, but it's getting its internet access from the router. So for example, this router broadcasts a wireless signal with a name that's customizable. And this name is called the SSID, or Service Set Identifier. So let's say that the owner called the wireless signal Home, H-O-M-E. This name is how you identify which wireless signal that you want to connect to. And the Wi-Fi extender is also going to broadcast a signal with its own SSID, or name. Now, a lot of times when you're hooking up a Wi-Fi extender, the extender's setup assistant may name itself as the same SSID as the router's, but with a name added at the end. So for example, as I said before, the router's SSID is called Home, and then once the extender is configured and hooked up to the router, it may call itself Home EXT. So now if we open up the laptop up here in the bedroom and then scan for wireless networks in the area, we'll see the router's Wi-Fi signal called home and the Wi-Fi extender signal called home EXT. And as you can see, the router's Wi-Fi signal is very weak, but the Wi-Fi extender signal is very strong. So this laptop will now connect to the Wi-Fi extender signal, and then once it's connected, it's able to access the internet. So now any device that connects to the Wi-Fi extender signal will be able to access the internet. If you want to know,
So that's the very in-depth explanation with regards to the Wi-Fi extender. So I will show you one more, and this is the trend also nowadays. If merong ISP po na nag-offer ng Wi-Fi service, so nagde-deploy din sila ng mesh network. So I will show you one video, and this is the in-depth detail on mesh networks.
what is mesh Wi-Fi? So that is the topic of this video. Now, a lot of us use wireless internet in our homes. And the reason we use wireless internet is because we want the freedom of accessing the internet from anywhere in our home. Whether it's in the kitchen, bedroom, or living room, Wi-Fi gives us the ability and freedom to do just that from all of our devices. However, sometimes the Wi-Fi signal can be a little spotty. For example, there might be areas in your home where the Wi-Fi signal is weak or it may be totally dead. Therefore, you're going to have slow internet speeds, or you may not even have internet access at all. And this creates a lot of frustration. Now, this could be caused for several reasons. For example, it could be the construction of the building that's interfering with the signal, or it could be the placement of the Wi-Fi router in the home. For example, if the Wi-Fi router is down here in the living room, you might have a weak signal or no signal up here in the bedroom, because the further you get from the Wi-Fi router, the weaker the signal will be. So to remedy this problem, a lot of times people would buy a Wi-Fi extender to extend the Wi-Fi signal. Now, even though Wi-Fi extenders do work, the problem is that Wi-Fi extenders create their own Wi-Fi network with their own separate SSID. So you would have to connect to the Wi-Fi router or the Wi-Fi extenders network depending on where you are in the home. So if you're closer to the router, then you would connect to the router. Or if you're closer to the extender, then you would connect to the extender. So this can be a little extra work. Or another solution could be is to place the Wi-Fi router to a different location in the home. But this can also be an issue if the modem has to be in a certain place in your home because of cabling issues. But even if you were to place the Wi-Fi router to a better spot, the signal still may not be strong enough to cover the entire home. But there is a better solution for this, and this is by using a mesh Wi-Fi system. Mesh Wi-Fi is the latest technology to solve the issue of weak or dead spot issues with Wi-Fi. A mesh Wi-Fi system is a group of routers or Wi-Fi points that are placed in different locations inside a home, and it provides a blanket of Wi-Fi coverage all throughout the home. So it does a pretty good job of eliminating weak Wi-Fi signals or dead spots in the home. A great feature of mesh Wi-Fi systems is that the Wi-Fi points communicate with each other wirelessly to create one large Wi-Fi network, so there's no cables involved when the Wi-Fi points are communicating with each other, which makes the placement of the Wi-Fi points that much easier. So for example, if you wanted to set up a mesh Wi-Fi system in your home, normally you would have a modem that brings the internet into your home, and then you would attach one of the mesh Wi-Fi points to the modem using an Ethernet cable. And then you would place the other Wi-Fi points in different locations all throughout your home. Then once this is done, the Wi-Fi points will all talk to each other to create a seamless internet connection that covers your entire home for all your wireless devices to connect to. Now, this system creates one large Wi-Fi network. So it's not like each Wi-Fi point is creating their own Wi-Fi network with its own SSID like an extender would. It's all one network with a single SSID. So if you have a wireless laptop that's connected to your mesh Wi-Fi, you can move from room to room seamlessly. Because as you move to different areas in your home, your laptop will always connect to the nearest Wi-Fi point. It will seamlessly disconnect from a Wi-Fi point and then reconnect to another one. So it eliminates any hassle of you manually connecting to different Wi-Fi points. So if you're interested,
Okay, so that's the explanation why there are differences on such devices on the market na meron palang mas better. Okay, there is a better way for that one. So, okay, I will not be mentioning more on the criteria. That is the general part of the criteria, which is, remember these points on making a such design or deploying such design. So, ito po yun yung mga dapat yung tandaan at saka pwede nyong i-apply on your design if you're going to be the responsible guy doing the design. Not just survey, also the design, and also by designing, you are using industry standard na mga tools. So I will be skipping some slides and I will be showing one slide. Ito yung pinaka-importante, mas technical to. So part of the design criteria, you need to consider this one. So it doesn't mean na you are on the farther part of the signal or yung range. You will still attain the speed that you want. For example, bumili ka ng product, sabi niya 54 Mbps daw. Pero it's not uniformly distributed ang 54. Once you go farther, the data rate will also go lower. So that is one reason na bakit hindi ko ma-attain yung sinasabi na product na 54. By the way guys, if you're talking about na ito 54 Mbps daw, itong isang product, yan po yung initial connection speed. Unang click mo, unang connect mo sa ganitong klaseng produkto, 54 yan. But we are talking about throughput, yung real throughput speed. So yung 54, biglang bababa yan kasi baka lumayo ka or baka humina yung ISP, maraming factors. But this is the one criteria you need to consider. Hindi all the time across the floor 54. So this is very basic naman eh. Very basic naman. Madali naman itong maintindihan kahit na sa mga non-technical people listening right now. So, okay, as per the illustration shows, the farther you go, the lower the data rate on the physical layer you will attain. Tapos may kasamang noise yan kasi we are using radio frequency signals. So of course, merong mga interferences, ganun. So, yun. Kung mag-uumpisa tayo sa 54 Mbps, you have a better access point sensitivity. It means that you have a good signal kasi you are in front or you are under the antenna, for example. So yung signal to noise ratio as per this calculation on the table, you have an SNR of 19. It's a fixed value. Okay? So yung sensitivity niya in dB is -77. So that's a good signal. This is just an illustration. It's an example. So yung speed niya 54. As you go farther, bumababa yan. It's not, hindi siya nagde-degrade. Bumaba lang. Kasi syempre, lumayo ka eh. Ganun naman talaga ang basic ng Wi-Fi eh. Kahit nga yung LTE na cell site, pag malayo ka, hindi mo naman masasabing LTE yung speed. LTE nga, you are connected on the LTE, but you are, shall we say, you are, how do you call this one? Your service is not already LTE kasi malayo ka na eh. Okay, so ganun lang yung simple explanation why we consider this one and why you need to understand na bakit humihina pag lumalayo ka. Ganun lang. Okay? So I'll be skipping other slides kasi yung mga important things ang pinipili ko right now because we're running out of time. Meron pang marami akong videos at saka meron pang 5G at saka Wi-Fi 6 generation. Okay. And this one you need to consider also this one. What is this? Okay. This is the antenna elevation and the polarization. You need to consider this one. If you're the designer, you need to consider the polarization and the antenna plane or yung antenna elevation. For example, alam natin na ang 5 GHz mataas yung frequency. So kung babalik tayo sa formula, mataas ang frequency, the shorter the range. So how can you paano mo babawiin yung coverage ng 5 GHz? So you just need to elevate konti. You need to elevate konti pag nasa classroom. So medyo elevate mo or ilapit mo. Ganun lang yun, kasimple. If you're going to design, properly design, ika nga. So, wala po kayong dapat ikabahala. Diskarte lang talaga ito. May halong diskarte yung pagdi-design. At saka, hindi lang common sense, but yung logic behind the product para mas lalo yung maintindihan. Okay, guys? So, ganun lang. Okay? I'll be skipping again. Doon na tayo sa mga important parts. Okay. Of course, if merong network, merong topology yan na kaakibat. So, bisado naman ninyo ito sa very simple. If you are managing a network na hybrid, merong halong wired at saka wireless. So, syempre, you need to look back also. You need to review ano ba yung magandang network topology na isa-set up ninyo if you're the responsible guy. So this is for fixed network and for wireless network, syempre. Wireless network, point to point. Sigurado ko, alam na alam nyo ito. Kasi point to point and point to multi-point, this is applicable if you are going to design a campus network. Yun. Meron ng outdoor, merong indoor. Meron ng halong wired, meron ng wireless. Sa wired naman, fiber. Tapos, UTP Cat6 na cable. So, ganun. So I will show you also anong tool mamaya on how to properly design. So, just sit back and relax. And again, I'll be skipping a lot para doon na tayo sa 6th generation ng Wi-Fi. Okay. Now, we will be going to the controller. Ano ba yung function nitong controller? I'm sure the listeners right now, yung mga participants natin on the YouTube IECEP National Channel, I know maraming mga experts dyan. But we'll just talk very short kung ano yung function ng wireless ng controller. As I mentioned, pag mesh networks na at saka high density Wi-Fi networks, you need to control, manage your network. So this is the product. This is courtesy of Cisco. So Catalyst, you can search this one on the web. Makita mo yung kompletong detalye kung ano talaga yung GUI niya, I mean, ano yung software na kasama, yung firmware, ano yung software platform, yung graphical user interface niya. Doon mo makikita lahat. Paano ka mag-filter, mag-manage ng bandwidth, mag-allocate. This is almost similar sa MikroTik naman. Iba yung MikroTik na products nila, but simply saying, parehas lang yan sila. Nakakaiba lang ng terminology, but the function still remains. This is to manage your network. Ganun lang kasimple. Okay? So, ito. Courtesy of Cisco. Itong brand na to, it can manage 2,000 access points, courtesy of Cisco Catalyst, up to 32,000, sorry, clients. Ibig sabihin, halo na yan. Wireless I'm talking about wireless. Halo na yan na wireless devices. Laptops, laptops, smart devices, lahat na yan. Mas lalo na pag dumating na si IoT, kayang-kaya nitong Cisco mag-cater if we are already right now, for example, sa Internet of Things. Tapos yung speed niya, hindi po ito transfer speed. Ito po yung general na speed niya, performance niya, 40 gigabits per second. Okay, so yun. Okay, I'll be skipping right now. We will go now to the very important things. Yung criteria at saka yung principles, key principles before you are going to design Wi-Fi networks. Okay? You need to, of course, leverage the 5 GHz. So dahil walang overlapping channel, so it's better to use 5 GHz band for capacity purposes. Pero ang disadvantage nito, shorter ang range. So if it's shorter, babalik na naman tayo dun sa formula ng wavelength, shorter yung distance. So what will you do as a designer, as a electronics engineer? Damihan mo lang ng 5 GHz. Because why? It will not interfere 2.4. Malayo yung isa't isa nila. 2.4 malayo, 5 GHz malayo. So mag-configure ka, maglagay ka ng mga strategic locations ng 5 GHz only for the purpose of capacity. Magagamit talaga yan sa mga high density areas. Tapos channels, frequency channel, saka yung bandwidth, nandun na yun sa wireless LAN controller. What's important is that wala itong overlapping, walang interferences. Kung meron, konti lang. Tapos, ano siya? You are maximizing its capacity for capacity reasons. Yun lang yun, ang pinaka-importante. Pag mag-design ka ng mga kagaya ng malls, 5 GHz. So, mas maganda yun. Wala pang interference kagaya ng 2.4. Yung 2.4 pang ano lang yan, pang home use na lang yan. Ika nga. Okay. So, of course, Of course, for the key design, you need to consider also the site survey. It must be predictive. At the same time, you need to know saan yung active, saan yung passive, so that you can differentiate your pre-deployment strategy at saka yung post-deployment result. At saka sabi ko sa inyo noon na kanina, because there is a controller, nandun na lahat yung functionalities, cell sizing, just to maximize the signal to noise ratio, dapat hindi tataas yan, maintaining the clients, monitoring, kasi hindi lahat bibigyan mo ng high data rate, hindi mo dapat lahat ng areas lalagyan mo ng mabilis na internet, you are the responsible guy, okay? So of course, also you need to monitor to have a minimal CCI and ACI, and also you can do tailor fitting na policy if we're talking about the the software tool ng Cisco. For example, let's just say Cisco Meraki. Yun, isa na yun. Kasi yun yung ginagamit na software platform ng DICT. Yes, Cisco Meraki. Yes, sir. Yes. Sir Arnel Grospe. Yes, yes. Cisco Meraki is the best. Mahal siya pero lahat ng mga parameters or metrics na kailangan ng isang network operation center, for example, or yung IT room, nandun yung mga nagko-control, Cisco is the best talaga. I can advise it. Cisco Meraki. Okay. So again, other principles that you need to consider, designing around the facility characteristics. So merong ibang locations kasi na hindi opisina. Merong, let's just say you're working sa LBC company, sa DHL or sa UPS na company, logistics na warehouse. So you need to consider also the placement, what type of antenna to be deployed, because minsan madalas open area to, pero minsan meron ding times na hindi open area yung warehouse, yung logistics warehouse, kasi meron nang naka-istaka, meron nang naka-file. Maraming boxes, ilang layers yung boxes na nakapatong. So it will create an obstacle. So yun, you need to, as a designer, as an electronics engineer, you need to consider that one. What are the appropriate antennas that should be used? Okay? Not just the capacity. Capacity, alam mo na it's more about the shall we say, it's more on the control and management using such product like Cisco. Okay? So we need to go to Wi-Fi 6 na. Konti na yung oras. Okay. And also another principle that you need to consider is the bandwidth management. I already told you that one. The farther you go, the lower the rate that you will receive. There's no doubt about it. Talagang natural na yan. Kasi wireless tayo. Hindi naman tayo wired eh. Okay? So, again, you need to consider the performance features of your product. So, dapat kabisado mo, pag-aralan mo yung produkto na ni-recommend mo ng company ninyo, kasi syempre ikaw naman yung magmamanage yan. What if there's a coworker na magaling, kasing galing mo, tapos sabi niya, sir, baka pwede mong i-enable itong feature, tapos hindi mo alam. So syempre kawawa ka naman. So you need to study also while you are controlling and managing this system. You need to also to enhance further, you need to study. Ang ibig sabihin ng study, kumbaga kakapain mo yung nasa harap mo. Yun. So of course, you need to balance the load. Sino yung load natin? Yung clients. So as the slide shows, yun po yung ibig sabihin, to simply say. At saka, by the way, maliban pala dyan, ito yung pinaka-importante. Airtime fairness and client service level agreement. Minsan, dito tayo nagkakaroon ng debate. Kung ikaw yung electronics engineer na responsible sa IT ninyo, sa opisina ninyo, minsan merong makulit na office personnel or kaopisina mo. Sabi niya, doon sa kabila mabilis, bakit sa akin mabagal? Siyempre, meron ka ng target na kasama sa trabaho mo, kasama sa job description mo, na sabi ng management dito na area dapat mabagal. Of course, you need to apply the airtime fairness policy at saka yung service level agreement kung contractor ka ng isang mga Wi-Fi projects. Dito minsan nagkakaroon ng problema kasi dahil sabi nila unfair ka naman dahil doon mabilis ang internet, dito sa akin mabagal. So this one, you need to be careful this one. Pero in my experience, lang ito kumbaga parang kausapin nyo na lang yung tao, bakit ganon. Sabihin nyo na lang na ito yung ito yung sabi ng boss ko. Oh, yung boss ko, hindi boss mo. So, gano'n na lang para makaiwas sa ganitong issue. Pero kung kaya mo namang i-balance yung bandwidth, so mas maganda. Yun. So now I need to show you what tools for designing such network. I'm talking about network, yung mga high density networks, yung gagawa ka ng design sa isang project ng pinag-usapan natin. So here on the illustration, ito yung mga industry standards nowadays na pwede nyong gamitin if you are a practicing electronics engineer engaged in Wi-Fi projects. Okay, so ito. Isa na yan, IBwave. It is a software tool to simulate and to predict after you finish your design. Parang planner din siya eh. Of course, speed test, you need to use this one. Ito ang pinaka ano natin, kumbaga common na ginagamit natin pag we need to test. Measurement tool po ito. And it is free, downloadable. Speedtest.net. Yun na. Pwede ka na mag-download sa Google Play Store at saka sa laptop ninyo. At saka sa cellphone ninyo. Okay, and also Google Earth. Because there are other industry standard tools na pwede niyang i-transfer yung design mo papunta sa Google Earth kung meron kang outdoor na mesh network. Makikita sa labas, ito yung Google Earth ng university, halimbawa UP Los Baños. Maraming kahoy diyan, ang lalayo pa ng mga building. So doon pa lang presentable yung design mo. Makikita kaagad ng customer ninyo, si UP Los Baños, na ang ganda nung network niya. Merong point to point, merong point to multi-point, merong access point dito, may mesh network dito. Presentable because you exported it to Google Earth. As long as your tool, yung tool na ginagamit mo, ay pwedeng mag-export papunta sa Google Earth for presentation purposes. Ganon. So, Cambium Networks, pwede. Meron din silang mga software. Patlos, Ubiquity, Cirrus Networks, Easy Wi-Fi Planner, at saka si Map Info, pwede. Okay, so, tools for designing. For me, as per experience, ang ginamit ko noon when I was abroad, ang ginagamit ko IBwave. So IBwave, it is a streamlined Wi-Fi network planning and design tool. So, yan po si IBwave. I'm sure familiar na kayo kay IBwave. Meron ding IBwave mobile. So that if you are the test engineer, ite-test mo na yung Wi-Fi, itong planner pwede. It can do the survey checks, it can do bandwidth checks, and all of those parameters needed sa design mo para i-present mo sa hard copy sa design mo to your clients na pasado lahat yung mga checks or mga validation checks at saka yung mga tests na ginawa nyo. You're the electronics engineer guy responsible. So okay, again, Wi-Fi. There is also a software tool. Sa office naman ito, if you're the designer, meron ding siyang kaakibat. If merong tablet, meron din sa desktop. Okay. So, of course, merong viewer. You can give the software to your client para ma-view niya yung design. And also, the target locations, kung if ikaw yung designer, you can cater hospitals, enterprise buildings, transportation, lalo na ngayon, marami ng ano tawag nito? Malaki na yung progress at saka development na ginawa si Department of Transportation. May mga subway na tayo in the future. So pwede mo i-apply dito yung Wi-Fi network sa subterranean subways, railways, existing railways, sa LRT, MRT, gano'n. So also large venues like coliseums. Meron naman siguro tayong coliseums diyan sa Maynila na eh. You can apply it also there. Also, deployment process. IBwave also has their own deployment process. Ibig sabihin, parang guide lang on how to properly survey and design if you are going to use their software tool or even other software tools. Ito yung proper workflow or process flow, ika nga. Survey, so client and site info, gather that one, design, planning and design, installation commissioning, alam mo na, and maintenance upgrades. Ito ang pinakamaganda, maintenance upgrades. If your company you are working with right now has many projects tapos magaling kayo, sigurado, ibibigay sa inyo ng client ninyo yung maintenance na contract. So maganda yan para sa ating want to be electronics engineers students at saka yung mga practicing electronics engineers natin na engage in Wi-Fi network. So maganda ito. Maraming trabaho. Okay? So tools, okay? One tool is patlos. Ano ba itong patlos? Alam ko medyo hindi familiar sa inyo. Actually itong patlos, ginagamit ito sa mobile cellular standard. But pwede din itong gumamit, I'm not sure right now kung nag-upgrade na sila, pwede din gumamit ng point-to-point at saka point-to-multi-point na antennas. Pero ang masasuggest ko, it's better to use cadmium at saka yung Ubiquiti kasi meron silang sariling tool eh. Tapos naka web-based pa sa internet lang, just type Ubiquiti like link.ui, pwede ka na mag-create ng sarili mong point-to-point na design. Pero wala kang software na nilagay sa computer mo. Ito kasi license. Okay? So, as what I said, ito yung itsura ng patlos 5, version 5. May mga free space loss, atmospheric absorption loss kasi wireless tayo eh. How far your signal is propagating, traversing in the free space, merong losses yan. Hindi pa nangyayari yung ulan, init, reflection, scattering, refraction, diffraction, knife edge, at saka marami pa ibang values. Ganun. So, ito yung 3D view ng patlos. Green, ibig sabihin flat area. Yung merong yellow at saka brown, may mga bundok na yan. So at least ma-anticipate ko na dito ka maglalagay kasi para makaiwas ka sa mga obstruction, lalo na yung mga bundok at saka mga hills. We're talking about patlos. So dito naman, ito mas maganda. I advise you to use this one lang, lalo na pag Wi-Fi kasi meron na silang sariling GUI, meron na din silang tool to make planning, kumbaga, network plan. Okay? So ito yung itsura ng Airlink ng Ubiquiti. City to city, ilang kilometers, kaya yan. Tapos meron silang parang print out ng design mo. So meron na siyang patlos. So makikita mo yung hub. Makikita mo yung profile niya, yung path profile, ika nga. And you will see how the strength of the signal, if we're talking about transmission, makikita mo. So yun, makikita sa Ubiquiti network. Si Cambium, meron din silang sariling software tool. So ganito yung itsura nun. Halos magkaparehas, pero ang kagandahan nitong Cambium, mas detailed. Makita mo yung path profile, makikita mo din yung top view. Yun, no? So yun. Isa yan sa mga samples. And of course, we need to consider also yung 7 factors when designing Wi-Fi networks. Ito na yung general. Ito na yung general na i-consider mo factors. parang advices. Ito. General na ito na factors. If you're going to design, generalized, ika nga. You need to consider yung access point placement, coverage control, dominant use cases. You need to also make a research ng mga case study, yung mga successful na case study na ginawa ng mga ibang tao, mga successful na cases. So you need to also search that one before you are going to apply your own project. Oo. Mag-research ka din kasi baka meron kang nakalimutan pero doon mo natuto dahil nag-research ka, nagtingin ka sa kanilang design, mga successful case study ng ibang nationality or sa foreign or abroad kasi mas advanced talaga sila. There's no doubt about it. Okay, vertical markets. Okay, you need to also be familiar with vertical markets. What are these vertical markets? Yung mga buildings, skyscrapers, I'm sure ito yung trend dyan sa inyo sa may NCR region, sa Metro Manila, metropolis area, vertical na po yung market ngayon. Maganda itong WiFi. Okay? Ang pagdidesign, naka-vertical, hindi siya horizontal. Horizontal pang campus yan at saka pang malls. Ito yung trend ngayon, karamihan, pag practitioner ka. Yan, marami kang makukuha ang trabaho dyan na project sa metro areas. Okay, interference management, high-tech na kasi ngayon. Just consider all the factors that I mentioned before. Take my advices. At saka yung iba, yung controller na magmamanage. It's up to you. Bale, because it's all about you. You're the designer. You're the electronics guy doing IT stuff. So it's all about you talaga. You need to consider these key factors on designing. Next is the band steering. Okay. Ito yung sinasabi ko, ano ba yung i-deploy mo? 2.4 or 5 gigahertz? Or in the future, Wi-Fi 6. Ano ba yung i-deploy mo? Kasi hindi naman lahat ng areas puro 5 eh. Kasi puro 5 gigahertz ay i-deploy mo, ang mangyayari, marami kang antennas bibilhin. It will also affect, it will also directly proportional yung magiging mangyayari. Gagastos yung company mo. Puro 5 gigahertz ba? Diba? So, why not i-mix mo? As long as you know the principles, yung mga sinabi ko kanina, you will avoid or you will minimize or you will mitigate kahit paano, magiging konti na lang yung interference if you know one of these key factors. Next is capacity planning. Actually, right now, capacity planning, wala nang problema eh. Sabihin mo lang kung lumalaki na yung network mo, para na siyang enterprise ang dating ng network na ginawa mo. So, mas madali na yan eh. Kumbaga, maghingi ka lang ng support sa higher management niyo. Sir, mag-upgrade na tayo sa PLDT. Yung 200 Mbps natin, mag-upgrade na tayo. O ano yung suggestion mo? Mag-upgrade na tayo ng iGate kasi mas mataas yung bandwidth. Isang din 'yon. Isang technique din 'yon. Pero capacity planning, merong side sa ISP mga galing na diskarte. Meron ding diskarte papunta sa mga end users. Yun yung ibig sabihin kanina na choose the right product kung hanggang saan yung pwedeng clients na kaya. Choose the right product. Ikaw ang bahala. Okay, so now we are on the Wi-Fi 6 right now. So ito na po yung start ng Wi-Fi 6. Wi-Fi 6, as per mentioned before, yung variant is AX. Ito po yun. So, connected everywhere. Kung meron si 4G, meron si CBRS, meron si private LTE expansion to wireless, ibig sabihin, halos halos parehas na ng speed. Ibig sabihin, andyan na si Wi-Fi 6, andyan na si 5G. Ready na tayo sa IoT. Ready na tayo sa 5th generation. Yun. Okay. Before that, I would like to share a video pala about IBwave para malaman nyo na itong IBwave Wi-Fi, magagamit ito if you are practicing in a company na maraming Wi-Fi projects. Magandang tool po ito. So let's sit back and relax and watch the video regarding sino ba ito si IBwave. Okay?
If you're watching this, chances are you're a wireless network expert who is often called on for your skills and knowledge to fix poor performing Wi-Fi networks. Which is easy, right? Well, not quite. Because designing Wi-Fi networks isn't as easy as people often think. And when design is poor, costs can be high. Surveying a site can be a slow process with much of the collected site information not easily accessible when you design. You don't always have all the network equipment you need to produce a complete bill of materials. Prediction results are often very different than reality. You have to consider not only performance, but aesthetics as well, and your validation walk usually results in some redesign work to correct installation errors. Collaborating with remote team members and your customers is painful because sharing and working on files together is hard to do. Usually, it's just easier to get on a plane and do the work yourself. Which is why we've developed our IBwave Wi-Fi, a powerful Wi-Fi network design solution to design and deliver high-performing Wi-Fi networks in a more collaborative and productive way. Picture this. You've been hired by a hotel to improve the Wi-Fi network guests keep complaining about. You or a team member located closer to the hotel use IBwave Wi-Fi Mobile on your tablet or smartphone to do the site survey. You run passive and active surveys, capture geolocated annotated pictures directly from your tablet, and even start your preliminary design so you can physically validate the space and aesthetics of the design as you go. Once you're done, you save all your site data to the IBwave cloud. When ready to finalize your design, open IBwave Wi-Fi on your PC and quickly access your project from the cloud. Model the walls by importing your model file into IBwave Wi-Fi, and then watch as your layers and building come to life in advanced 3D. Add access points, cabling, switches, and other network equipment from our live database of network components. If you can't find a part, simply call our customer care team and we'll add it, or feel free to model and add it yourself. Align prediction results with reality by calibrating your prediction environment and coefficiencies with your survey measurements. The results? You don't have to do an AP on a stick at every location. Your design is more accurate, and less design tweaking is required post-installation. With all network equipment included in the design, generate and send your customer an accurate bill of materials. Also send them a 3D visual of the design, making it easier for them to review and understand. Reduce the risk of installation errors by sending the installation team a design plan for the entire building, a cable routing report detailing switch connections, and an annotations report with all the annotated images you captured during the survey. When you return to the hotel for your post-installation validation, bring IBwave Wi-Fi Mobile with you so you can easily open your design file from the cloud, run an active survey, and make design tweaks as you go. To wrap things up with your customer, send them a compliancy report showing how the network meets all performance goals, as well as a closeout package with all the documentation they need for their records. With the project and all your files saved to the cloud, easily access them the next time you need to go back on site for an upgrade or spot check. Or they can run the reports and view the design file in 3D using IBwave Viewer, our free read-only solution for your customers. IBwave Wi-Fi, the most collaborative and productive way to survey, design, and deliver Wi-Fi networks people will love. By 2019, there will be over 11.5 billion Wi-Fi enabled devices worldwide. That's 4 billion more devices than people, not to mention the rate at which Wi-Fi protocols are evolving. And for Wi-Fi experts like you, congratulations! Because this means the demand for your skills, knowledge, and experience is about to skyrocket. Now all you have to worry about is keeping up with the demand. So what can you do? Clone yourself? Gain superhuman speed? Not sleep? We've got a better idea. IBwave Wi-Fi Mobile, the app that cuts Wi-Fi deployment times in half by giving you the ability to survey, design, validate, and save your projects to the cloud, all from the palm of your hand. How does it work? Let's say you're hired to improve the Wi-Fi in a hotel, getting a lot of customer complaints. You show up to do the survey, but instead of hauling around a heavy laptop, you only need a mobile phone or tablet and can plan to complete a design at the same time. To understand what the customers are complaining about, you run passive and active surveys from the app to assess the network speed and strength. You walk each floor of the hotel collecting survey measurements, but instead of just collecting measurements, you also visually document the space by using your mobile device's camera to take images and videos saved to a geolocated pushpin directly on the floor plan, saving you hours of time organizing and referencing your photos later on. Going one step further, you also clarify directions for the installation team by adding your own annotations to the images. Once the survey is done, you generate a closeout report with all images and annotations to send to the installers for reference. Now that you know where you want the access points, simply drag and drop the APs directly onto your floor plan and run on-the-spot propagation to get a good idea of how strong the signal strength will be once your design goes live. When you're done surveying the hotel and have your preliminary design, simply save your project to the cloud, including all measurements, images, and annotations to share with a coworker anywhere in the world. Having your projects in the cloud also provides easy access to your files for the next time you're on site for a spot check or network upgrade. You can also send files directly to your customer for review. All they need is IBwave Viewer, free to download off our website. After installation, go back to the hotel with IBwave Wi-Fi Mobile to run a post-installation active survey and validate the speed and performance of your design, showing your customer just how much the network's performance has improved and giving them confidence that their guests will be happy. IBwave Wi-Fi Mobile, the fastest, lightest, and simplest way to survey, design, validate, and share your Wi-Fi network designs. Download a free trial today or visit IBwave.com for more information.
Okay, that's it. So, yan po yung tungkol sa isa sa mga industry standard na tool that is which is IBwave. Okay, so now we are on the Wi-Fi 6. As per IEEE standard, I mean IEEE 802.11, yung variant na AX, yan po yung Wi-Fi 6. So let's just see the difference on the previous variants versus 11AX. So ano na ba yung speed niya? At saka ano na yung kaniyang mga enhancements? Ika nga enhancements ang pinag-usapan natin eh. Because Wi-Fi wireless network is already evolved. Nag-evolve na eh. Meron ng 11AX in the market. So I will show you in the slides soon. Okay? So trends lang ito. Hindi ito yung deep learning regarding sa 802.11ax. This is more about the trends. Yung paparating at saka kung ano yung makukuha natin na enhancements. So, okay, reinventing the wireless infrastructure. So, ang kagandahan nitong Wi-Fi 6, always on. Always on. Maganda yung security, and also it can be deployed anywhere. Okay, so of course, ano ba yung next generation? Siyempre ngayon, 4G LTE pa lang tayo. 4G LTE Pro, 4G LTE Advanced Pro, wala pa tayong 5G, but here is the comparison behind of them. From 4G Wi-Fi, meron din 4th generation as I mentioned, meron ding 5G Wi-Fi. So ngayon, ito ang the latest generation, the latest variant of the Wi-Fi family, 802.11ax, and it has a big transfer speed. So I will show it to you later. Okay, so still on the unlicensed band rin si 802ax. So pati si 5G, they want it also sana kung ma-approve ng mga policy making organizations, yung si FCC at saka si ITU, na baka pwedeng ma-deploy si 5G in the unlicensed band. Ano ba yung mangyayari? Is it feasible? Is it possible? Perhaps, ganun. So, pero dito sa 802.11ax, sure na ito. Nandito tayo sa libre na band, unlicensed band, according to IEEE. So ito na po yung statistics niya. Mobile traffic will be larger papunta sa 5G. Tapos tama naman, medyo mataas yung 2G kasi ito yung generation na puro tawag eh. Pero yung dual mode devices, it will have more and more enhancements in the future, lalo na sa Wi-Fi. So, okay. Slice network. So, ibig sabihin, si 5G, there is a use case scenario or isa sa mga distinct use case scenario or function si 5G with regards to the slicing. Parang network slicing. I will be discussing to you regarding that one. So kung merong 5G core network, so meron ding 5G new radio sa may radio access network. So of course, merong mga distinct na cases na inintroduce si IMT with regards to the parating na 5G. Ito yung mga enhancements ng 5G. Mas lalo na si Wi-Fi. Okay? So also etong Wi-Fi, it can also greatly help. It also can offer great opportunities kung meron ng V2X. Ano itong V2X? So V2X, deep learning po ito. By the way, if you are going to enroll sa aming 5G masterclass ng RF Engineers Pilipinas, you will know ano itong V2X, ano itong network slicing, ano itong core network ng 5G. So andun po lahat sa aming community. If you want to enroll, nandun po lahat, deep learning, lahat ng 5G. At saka other materials, if you want to enroll and to be a member, meron po doon available. Okay, so moving on, how can Wi-Fi 6 support 5G? So ito po yung sinabi as the illustration shows. It promises improved performance, extend coverage, and longer battery life. So ibig sabihin, kung nakakonect pala tayo sa router, kahit hindi tayo gumagamit ng data, nakatambay lang, naka-idle yung ating cellphone, gumagamit pala ng battery life ng cellphone mo. So ibig sabihin, nakababad yung cellphone mo pero hindi mo ginagamit, meron na palang lifespan na nagagamit. Longer battery life, especially yung ilang percent na lang ang naiwan sa baterya mo. Yun yung ibig kong sabihin. Madaling na de-drain. But because of this Wi-Fi 6, merong isang enhancement na ginawa nila na surely you will like it. Okay. Next is 802.11ax can deliver a single stream at 3.4 gigabits per second. You see? So, ang lakas talaga. Nakamay mo pa to. Multi-user MIMO. Okay. Tapos capable na din magkaroon ng gigabit LTE service doon sa Wi-Fi. So, ganun kaganda. So, ibig sabihin, babalik na naman tayo sa Internet of Things. Kayang-kaya na i-serve ni 5G, ni 6G, ni Wi-Fi 6 ang IoT. Kaya na. Pwede na tayong magkaroon ng smart city if this Wi-Fi is already in the Philippines. Yun lang ang masasabi ko talaga para mas madaling maintindihan. Okay. So, eto pa. 6 reasons bakit magandang Wi-Fi. As I said, 4 times the increase of capacity. Higher capacity, improved security. Ano yung improvement na security? Ito yung sinasabi ko. Kung merong WPA2 sa Wi-Fi 6, ang tawag na security or encryption standard bago na WPA3. That's the new encryption standard that will come in the near future. Tapos kung merong reduced latency, kung si 5G merong target si 5G as per IMT na dapat yung latency is 1 millisecond lang or lesser than that, meron din reduced latency si Wi-Fi. Deterministic scheduling ang ginagamit niya na technique. So, okay. Power efficiency, it will be shown later. Bakit efficient? Magiging efficient yung battery, yung charge, yung halimbawa, 100%, 50% na lang, 25% na lang naiiwan sa aking cellphone, tapos nagmo-Mobile Legends ako, nag-Genshin Impact ako, madaling makadrain dahil naka-Wi-Fi ako. But because of Wi-Fi 6 in the future, naging less na lang. And also, greater IoT coverage because this is what the frequency used. 2.4 gigahertz ka, pero orthogonal frequency division multiple access. So, pwede kang magkaroon, halimbawa, kung merong frequency, merong carrier ang frequency sa frequency division multiple access with respect to time, ibig sabihin yung carrier mo, yung main carrier, pwede mo pang i-dissect yan para magkaroon ng sub-carriers. So the more carriers, kahit maliliit, the better latency, the more capacity you can give to the users, at saka pwede pang IoT. Ganon. So I will be mentioning to you later. So okay. At saka yung last, quality of service. Improvement sa interference. Yun. Okay. Next, differences. Okay, ito yung pinaka-importante. We need to differentiate yung Wi-Fi 5th generation at saka 6th generation. Ano ba yung 5th generation? Yan yung ginagamit natin ngayon. Yung 80, yung variants from A hanggang AC. Actually, Wi-Fi 5 tayo ngayon because DICT is using 802.11ac, yung free Wi-Fi project nila. Yun yung ginagamit nila actually. Pero wala pang Wi-Fi 6. This will be the trend in the near future. So okay, i-zoom ko. This is the important parameters if we need to differentiate Ito. Ano yung pinagkakaiba nila? Ito yun. So you can read it, guys. Okay? I can give you some time. So this is the difference of Wi-Fi 5 and Wi-Fi 6. Yun. Ang kagandahan ni Wi-Fi 6, dual band siya. Ganon. Tapos, it can use up to 8x8 MIMO. Okay? So, mas grabe yung bandwidth niya. The more bandwidth, the better the capacity talaga. So, eto, merong multi-user MIMO, 4x4, si Wi-Fi 5. Ang problema lang, pababa lang, downstream. Hindi kagaya kay Wi-Fi 6, upstream, downstream pa. Okay? So, next will be, anong modulation type? As I told you, merong aggregated. Aggregated yung OFDMA technique or modulation technique na ginamit si Wi-Fi 6 para magkaroon ng maraming shall we say multiple users across the frequency channels with respect to time. Tapos pero pang mga resource units, ibig sabihin kung ito yung resource allocation, meron pang malilit yan para maka-cater. So I will show it to you later. Ang ganda talaga ng Wi-Fi 6. So halos parehas lang yung bandwidth channel or frequency channel na available. Tapos mas maraming dinagdag na modulation sa Wi-Fi 6. Dinagdagan niya ng 1024 quadrature amplitude modulation. Okay, tapos eto pa, channel reuse, as I mentioned before, merong CSMA, yung nakita nyo sa video kanina, CSMA, ibig sabihin, carrier sense multiple access collision avoidance sa wireless. Pero ang dinagdag na enhancement ni Wi-Fi 6, ang tinatawag BSS coloring. Ano yung BSS? Ibig sabihin, yung parang base station, I forgot the acronym. I-search nyo na lang anong ibig sabihin ng BSS. BSS coloring. Terminology ito ng Wi-Fi na it can support parallel transmissions. So optimistic masyado. Ibig sabihin, halos nagkaroon na siya ng maliit na artificial intelligence, kumbaga, yung Wi-Fi 6. So ganun kaganda ang Wi-Fi 6 enhancements pala. Tapos ito pa. Ito yung sinasabi ko na OFDMA at saka BSS coloring. So ang point ng BSS coloring, kung pag-aaralan mo yung frame analysis ng Wi-Fi networks, meron kasing isang frame na nandun nakalagay yung payload. Pero because of Wi-Fi 6, there is a great efficiency na nangyari when you are sending yung data packets na malaki yung payload. Okay? Ganun lang kasimple. Pero if you want to know more about the deep learning ng Wi-Fi, andyan naman si mga forums, nandiyan naman si Wi-Fi Alliance at saka si IEEE sa website. So hanapin nyo na lang. So you will know ano bang ibig sabihin ni sir na payload. Ano ba yung frame na sinasabi na ano ba yung header, ano ba yung ano tawag nito, yung data packets, yung in-insert, ano ba yung encapsulation, ano ba yung sinasabi ni sir, hindi ko maintindihan, encapsulation. So pag-aralan nyo na lang yan because I will be skipping some because alas 12 na. So pwede rin din kayo makinig habang kumakain kayo. Ilabas nyo na yung atsara ninyo. Okay, so okay. Now this is the good enhancement of Wi-Fi 6. Backward compatible, dalawang bands pa available. Tapos sinegregate pa ng Wi-Fi Alliance at saka IEEE na pag IoT at saka yung the rest of the smart devices, dito kayo sa 2.4 gigahertz kasi low power. Kung may mga interference, tinuro ko na sa inyo kung paano makaiwas sa interference, sa co-channel interference. Basta ay importante, sinegregate nila. IoT, low power, smart devices, dito kayo 2.4. 5 gigahertz sa mga sa mga pangmaramihan na clients, ganon. Pero ang kagandahan nito, mataas na yung kanyang capacity at saka bandwidth. Umabot na ng 3.4 gigabits per second. Yung itong Wi-Fi 6. So you see how our network evolved. So okay, ito gumagamit din ng multi-user MIMO, 8 simultaneous connections, uplink, downlink. So yun. FDMA, okay. More airtime means more better performance with low latency. So orthogonal po, orthogonal. At saka frequency division ang ginamit. And of course, 50 Mbps. Halimbawa, ito yung truck, dala-dala niya yung payload, yung karga. Dinadala niya yung data, ipapasa sa iyo. Ikaw yung client. So, pwedeng gawing 50 Mbps per client with 80 clients per AP. So, hindi magkakaroon ng saturation or hindi masasakal yung isang access points kasi pag gumamit ka ng Wi-Fi 6 daw, yan yung makikater. So, mabilis pa rin. Sa isang cellphone, isang user, 50 Mbps. So, hindi ka nalugi dito. Hindi ka nalugi sa speed ng 50 Mbps. Sayong-sayo yung 50 Mbps na speed. Tapos, it has a transfer rate, packet loss, less than 3%. So, konti yung loss, walang delay. Okay? So, okay, ito yung isang feature enhancement na sa sa 11AC. Yung waiting to receive data consume so that it will not consume power. Waiting. Pero sa Wi-Fi 6, iba. Very deterministic. Merong scheduling. If you are going to send a packet to your smartphone, it will carry a payload, it will need power. So it will affect the power of your smartphone or your smart device. So because of this new enhancement ng Wi-Fi 6, yung tinatawag na target wait time, yung mga tulog na cellphone or tablet or ano pang gadgets dyan, pero merong isa na gustong mag-stream, manood ng YouTube, hindi niya bigyan ng packet doon sa cellphone na yon para hindi mag-consume yung battery life niya. Yung nag-request ng acknowledgement, yun lang yung bibigyan ng deterministic na schedule. Okay, sa sobrang bilis, gagamit ka, o sige, bigyan kita. So, saka na mababawasan yung battery charge ng cellphone mo or yung laptop mo, for example. So, yun yung mga enhancements. SS coloring, ito yon. If you want to know more, this is directly related to the frame analysis. If you want to know more deeper on the how data is transported via the frame. So yun, etong BSS coloring, ito po yung isang enhancement ng Wi-Fi 6. Okay, of course, Wi-Fi 6 helps the behavior and performance. More airtime, more data rate, more performance, less interference, lower latency. Yun yung takeaways ng Wi-Fi 6 pag dumating na dito sa Pilipinas sana. Yun. Okay? Okay, ito yung sinasabi ko. Ano ba itong RU? This is the resource units. Ibig sabihin, to simply say, kasi meron pang 5G, it is just a triggering frame in order the clients to transmit a specific resource unit. Ibig sabihin, ito, pero mas maganda ito. Ay mo, because we are giving more bandwidth, pero dahil ito lang yung frequency na ginamit, for example, 20 MHz, 40 or ano ba, or 160 dito sa ano tawag nito? Itong Wi-Fi 6. Siyempre, gumagamit ka ng parang tinadtad mo, nag-dissect ka yung isang frequency channel allocated para sa isang user, tinadtad mo pa para lang magkaroon ng more bandwidth. Kaya nga tinatawag na resource units under a sub-channel. Nasa ilalim. Pero this is not the case because meron pa palang enhancements na ginawa si Wi-Fi 6. Ito, mas grabe yung resource units para magkaroon ng frame, so that frame can have a data and packets para pag binigay sa user, hindi bitin yung hindi bitin yung sinasabi niya, uy, Wi-Fi 6 na ngayon, dapat 50 Mbps yung makukuha ko. What if maraming clients? So magde-degrade yung bandwidth speed, but because of this enhancement ng Wi-Fi 6, maintain pa rin yung performance because they created this kind of technique. Ito, resource units. Frame, meron pang subframe, tapos itong frame pwede na makumpleto yung isang frame. Tapos i-transport mo na, dala-dala na yung payload, parang ganun. Subcarriers, yes, subcarriers. Okay. So, yun yung kagandahan. I-zoom ko muna para makita nyo talaga. Yun. Okay? So, tinan mo. Wi-Fi 5, ito yung Wi-Fi 5, under this allocated frequency, pinaliit niya, ito pa. But still you can cater the bigger capacity. So, ganun lang yung analogy, kumbaga, para hindi mahirap intindihin. Okay? So, yun, key features. Review na naman, review. Ito yung key features before we will go to 5G kasi malapit na matapos. Okay, so, key features of 802.11ax. Longer symbols. You can see, the longer the symbols, the higher the rate. Okay? Tapos, gumamit na ng additional modulation technique sa Wi-Fi 6 to have at least 25% higher data rate at saka pwede ka nang mag-cater ng 2x2 gigabit Wi-Fi. Gigabit, ibig sabihin, puro mga gigabits per second ang binibigay mo na bandwidth papunta sa end user tayo. So grabe talaga, ilang segundo lang meron ka nang na-download na movie, for example, in the future. So you see how advantageous talaga yung Wi-Fi din. Mas may advantages ang Wi-Fi kasi nag-evolve din siya. Okay, so maliban sa 5G, meron din siyang ka-partner Wi-Fi naman dito sa unlicensed band. Okay, so ito 8x8. You see, 8x8. Pero ang kagandahan, upstream, downstream. Yun, kumpleto. Hindi lang ma-enjoy mo yung malakas na speed na downstream, mag-upload ka pa. This is good for enterprise networks. Kung mag-upload ka ng maraming files papunta sa kabilang branch ninyo, madali lang yan sa Wi-Fi 6. Parang ganun. Okay. Marami na daw kumakain ng atsara. Okay. Kain lang kayo. Okay. So, okay. Ito pa. Download, upload. yung sinabi ko kanina, upstream, downstream. Meron ng upstream na enhancement sa MIMO sa Wi-Fi 6. Sa Wi-Fi 5, downstream lang. So paano yung upstream? Pero sa Wi-Fi 6, meron na. And it can reach up to 8x8 or 8 times throughput. 8 times. Imagine nyo, 8 times, ganun, ang Wi-Fi 6. So matindi. Pwedeng-pwede na si IoT ipasok dito. Okay? So, tapos, extended range. Because you just need to design, as I told you, kung pwede mong tadtarin ng 5 GHz kasi ganito yung target requirement mo sa isang enterprise building, vertical market or horizontal na market, wala nang problema kasi ikaw yung designer. Pero dumating pa si Wi-Fi 6, mas maganda, extended. Ang tawag doon na term is hyperdense network. Hyperdense network. Okay. So, ito pa rin. BSS coloring, sinabi ko na kanina. Dual band operation, backward compatibility, hinati pa. Walang problema si IoT. Dito ka sa kabila, high density networks na design, dito ka lang sa 5 GHz. Ganon. Pwede. So, that's it. So, ito naman tayo sa 5G naman tayo. But before magpunta sa 5G, review naman tayo. Konti, at least malaman ninyo. So, yun. Kaya pala maraming standards, IEEE. Maraming standards, C802. So, saan ba tayo? Saan ba tayo dito? Ito, 802.11, sorry, 802.11, wireless LAN. Ito, here. We are here. This one. We are here. This one. Okay, nakikita nyo guys? We are here. So, ibig sabihin, marami talagang standards itong organization na to, hindi basta-basta. Tapos, hindi rin basta-basta gumawa ang isang manufacturing company like Qualcomm, like Intel, kung hindi sila dadaan sa organization na ito. Parang ganun. Okay, so, dito tayo nakafocus. 802.11. Tandaan niyo lang to. Baka lalabas to sa exam. Okay, so next. Okay, physical standards naman. So ito yung hindi na ako mag-elaborate more. Tingnan niyo lang sa table. Ito yung differences ng mga release dates, ng mga variants sa physical layer. Okay? Sa physical layer, I'm talking about physical layer if we are talking about sa OSI model. Sa physical layer, ito yung mga differences, pinagkakaiba ng from the first variant hanggang sa 5th generation. Yung pinakaiba ito. So, okay, of course, dito tayo sa ibang upcoming na mga standards, 802 standards. So, you see, meron pa palang parating na iba. Kaso, it is not related with Wi-Fi. Pero at least, if you will visit IEEE.org or yung other organizations, kung i-research ninyo, makikita nyo na meron na palang parating. Pinag-aaralan pa. It's on the certification process stage pa lang. Ganon. Yun. So, as you can see, dito pa lang tayo pala. Dito pa lang. AX pa lang tayo. So, paparating pa lang yung AX. Pero, andito pa pala tayo sa AC, sa 5th generation. Hindi pa dumating itong si 6. Pero, it is already on the certification process since December 2019. Yun. Okay. So, next. So, yun. Grabe. We will definitely enjoy this one in the future. Paparating ito kasi ito yung trend ito yung paparating na trend, tapos mas affordable kaysa sa 5G in terms of service. So we will see. We will wait for this one darating. So okay, review lang. Ito review lang. Ito yung sinasabi ko na mga generations ng Wi-Fi. So hindi ko na tawag nito? Hindi ko na elaborate, just see the slide from 1 to 6. So 5 pa lang tayo. Currently, we are here currently sa 5. Tapos ito yung variant. Just take note. Ang variant is AC. Ang variant AC. Yan. Okay guys? So, next. Siyempre, kung merong ano tawag nito? Service, meron din mga products, pero I'm not sure kung available na ito kasi hindi naman ako palabili. Hindi naman ako yung mahilig bumili ng mga routers. Meron ako router sa bahay, sapat na. Pero this is the Wi-Fi 6 routers. I'm not sure. Ni-research ko lang ito sa isang website. So, ito daw ang nasa market. But I'm sure this is sa mga first world countries. First world countries pa lang ito, I'm sure. Wala pa ito sa Pilipinas. Pero if you want to check, so puntahan nyo lang yung mga malalaking computer shops dyan sa inyong area. So, ito yung mga trending pala daw na Wi-Fi 6 na router. Asus, Netgear, TP-Link. Walang problema, may picture dito. So, tandaan nyo lang itong make a screenshot or i-research nyo sa internet. Yun. Meron na pala si Wi-Fi. Thank you, sir. Meron na din si Wi-Fi na product in Chinese. Okay. So, here. Ito yung itsura. Next generation Wi-Fi. So, courtesy of ano tawag ito? Asus. Asus, Republic of Gamers. Okay. Eto, I'm not suggesting na ito yung bibilhin ninyo. I'm not recommending. I'm just showing you, at least alam nyo kung ano ba yung itsura ng Wi-Fi 6. Ordinary pa rin. Yes. At saka, yes, thank you Sir Donald Lapiguera. Wi-Fi 6. Sige, pag-aaralan ko rin din po yan. Thank you po sa information. So, tingnan natin yung kanyang ports. Yun. Halos walang pinagkakaiba, pero sigurado ako, ito yung matindi. Aggregated. You see guys, dito? Aggregated dito na port. Okay? So, next. Ito naman, courtesy of Nighthawk Netgear. Pwedeng pang 4K, smart devices sa smart home ninyo. Pwede i-integrate dito. Yun, mga gamers sa Asus, meron. Ang tindi ng antena, MIMO antennas ang dating. Yun, okay. Ayan, yan yung mga products naman ni TP-Link. So, okay, guys, dito naman tayo sa frequency spectrum ng Wi-Fi 6. So, this is still under study, as I mentioned to you. And also, CUS pa lang ang nakapag-gawa na nakapag-share ng kanilang ideas regarding sa channel allocations sa Wi-Fi 6. So, syempre, nandito tayo, Wi-Fi 5, Wi-Fi 5th generation. So, dito tayo sa 6. Ito yung 6. Nag-uumpisa sa 5.955 megahertz or 5.9 gigahertz and Uni-5 na siya. Extended na dito sa sa 5 gigahertz na sa Wi-Fi 5. Extended siya, syempre. Wi-Fi 6, so papunta na sa 6 gigahertz tayo. 'Yun. Okay, so you can search this one sa web. You will see what are the frequency channels at saka yung center frequency nila, allocations para sa Wi-Fi 6. You can make a study for it. So, yun. Sabi ng isang matalik na, masigasig na viewer natin, Larry Chu, yes, mahal ang internet talaga, syempre, kasi pag bago, nandun yung mahal. Okay, so that's it. So, ito yung spectrum, unlicensed spectrum at saka channel allocations. Okay, 5G. Before tayo mag-umpisa sa 5G, I need to show to you a video, just a review. Just a review so that you will appreciate yung nauna kay 5G, which is 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G. Okay? So, let me share to you my video. Okay? So, sit back and relax. Kain lang kayo dyan. Alright, so yun po yung brief na overview dun sa past na mga generations ng mobile cellular standard. So now, we will discuss only dun sa technology trends today. So hindi po ito, again guys, learning, I mean deep learning, but at least you will see later the comparison ng Wi-Fi 6 versus 5G. So I will not be mentioning more in detail itong 5G, but at least you will know ano ba talaga yung magiging enhancement or service na gagamitin natin. So, okay, as the slide shown, ito po siya. Ito yung, kumbaga, tech trends ng 5G. Okay? Sit back and relax. Kaya kayo dyan, baka may atsara or bagoong, okay? Bahala. Okay, so 5G. So 5G, yun. Basically 5G, this is our requirement talaga. User requirement or yung fundamental requirement for building a 5G network. If you are the telco operator like si Dito Telecommunity ni Dennis Uy, yes. So, of course, hindi lang sa user side, syempre yung sa organization na side, sa IMT. So I'll be showing it to you later. The requirement for us to have a 5G network and the services that we will render to the customers, eto po yun. Higher mobile data range, improved coverage, interactive video, support high capacity, and security features. Kasama na po yan, ang security of course. Kung meron security si Wi-Fi, meron din security features or enhancements si 5G. Okay, so according to IMT Advance for the 4th generation and IMT 2020. Ito, as per their courtesy of their graph, hindi po ito sa akin, galing po ito sa kanila, courtesy of IMT, ito po yun. Ito po yun. So, in accordance with 3GPP and other organizations, so 5G pala, you will experience a bigger data rate. So you can see 100 Mbps. So it's 1 gigabit na ang mobile cellular standard ng 5G 5th generation. So and you will attain according to their requirement and target pag meron ng 5G talaga worldwide and dito sa Pilipinas. So syempre you will have a peak data rate here, this one. And of course, traffic capacity, if we're going to say with regards to the area in square meters po, so eto, it will attain ang layo talaga sa 4G. And of course, the network efficiency, it will be 100 times efficient ang 5th generation network. And of course, the connection density, depende po yan sa sa devices connected on the area mentioned. Depende po yan. And also their target is at least 1 millisecond yung latency. So ganon kabilis ang broadcast, ang transfer speed, latency. And the mobility in terms of kilometers, eto, nasa ganitong value as their target. And 3 times the spectrum efficiency, almost in par, almost the same or halos ang bibilis na ng spectrum efficiency ng 5th generation, lalo na doon sa Wi-Fi 6. Okay? So, okay, this is the initiatives by ITU. ITUR, so for the you want to search more, marami po itong mga syllable, symbols like R. There's a specific meaning for it. Itong R. I forgot, but if you want to search more, you can search it on 3GPP and sa ITU na website. Ano ba itong R? What does it represent? But because this is the initiative that they want to achieve before they will deploy 5G networks, ito po yun. They define 3 significant areas of usage and applications, which is part of their initiative. So, tandaan nyo lang ito, EMBB, Enhanced Mobile Broadband, Massive IoT, and the Ultra Reliable Low Latency Service. Ibig sabihin, low power. Kung meron ding low power na ginagamit doon sa 2.4 GHz sa Wi-Fi 6, alang-alang para sa IoT devices, low power. Si 5G meron din. Meron din si 5G. Without sacrificing other parameters. It has a reliable connectivity because of the low power consumption. So it can achieve the requirements in terms of latency and throughput. Lalo na dito, IoT, yung binanggit ko kanina sa Wi-Fi 6. Longer battery life and low-cost devices. So isang example na low-cost devices, yung mga smart devices ng home automation. Ang kulang lang sa home automation, internal or local network pa lang ang connectivity. How about connecting going outside? Doon na papasok si IoT pag meron kang home automation. Ganon lang. Okay? So, kung ito yung mga initiatives, ito talaga yung target ng IT. Okay? Because of that, ito na yung mga specifications required. I will not be going deeper. It's shown in the slide. It's a clear slide courtesy of ITU. Okay? 5G, up to 10 gigabits ang data rate. Target din nila, 1 millisecond, 1,000 times the bandwidth per unit area. May calculation po ito, but if you want to know more on the 5G specifications, it is better to join our community, RF Engineers Pilipinas. Meron po kaming 5G masterclass. If you want to enroll, ang ganda, deep learning, you will know lahat. Kulang pa itong tinuro ko actually. Ito lang po yung overview. If you want to know more, join us on our group rfengineeracademy.com, and pwede po kayo mag-enroll. If you want to enroll, you will know all about 5G. And you will have the knowledge if you want to shift to telecom industry. Okay, so 5G requirements, as I mentioned, ito din yun. Under sa enhanced mobile broadband, excuse me, wala lang SIM. Smartphones, dapat ang requirement, 5G smartphones. It can give you a service sa enterprise level, mobile, fixed at saka wireless, for homes and offices, venues na medyo maraming tao, kayang-kaya ni 5G. Hindi mabagal talaga si 5G. So, eto din. It can cater UHT broadcasting, 4K, 8K, VR at saka AR. If you will attend our 5G masterclass sa aming community, merong deep learning nitong VR at saka AR in relation to 5G. At saka preparation sa 6G. So, it's better to enroll, guys. Okay, so sa massive Internet of Things naman, ito yung makukuha natin na industry. Also in relation to Industry 4.0. If we have Wi-Fi 6 and 5G all together in a heterogeneous network, smart city na tayo. Tapos makaka-generate na tayo ng Industry 4.0. Just like this smart building, logistics, lahat puro smart. Hindi ko na isa-isahin pa. I'm sure na alam nyo to, but at least you have the update overview ng 5G at saka IoT at saka Wi-Fi 6. At saka yung power control naman, yung eto, URLL services. Okay. So, next. According to the statistics by the GSM Arena study, 2025, malapit na, ilang years na lang, andito na siguro, based on their statistics, 1.4 billion 5G coverage, connections worldwide. Okay? So, ito pa. For global spending, if you want 5G, gusto mo na magkaroon ng 5G service, syempre, telecommunications is a business, but according to statista.com, yung link below, this one, according to them, 5G, you need to spend ng maraming pera if you want to build a 5G infrastructure. Gagastos ka sa umpisa, pero ganoon naman talaga ang business. You need to invest muna. But in the long run, once your services are met, once your services are appreciated, well appreciated ng mga users, babalik naman yung ROI. Ganoon naman talaga ang business. So, mahal ang 5G. Lahat naman mahal pa sa umpisa, pero pag common na yan, baka kahit sa tindahan siguro 5G SIM card, mura. Mura na yung SIM card dito, parating na, March 8. Okay, so this is the technologies powering 5G. Kung meron ng 5G, eto na, Industry 4.0 can be realized. So hindi ko na pahahabain, it's in the slide. So sa radio access network, eto, pasibay mo, millimeter wave, NOMA, at saka bagong multi-carrier modulations na introduce, multi-carrier waveform, spectral frequency multiplexing, full duplex, device-to-device communications, or yung 6G, hindi lang device-to-device machine-to-machine communications na. So, guys, better join our community, RF Engineer Pilipinas. There is already a 5G masterclass. At saka in the future, merong gagawin po kami, merong gagawin yung founder namin, si Engineer Richard, ng 6G. So guys, enroll na kayo kasi maganda talaga dun sa masterclass namin. Okay, moving on. Sa cloud technologies naman, alam nyo na ito because IECEP already did some webinars about cloud computing, virtualization. So dito na papasok pag nandito na si 5G sa core network, meron ng network function virtualization or yung NFV. You can containerize and you can network slice para magkaroon ka ng maraming services. Meron ng microservices kumbaga. And also meron ng edge computing, fog computing sa core network na side. If you are practicing in the core network, okay, you know this one, I'm sure. You know well more. So, okay, sa access naman, sa technology, sa core network technologies naman na services, yun na sinasabi ko, network slicing management, programmable network, software-defined network, SDN, at saka orchestration. Tapos, pag gagamitin si 5G sa Industry 4.0, eto na, automation. Dito na papasok yung mga industries natin. Okay? So, eto, network slicing, I already mentioned it. Yes, sir. May nakita po akong information shared sa YouTube channel. Yes. Kung meron ng 5G, yes, I know. Pero iba pa rin yung dito sa Pilipinas. Sana meron na din tayo dito para maka-experience naman tayo, user experience. So thank you Sir Arnel for the information. Meron na pala Docomo, Guam, Japanese company, telco, vendor. Okay, so network slicing, I will not be mentioning more. I already said it. Why do we slice it? Because specifically, it's more about the customer needs para ma-realize yung smart manufacturing, automation sa connected cars, and many more. Smart home pa, home automation, and many more. Dito na nagdudugtong-dugtong yung ibang mga webinars conducted by IECEP, Industry 4.0, ano pa dyan, yung mga virtualization, this and that. Dahil sa 5G, mabubuo ito into an heterogeneous network into a smart city. Ganun. But wala pa, hindi pa natin marirealize yung pinag-usapan sa webinar. Hanggang webinar pa muna kasi wala pa yung requirement sa infrastructure, yung service wala pa. But soon it will be. But soon. Okay. Moving on. Malapit po tayo matapos, don't worry. Benefits of network slicing, I will not be mentioning more because I already mentioned it in detail. Okay, the total cost of ownership, of course. Investment of 5G is very big. Kung ako si Telco, syempre, maglalaan ako ng billions. And security for 5G networks, ito na po, meron ng mga strong encryption. Doon pa lang sa air interface, over the air, OTA, OTA, meron ng security. So walang problema. IMSI, ito po yung encryption. Pag bumili ka ng cellphone, meron na siyang identifier, ID ng cellphone mo. So secure na yan, of course. Diyan naman si NTC, walang problema. Sa core network, meron na dahing security. Doon pa lang, meron ding another security na location. NFV, SDN, virtual machines, using the virtual resources. Okay. Security edge, protection, proxy. Depende na yan sa vendors kung ano yung ibibigay nila na service. Ang ibig ko sabihin na service, yung SaaS service, platform as a service, yung PaaS at saka yung SaaS, yung security, yun. Doon na sa mga core network na companies na yan, na mga businessman ang may alam dyan. So, ibig sabihin, from the user equipment going to the radio access network, going to the core network, meron na silang security. So you don't need to worry about security. Okay? So next, okay, race to 5G. So this one is more on your research, guys. So you don't need I don't need to elaborate it more, but I'm sure alam mo naman kung sino yung mga meron ng 5G na testings na nangyari, 5G na mga vendors na nanalo sa isang country sa bidding, alam niyo yan. If you want to know more, just search it on the YouTube or sa ibang websites ng organizations like ITU, FCC, at saka others. Yun. So, guys, I will be ending some slides here kasi medyo marami po pa ito. So, okay, since we already know the applications para sa 5G like manufacturing, retailing, media, this is more on the 5G at saka Industry 4.0. I'm sure you are aware already kung saan ma-apply itong 5th generation na technology. So, dito muna tayo. I will skip it. I will skip more slides. Dito muna tayo sa comparison. Ito yung pinaka-importante sa lahat. Because this is the course title or the topic title of our webinar. So ito, nakasama rin na ito. Comparison of Wi-Fi versus fifth generation. Okay, so I will not be elaborating more because it's already 1 o'clock. Tapos na kayong kumain. I'm sure you are already full. Yes, so technology, cellular, of course, license, Wi-Fi, wireless LAN, which is the unlicensed. Alam nyo na yun, 802.11 standard. So, don't worry, I will be sharing these slides to you. Very clear, kompleto. So before I'll be ending the comparison of these two technologies, I want to ask you pala, since you already know fifth generation, pwede ring itong fifth generation, I'm talking about outdoor, but in the future, kung merong IBS or small cells technology, because Wi-Fi is part of the small cells technology. And fifth generation, kung outdoor site pa lang, the same as what I said on my webinar last year, magkakaroon din ng 5G signal sa loob ng building if you will deploy in-building solution. So, I'll give you a question, guys. These technologies, hindi mo naman ito malalaman or may experience by practicing it or by reading it. You need to study actually. Studying and research and making research, it will at least give you an insight, an information, kahit na estudyante ka pa, kahit na hindi ka napapractice. But because of this webinar, courtesy of IECEP and IECEP Rizal chapter, at least that meron palang job generation, and also it can help you if you want to engage or shift to this industry, telecommunications. It will be a good career path as well. So guys, I will share to you. I hope that you will be interested because this one is in relation, and we are helping you guys sa ating community na at least matuto kayo, and it will shape your career. So guys, let me have the privilege to share a slide because there is already less time available. So I need to share a slide courtesy of our community. So I hope you will join our community, guys, because since you learned already about wireless technology, we have our upcoming in-building solutions masterclass. Ibig sabihin, meron po kaming 5G masterclass ongoing na po. Marami pong nag-enroll sa amin. Meron din kaming parating na IBS masterclass. So, okay. This is a universal question, but kami dito sa community namin, sa RF Engineers Pilipinas, ito yung parati naming tinatanong sa mga enrollees namin, sa mga junior RF engineers namin na members, at saka yung mga matalik, at saka mga malakas na supporters, at saka members namin na nakapag-enroll at saka natuto. Ito rin yung tinatanong namin sa kanila. At saka tinatanong ko rin sa sarili ko bilang experience at saka practicing engineer. How do you see yourself 5 years or 10 years from now? So, syempre, it is a general question, but it is related on you, yourself, ikaw. So, if you will attend to our masterclass, parating upcoming na masterclass, of course, once you join or you enroll our masterclass, you will look back na pag natuto pala ako, magkakaroon ako ng skills. Just imagine if you have all the skills outdoor, indoor, Wi-Fi, small cells, RF engineering, network engineering, telecom engineering. So you see, it's a good achievement for you, for your skill sets to be upgraded, at saka sa career mo din. At saka, if you will enroll, you will understand all cellular technologies. And of course, you will have more career freedom to choose, lalo na sa mga aspiring electronics engineers na nanonood ngayon sa YouTube channel. You will really love and enjoy your job once you enrolled our masterclass. And also, you will become a multi-skilled engineer. And also, you will get the knowledge in IBS starting today and onwards para magiging isa ka sa mga experts. And this is not just for you. You can apply this one locally and abroad, syempre. Because this will be the high demand in the near future. Lalo na dito din sa Pilipinas, it is already in demand, to be precise. And you will get more rewarding benefits from your career and provide more to your family. I agreed with this one. Kasi hindi naman ibig sabihin you achieve something, wala kang reward na makukuha. Merong reward. Masipag ka lang, mag-attend sa aming class, matuto. If you're willing talaga na matuto, mag-study, you can change your career. You can change your destiny. You can provide more to your family once na nakapasok ka sa telco operator. So you see how big is the benefit if you enroll our masterclass, upcoming masterclass pala, IBS. And also, of course, IBS masterclass. So with this, 4 na araw lang po yung masterclass namin. It's like a crash course, but deep learning, all the tools, all the necessary techniques, procedures, how to do it, all you will learn it here. So the course requirement, of course, is for students na meron kahit konting background, and also yung nasa college na, yung graduating, at saka yung mga practitioners, or also yung mga gustong lumipat sa telecom industry. We can help you guys with this one. So this is our schedule. I hope that you will visit our website. All the details are there. Ito na po yung schedule namin, and I will be part of your mentor. So marami po kaming mga experts, mas expert pa sa akin na magtuturo sa inyo. So don't worry. You will enjoy, and the rewards are more than you will imagine. So okay, ito po yung schedule namin. So yung mga modules, as per shown before, you will learn the fundamentals of IBS. You will know the components, lahat ng components, bago at saka luma. You will know how to design, what to use, where to use, and when to use. What is the criteria, how to dimension, what will be your final design, the tools, proper survey, and the proper designing. Yung malinis, hindi balbon na design. Yun ang ibig ko sabihin. And also you will learn to optimize and to properly test before the acceptance and handover to your client or to your customer. Okay? So, if you will enroll, merong freebies. Okay? We are really giving freebies. Ano ba yung freebies? Baka isa lang, sir. No. Bonus pack. Ito yung mga bonus pack na makukuha ninyo. So you see how many bonus packs? Libre po yan once you enroll the IBS Masterclass. 15 premium bonus packs. Napakasulit. Lifetime access to premium videos. Pwede mong balik-balikan. Yun yung gagawin mong pang-review. Aside sa materials, premium videos. From 2G, 3G, 4G until 5G. IoT, meron pang kasamang powerful resume creation para naman presentable yung resume ninyo, we will teach you. Also, presentation skills. Dati kasi, mahihain ako eh. Pero because nagkaroon ako ng experience on how to deliver a seminar, a webinar, we can teach you here. And also, project management fundamentals. Career boosting skills. Meron din libreng Code of the Warrior, e-book, Code of the Warrior. Ginawa po ito ni Sir Richard Matias, aming very dynamic and active na founder ng aming community. Once you read this one, madadala kayo sa kanyang lesson, Code of the Warrior. It will help you boost your skills, not just skills, but your character being a professional. At saka merong online quizzes para practice naman. Certificate of completion, very digital ang certificate of completion. Once you pass the quiz, generated kagad. So that's how good our community, our masterclass. Meron ding private Facebook at saka Viber group. Kung meron kayong tanong, kahit madaling araw, sasagot kami. Sasagot kami sa mga questions related to your question related sa telecom industry or RF engineering. And also, downloadable po. Once you have access, once you have enrolled, downloadable po yung slides, unique sa aming community. Hindi po copy-paste na videos, hindi po copy-paste na slides, talagang galing sa aming community na slides. Okay? So, ito yung bonus pack. Sinabi ko, I will not be mentioning more kasi it's already on the overview. Internet of Things, you will learn more. Internet of Things, this and that. Because we are helping you guys. Sa totoo lang, merong isang benefit na hindi namin nilagay dito. Ano yun? Kung bibisita kayo sa aming website, you will see all the testimonials. Ay sir, testimonial lang yan. Hindi ako maniniwala. No. Bakit namin tinuturo ito? Because we want you enrollees to be successful. Ibig sabihin, mas lalo kaming masaya kung nakapasok ka sa Globe, kung nakapasok ka sa Smart, sa Huawei, sa Nokia, sa Ericsson, sa Dito, kung sino pang company na yan. We want you to be successful. Hindi kami. Hindi ito para sa amin, para sa inyo. So, okay. This is it. This is the certificate of completion. Automatic po ito. Once you enroll, once you pass the quiz, automatic, generated, digital. Hindi po tayo yung magbibigay na sorry, maghintay ka ng 1 week. Hindi. Automatic. Okay? And also, sinabi ko yung Viber. And also, libre po sa bonus packs, downloadable videos. You can review, study, and take the exam kung ready ka na mag-take ng exam para mas lalo kang magiging bihasa sa telecommunications. So that's it. So it's better to enroll now para magkaroon kayo ng 50% discount. If you want to know more, visit our website, rfengineeracademy.com, IBS Masterclass. Okay, so yun, let's go. Kung gusto nyo maging successful, enroll na. I really recommend it. Kasi meron din topics sa aming community na hindi ko alam. Pero dahil kung willing kayo mag-enroll, I suggest na mag-enroll kayo kasi talagang matututo kayo. So guys, that's it. That's it for my webinar. Mahaba, nakakain na kayo, may atsara siguro kayo, may mga desserts kayo. But before I will end, I will give you naman para sa inyo pabaon. Ito yung pabaon ko sa inyo. According to Dr. Seuss, the more you read, the more things you will know. The more you learn, the more places you go. Tama po yun. So, ibig sabihin, marami ka natutunan, malayo yung mararating mo. So guys, thank you. That's it. That's it for my webinar. Mahaba to, minaximize ko. I presented all what you need to know on the bagong Wi-Fi at saka 5G. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned a lot with my webinar. And I'll see you next time po. Thank you IECEP National. Thank you IECEP Rizal. Thank you RF Engineers Pilipinas. So, thank you po. Guys, that's it. Thank you and good afternoon.
Grabe, Sir Sahid. Sobrang nakakabusog, sir, yung session natin talaga. And for sure, sir, buhay na buhay yung mga ECE, mga engineers natin. As you can see, sir, just sa YouTube comment section, sobrang na-appreciate nila, sir. And we are really thankful na talagang napaka-generous mo, sir, when it comes to sharing your knowledge, especially, sir, your time. So, sir, moving forward, meron tayong, sir, a few question lang. So, isa sa mga questions, sir, kasi na tinanong, based dun, sir, sa mga pinost nila, sobrang pare-parehas eh. So, ang naging concern nila, sir, if you have ba parang mapopropose na free na parang Wi-Fi simulator, yung for when it comes to parang simulating nung heat map or heat footprint for our WAP or wireless access points.
Okay, that's a very good question po, ma'am. Actually, I'm not sure kasi what I've noticed sa itong mga negosyante, mga manufacturers yung gumagawa ng such simulator, ang alam ko konti na lang yung mga free. Meron akong mabigay na software tool, I think Run Plus. Wait, I will write it here. Run Plus wireless. Kasama na yung anong tawag nito, yung sa Ubiquiti. Kasama na yung sa Cirrus Networks. Meron akong Flash actually. I will share it to you again. Meron akong Flash.
Yun ba, sir, yung Easy Wi-Fi Planner? Or...
Yeah, that one.
That
But,
one, okay.
But I'm very sorry if hindi na ako updated. Baka ginawa nilang premium kasi negosyo kasi. It's just like an inventor. How would you be successful in terms of money din? Kasi business eh. Kailangan mo ng money. Bakit? Kailangan kong i-patent itong product ko, itong prototype ko, so I need money. So syempre, kasama na talaga yan sa business ang pera. Pero yun yung isa sa mga may suggest ko, but still, it's better na mag-research sila sa web kung ano na lang ang natitirang mga companies na merong free. Kasi ngayon, dati free, ngayon naging premium. Kasi hindi natin may iwasan. It's their proprietary. Yes. Pwede silang magpataw ng presyo. Premium yan eh. Sila nag-invento, kailangan may pera. So, hindi natin maiwasan, but still, merong free yan. I hope meron pang free. But I cannot say a specific vendor. I-search na lang nila.
Okay, sir. Okay. It makes sense, sir. And I think, sir, that answers the question kanina. And, sir, moving forward naman dun, sir, sa last question that we have. So, someone asked kung ano daw, sir, yung NTC document na nagpapakita ng allowable Wi-Fi band na ginagamit natin dito sa Philippines.
That's a good question. Kasi actually, I heard dito sa ating region, sa aming region pala, SOC Sergeant. I heard one of my friend, and he is working in NPC SOC Sergeant, Region 12, na this year, I think that was February, last month or yung January, this year, NPC already mobilized at saka strict implementation. Ibig sabihin, ginawa talaga nila. Kumbaga nagtatrabaho na sila sa field, pumupunta na sila sorpresa. Ang una nilang pinupuntahan, supplier. Kasi yung supplier nagsusupply ng mga Wi-Fi. I don't know why, but it's their Republic Act ng NTC. If you want to know more, it's a telecommunications law. Telecommunications law. If you want to know more about that law, hindi talaga tayo pwedeng magreklamo kasi it has been a law before, Philippine Telecommunications Law, and isa yan sa mandato ng NTC to give violations doon sa suppliers. So para makaiwas sa violation, go to their website, merong mga forms doon in relation sa Wi-Fi, what are the necessary permits that you need to apply, at saka ano yung mga fees. With regards naman sa frequency, sir, kung babalik tayo sa question ni sir, hindi pa ako hindi pa ako connected sa NTC, but if you will bibisita ka ng isang NTC office, doon mo malalaman na ito yung form na gagamitin ng bibili ng for example, ikaw yung customer, meron kang project, bibili ka sa supplier, merong form na naka-ready si NTC para sa user. Meron ding another form na prepare ni NTC para sa mga suppliers to avoid violation. You need to pay the necessary fees. Mura lang naman. Tapos with regards to the frequency, si NTC ang makakasagot sa inyo kung ano yung mga existing na operating frequency in your locality, in your area. Para din yung base station Para din yung radyo, yung kit-kit, yung citizens band. How can they give you such radio station license if we're talking about UHF at saka VHF band or marine communications na band? Sila nakakaalam kasi meron silang database of all applied applicants na ito ang frequency ninyo. Sila ang magbigay ng frequency for you. So parehas din yan sa Wi-Fi, ma'am. So yun lang share ko sa NTC. Okay.
Grabe, sir, talagang sobrang salamat, sir. Kaya for sure, sir, solve din yung nagtanong dun sa sinagot mo. And sir, since sobrang thankful talaga sa IECEP Rizal and IECEP National for having you, to acknowledge, sir, yung okay, one moment, sir. Yan. So sir, since you have shared your knowledge and expertise today, so we have this certificate of appreciation and hereby awarded to you, sir, one and only Engineer Sahid N. Makabalang, for our IECEP Rizal 3rd webinar 2021 with the topic entitled Wi-Fi Basic Planning and Design and Overview on Wi-Fi 6 and 5G. So held today via Zoom video conferencing, given this day, March 6, in the year of our Lord 2021 at Province of Rizal, Philippines. So fully signed, sir, ng ating IECEP Rizal Governor, Engineer Dennis L. Molina. So let's give a virtual round of applause kay Sir Sahid Makabalang. So thank you so much, sir, sa knowledge and expertise.
Okay, thank you din. Thank you. Thank you for giving me
Thank you,
this
sir.
opportunity.
Thank you, Sir Sahid. Yes.
Okay, so
Ma'am, audio, ma'am.
hello, sir. So,
Yan.
sorry, sir. So, yep, sorry. So, please visit yung ating IECEP Rizal chapter kasi dun nakapost yung ating sa Facebook page, dun nakapost yung links sa ating assessment exam. evaluation para sa ating post-webinar, and also yung attendance. So check nyo lang yung nakapost doon about this YouTube live. So check nyo yung comment section, nandun lahat yung links. Alright, and also we're happy to announce na kanina naka 460 plus tayo na subscribers, and now we're almost 700 subscribers na sa IECEP National. And engineers, please subscribe kasi once na makapag-generate tayo ng funds from it, tayo din magbe-benefit for the love of our profession. And I, Engineer Melody Yudico, formally and officially handing over the AM session to PM session kay Engineer Angeline Robles, PECE. So yung topic mamaya is engineering risk management. So thank you guys and see you around, and enjoy your lunch break while you are having a productive learning session. So thank you and take care. Bye. So guys, 5 minutes na 5 minutes na break. Okay, then proceed tayo sa PM session mamayang 1:38 PM. Thank you.
Picture taking pa tayo. Nandiyan pa ba Sir Sahib?
Hello, Adi.
Oo, picture taking tayo mga officer.
Oo.
Ma'am, sayang naman yung post natin.
Okay. Dito pa ako, tapos ako rito? Tawag rito?
Sir John Vic.
Si Sir Lyle, andyan ba? Baka busog na si Sir Lyle.
Ma'am Mel.
Yun.
Angie. Sir Eugene, Sir Frank, Sir Mark. Picture from the speaker. Wait.
Ma'am Mel, kumain na yata si Ma'am Melody.
Dito pa ako, sorry. Wait lang.
Bit-bit na niya yung plato. Bilit-bit na niya yung plato.
Wala, ayan.
Kumuha ng atsara.
Atsara.
Ayan.
Sino si
Ang ganda ng camera mo, Sir John Vic. Fish eye ata to. Ganda.
Hindi po. Napulot lang. Napulot lang sa Shopee.
Maganda yung Shopee. May quality na yung China.
Opo, sir.
Baka nagtimpla pa yata ng turmeric juice si Sir Lyle. Sir Lyle, yung gamot mo.
Si Solange.
Oo.
Sir Eugene.
Parang may sakit yata si Sir Lyle kasi kanina eh.
Matamlay ba, sir? Matamlay?
Hindi po ma'am, may ubo siya eh. Nung pag-click ko ng link, dalawa lang kami sa loob ng room. Yun, inuubo.
Ubo pala siya.
Si Ma'am Melody nandito.
Dito na po ako, sir. Sorry. Palit lang po.
Okay na ba? Sir Director Janvic ka ba mag-pick o si ano na lang, Engineer Melody?
Ako na lang ba, sir? Kayo, sir.
Sige, i-resend mo na lang, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Wait. Ano ka lang po. Okay, sir. So, okay, smile. 1, 2, 3, picture. Okay, wait lang, sir. Isa pa. Last na.
Waki ba?
Waki.
Waki na yung mukha namin, sir.
1, 2, 3, smile. Nice.
Mamaji, waking-waki talaga eh.
Normal.
Ano. Sir Said, maraming salamat, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you po.
Parang nagparamdam na si ano eh, si Gob. Saan yung message dito? May nakita ako. See you in 3P Trio si Pidinario. Version 2 na ba to?
Yeah.
Ayun.
Tayo si Pidinario sa July, sir. Paghahandaan natin.
Sige, sama-sama din tayo ulit, sir. This year.
With Sock Sergeant and Oman.
Oman,
chapter.
yun. Aabangan na naman yung tao. Jump pack na naman.
Yes, sir.
Sige, sir. Thank you very much. And yung hindi pa nakapag-lunch, mag-lunch na kayo.
Oy, sir, ka mag-lunch kasi mag-lunch ka na, sir.
Okay lang ako dito. Thank you po.
Thank you,
sir.
Thank you, sir. Maraming salamat.
Po.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, engineers. Good afternoon.
Yes.
Yan, am I loud and
Good
clear?
Afternoon,
afternoon.
ma'am.
Okay,
Yes.
good afternoon po. So, should we start the afternoon session?
Wait lang daw.
Sige, sige po.
Medyo mahaba, ma'am, no? Ma'am, ano kayo? Naka-mute, ma'am.
Sorry, good
Okay.
afternoon again. So, we will be proceeding with the afternoon session. So, since we have learned so much with the technical talk of Engineer Sahid earlier, so let's continue the momentum as I present to you the Rizal trustee that would introduce our next speaker. Okay, so I give the floor to Engineer Janvic Baral to introduce our speaker.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for that wonderful introduction. So to formally introduce to you our resource speaker for our PM session, he became an employee at Globe Telecommunications, Data Resource Management as a technical assistant. He also became a cadet engineer at Engineering Department of Eagle Cement Plant Corporation. And now, he is currently working at Philippine Machinery Management Corporation, Engineering Department as an insurance engineer / underwriter. His background, he analyzes, evaluates, rates, and underwrites risk based on approved guidelines, prepare and recommend quotations, proofreads, finalize quotations, inspects risk for rating, underwriting, and or for claims evaluation purposes, and prepares reports, analysis, and recommendations thereto. He also evaluates and recommends settlement of claims, coordinates with saving companies on assignment of claims, to and discuss valuations with accredited adjusters. He rates also and refers to discusses risk with monetary engineers, accept risk, and bind cover up to 10% of the limits of the saving companies. Treaties with the monetary, provides such acceptance covers are in accordance with existing guidelines, practices, and or any site agreements between the seeding companies and monetary, and then reports the same to the general manager through the head engineering department. So he also attended various seminars from dated October 13, 2014 to October 17, 2014 at Munich, Germany. So pang international tong resource speaker natin. Di ko napapatagalin pa. Alam ko gustong-gusto na nitong mag-talk. Our current Associate Trustee of IECEP Rizal, none other than Engineer Ronaldo J. Reyes, MSEN. Sir, the floor is yours.
So, thank you very much sa aming team captain ng Team Bitlog. So, guys, rinig naman po ako, Ma'am, Miss Ange.
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. So, I'll give you the floor. So, stop share na ako, sir, ha? Para sa'yo na po yung
Sige, Ma'am. Thank
stage.
you. So, thank you, Miss Ange and Engineer Janvic. So, I will plug in pala. So, mamaya at the end of my discussion, I will be giving away 2 company notebooks for those na makakasagot ng una sa aking tanong mamaya sa dulo. So, guys, to formally start my talk for today, hi, good afternoon, everyone. I am Engineer Ron Reyes, and I will be your speaker for the second half of the webinar. You may know me as your resident host sa mga past events namin. Today, I will be taking on the other side naman as your speaker. So basically, my educational background, I took my bachelor's degree in FEU Institute of Technology. And then, after some time, I took up my master's degree in Mapua University, majoring in engineering management. So guys, today, my topic will be subdivided into 2. The first part will be the engineering risk management, and the other part will be the introduction to engineering insurance. So why do we need risk management for engineers? Do you have any idea how impactful good risk management can be? In my own personal perspective, I would say that we engineers have the responsibility to finish our project or contract with quality and on time. But also very perfect. There are always constraints that we need to handle. This constraint will involve accidents to our colleague or property damage to third party. These type of accidents can be preventable if you have a good risk management. So going back to Engineer Jason Guerrero discussion on January 9, he discusses about project management. So here on my slide, we can see that risk management is just a subset of the project management, but this subset is a crucial one because it could have financial losses to a company, or it could have a bad publicity for that company, or also we as project managers, if we cannot handle situations that arises unexpectedly, so we have to be prepared on that. lalo na sa geographical location natin na Philippines. So medyo prone tayo sa mga acts of God na accident or risk. So what is engineering risk management? It is a handling uncertain event or condition that should, one, increase the probability and impact of positive events. Two is decrease the probability and impact of negative events in the project. So these two are the major goals of the engineering risk management. If we could somehow make it, like for example, 99%, we are covered all aspects of our project, and then our clients will be give us commendable remarks for doing that. So as I've said a while ago, in every project there are always constraints. So this picture, I will call this as a triple constraint. So at the center will be the quality. So if we are able to balance the scope, cost, and time, then our project will be a successful one. So what could be the scope? The scope can be the nature of work or the additional works that we are doing in a project. Cost is the budget of the project, and the time. The time is how long can we make a project, or how long can we finish a certain project. Like for example, we have to a project on a horizontal directional drilling that will be composing of contractors and subcontractors that will do the excavation, do the implanting of the fiber optic, for example, if that will be the medium that will be used in this kind of project. And the next one, so engineering risk and hazard. So how do we define these two? Risk is the chance, high or low, that any hazard will actually cause somebody harm. While the hazard is source or a situation with the potential for harm in terms of human injury or property damage. So guys, for example, in our everyday lives, we have certain hazard to encounter. Ang pinakasimpleng instances nito is when we are crossing a road. So when we cross a road, there will be certain hazard. Maybe there will be a cars passing through that road. Maybe there are construction activity related on that road. For example, there is a construction of a 12-story building that is doing their excavation. Or the other side, at the rear side, there will be construction also of a, for example, 2-story building that is doing their finishing. So the chances are in our everyday lives, there is always a hazard that we always encounter. So importance of engineering risk management. One is creates a safe and secure work environment for all staff and customers. So this one, I would say na kapag secure yung work environment natin for all customers, syempre yung sa staff natin, so maganda yung publicity natin dyan. Dahil syempre, yung mga future graduates, they look forward to work with us. And also the customers. If the customers feel safe with us, then the customers will always, for example, ask for our technical advice or technical expertise on how to construct, for example, a certain building, a certain CCTV cameras, and etc. So number 2 is increase the stability of business operations while also decreasing legal liability. So what do we mean by that? Stability of business, as I have said a while ago, that publicity is one major ingredient of a successful business, because in a business there are certain third party that you need to please. So if your operations, or for example your project was done nicely without delay, without the accidents, or if merong accidents, dapat covered yung certain portion na yon. Wala dapat loophole on that portion. Kasi if there will be loopholes on that portion, ang magsasuffer is yung capitalization natin, na which is mababawasan yung budget natin for the future projects. So number 3 is provides protection from events that are detrimental to both the company and the environment. So yun guys, ang risk management is a way of protection na rin natin sa company and environment. Bakit sa environment? Syempre, if for example, we are constructing a dam. So in a dam, there are water current that we need to stop, and then we are putting that on a certain time so that we can construct on that portion. So if a certain surge of water will attack the barrier, so that is the time na masisira yung barrier natin. So lahat ng mga properties and mga environment na nasasakop doon is masisira ng bigla-bigla. Dahil meron tayong ginawa na unusual doon sa area. So, and lastly, helps establish the organization's insurance needs in order to save unnecessary premiums. So guys, I think maybe some of you or a few of you only knows insurance about engineering. So later on, I will be discussing the engineering insurance side naman. So this, why risk management for engineers? One is moral hazard or ethical issues. So moral hazard or ethical issues, as professional engineers, we are called upon to regard on our duty to public welfare and paramount. So this time, we are not just, for example, we make the project on time, but taking that road to success, is there any obstacle that you encounter and then hindi mo siya naayos, yung, for example, yung safety culture, hindi naging maayos. So aside doon, meron din tayo mga collective mindfulness and risk awareness dun sa moral hazards or more ethical issues that we need to handle. Number 2 is legal requirements. For those of you who are working on project management or working in a building permit, risk management, ang tinitingnan nila dyan is yung insurance. Usually, yan yung mga isang nagiging requirement nila before ma-approve yung contract. Then, they are going to issue the notice to proceed to you so that you can start your project. And then, the third one is financial motivation. Sa financial motivation naman, ang under dun is self-determination, avoiding major losses. Yun, I've said a while ago na kapag mayroon tayong major losses, it could hurt our financial status. Kasi imbis na we are moving on the next project on our budget, we are allocating it going back to the first project that we have. Then we have the corporate responsibilities and the value. So if we are going to sum up all these three, we need to educate our educational needs so that in the future, if you are a construction firm, in the future, you could handle this risk more effectively coming from these three reasons. So risk management process. How do we streamline the process? How do we get into a level wherein we could start on a step-by-step procedure? So we are going now to streamline the risk management process. So we're going to start by risk management planning, risk identification, qualitative risk analysis, quantitative risk analysis, risk response, and risk monitoring control. So let's go first to the risk management planning. So ano ba yung nakapaloob dito? One is the methodology na gagamitin natin on making this happen. Roles and responsibilities. Syempre in a company, we have to assign roles who have to monitor every project. Kasi every project is, there will be different circumstances, different constraints, different issues that could arise. So there should be someone who should monitor that one. So timing. Saan ba natin dapat ilagay ang risk management natin? Then we have the risk categories, definition of risk probability and impact, probability and impact matrix. So let's go first to the type of risk. So sa type of risk, ano-ano ba yung mga composition nito? So one, we have the technical. This technical involves the people who are responsible for the design, for the planning, and then the other type of risk is the resource. Resource is, these are the materials available to us. These are the labor that who could make our project possible. And also, as I said a while ago, the personnel who could monitor the risk for every project that we have. Then we have communications. Communications is very vital in this risk management because as this project progress, there will be certain circumstances. For example, we encounter a typhoon, flood, someone is electrocuted on the project site. So that possible accidents could happen anytime. So communication is a key on this risk management because we could learn from that accidents, and then we could implement it to the other sites. What could be the safety precautions that we have to implement? So another type of risk is legal and regulatory. In legal and regulatory, we will be having this by, for example, we are doing our horizontal directional drilling. Then accidentally, we hit a utility or a pipeline, for example, water pipeline or power pipeline, that could cause legal legal uh, legal action that this would third party would impose to us, that we need to repair that. We need to make sure that these pipelines are going to go back to where it was before. So, and then we have the force majeure. This force majeure, I think very common to sa mga lawyers. So this one is related to the concept of acts of God, an event for which no party can be held accountable, such as hurricane, typhoon, what else? Cyclone, or volcanic eruption. And then we'll go to risk breakdown structure. Sa risk breakdown structure, these are the 4 elements that we need to streamline. We have the technical, external, organizational, and the project management. So sa technical, ano ba yung mga requirements? Requirements, for example, mga project plans, adequate ba yung planning na ginawa, sinurvey ba ng tama yung area, kung ano yung mga possible na dadaanan ng cable, such as that. And then we have the technology. Anong technology ba yung gagamitin nila? This could be technology on how to excavate the soil, and then how to put the cable that, for example, we have the installation of 144 fiber optics on a certain area. Then who will perform the project? So dun sa performance, we have to be very crucial on choosing our contractors that who will do our project for us. Then we have the quality. So, and at the end of the day, it's the quality that we check for this technical kind of risk breakdown structure. Then we have the external factors. We have the subcontractors. So this is related to the performance a while ago, that we need to make sure that that subcontractor has the credibility of doing that kind of project. Then another one on external is regulatory. So who regulates this kind of project? It could be the NTC, the government, the PCAB, or any type of organization. So the market is looking at the status of a, for example, a subcontractor, contractor that who could make our project. Another one is customer. Customer is, for example, we are going to install a internet facility from this village to that village. So we have to run that smoothly so that our customers will be satisfied. So let's go on to another group. That will be the organizational group. In this group, you will have one is dependencies, resources, and funding prioritization. This one is up for the management. So the management should always have a planning on these four kinds of organizational. And then lastly, we have the project management. We have to estimate, plan, control, and communicate to these three sections, the technical, external, and organizational. So how do we define risk impact in our risk management planning? And so going back to my triple constraints that I mentioned, one is risk impact definition, that will be the project objective. And under project objective, it will, number one is the cost. So this, on the top most part, it will be the probability that a certain risk will impact the project. So for this, the assumption will be for very low, it will be 0.05. For low, it will be 0.10. For moderate, it will be 0.2. For high is 0.4, and very high is 0.8. So sa cost, so let's start first to the very low. So very low, medyo insignificant pa yan sa pag-increase. Then as we progress to the very high, the cost will also increase. So it's directly proportional kapag sa cost tayo tumingin dyan. Then we have the time. Katulad din siya ng sa cost na for every increase of probability, it increases also for about 5 to 10%. And for the scope, so very low, syempre hindi mo pa yun noticeable, lalo na kung meron kang project na renovation or mga repair lang. So sa moderate, medyo affected na siya. So under sa quality, we have these three. Sa quality naman, quality degradation or barely noticeable, quality reduction. Sa moderate naman, requires sponsors approval. Guys, let's move on to our next slide. Risk identification. How do we define or identify the risk? So it's a process of determining the risk that could potentially prevent the program, enterprise, or investment from achieving its objectives. So ito yung mga methodologies natin on how to identify our risk. One is forms. For certain companies that has a risk management, there are certain forms that you need to fill up before starting your project. It could be forms on utilities, forms on legal requirements. Another one is checklist. Checklist, this could be attained by the number of years na yung company is nagko-construct ng, for example, building, co-construct ng or nag-install ng mga internet. So from there, by communicating from those projects, we can make a checklist on what could be the possible risk that we could encounter doing this kind of project. The third one is the sticky notes. So for example, a certain accident arises on that area. So a certain people or a certain person will use small paper to write on what happened on that day and what could be the possible probable cause of encountering that problem. So the prompt list or the risk breakdown structure, that's what we discussed a while ago. And then we have another one, the historical records. Historical records, these are the records from the previous projects that we should always consider, because in risk, it could happen twice or thrice on a certain period of time. So we must be active to look out on that, so that certain lives will be saved, and then also we could save our property from disaster. And then we have the pre-mortem. It's a managerial strategy in which a project team imagines that a project or organization has failed, and then works backwards to determine what potentially could lead to the failure of the project. And then we have the brainstorming. The brainstorming is like asking opinions from the expert from another project, or we could ask opinions to our co-employees on what could be the possible risk or hazard that they are encountering on that specific project. So another one is we have affinity diagrams. Affinity diagrams is a kind of business tool to organize ideas, or we organize output tool after brainstorming. So this one is related to brainstorming. And then the other one is expert interview. In expert interview, you will ask, for example, a third-party risk management expert to assess what could be the possible risk that you will encounter for that particular project. And then we have the nominal group. It's a structured method for group brainstorming that encourages contribution from everyone through selecting which is the best ideas among that from that brainstorming. Then we have the visualization. Visualization is a Delphi technique. This is a tool also used in brainstorming. So the other one is the fishbone technique. This technique is a visualization tool for categorizing the potential causes of the problem and root causes. So basically, itong fishbone diagram, for those who took up their management or the MBA, this is very familiar. This one is a root cause analysis that if you search it on the internet, you could see a figure of fish that will that you could give the root and the plus the causes of the certain risk. Then we have lastly the SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis is the strength, weakness, opportunities. So this type of analysis is looking back to on what you can control on your project and what could you improve in order to make your project successful. So moving forward, we have the identification order. So dun sa risk identification natin kanina, we are grouping now them into 3 steps. So for step 1, we have the brainstorming, interview, and the Delphi. And then after that, we brainstorm or interview we should look at the historical records, risk breakdown structures, the checklist or the forms, so that we will not miss any details that on that risk. And then after that, we gather all the data that we have, whether it's communication or historical. We have the pre-mortem, the affinity diagrams and others to evaluate the frequency on how often it occurs. So do it until it seems stupid. Tong phrase na to is talagang ganito siya sa risk management because we do not know what could happen from our day-to-day activity. Like for example, meron excavation sa certain area. Then someone did not notice the barrier. So it could cause fatality to someone that was a third party to the project. So guys, we must think outside the box for us to really identify the risk or a hazard that we will encounter on our projects. So let's move on to the risk identification outputs. So one is we have the risk register. So this one is, I've seen this sa mga nasa construction. So they are going to have this Excel file, and then they start to create their own risk register. So this risk register contains the list of identified risk, list of potential responses, root cause of the risk, updated risk categories. So this one is will be on a day-to-day basis. So what hazard or risk they could encounter on a day-to-day basis. So that this risk register could be somehow useful sa mga future projects na kung na-encounter na natin to before, we could mitigate it or we could eliminate it. Because in this risk management, so involved dito ang buhay or property or public liability that could damage our company. So under sa ano natin, we have the qualitative analysis. So in qualitative analysis, we have the topmost part is the impact, and the other one is the probability. This one is looking back at our risk register. How do we simplify that? How do we make sure na ito is almost zero yung probability na maulit siya? So this is how we evaluate those data that we gathered a while ago. So we have the risk management process, pa rin. We have the quantitative risk analysis. Under quantitative risk analysis, we have the one is the expected monetary value. So in this expected monetary value, the formula for here will be cost, activities, plus contingency reserve, plus the management reserve is equal to project value. So this I've list the risk from 1 to 7. It could be a third-party risk, third-party utility risk. It could be a legal liability. So these were the examples. Then, for instance, we have the threat on legal liability. Before, we have this legal argument with a certain village. Then, from time to time, there are certain villages that has this comment about our project. So that legal liability cost us the for about, for example, 10,000. So the expected monetary value is nabawasan ng 3,000. So as so on. And then this one is a how do we evaluate the possible financial losses that we have on a certain project. So we have the decision tree analysis, and this one is under quantitative analysis pa din. So in this decision tree analysis, we have the one is how for example, we are going to make a building that was there is a existing building on that project land or the site. Then we choose between to build a new one, or we just retrofit that building. So for the decision node, for the investment example only, we have the 120,000 for the build or create, and for the retrofit we have the 50,000. So this has the chances of, for example, if we invest it, we have the 65 chance of node, and we have the reward of 200,000. And then the net pat value is the 52,000. And so that is for the, if we are going to build a building from scratch. And then if we are going to retrofit it, we are going to, for example, invest just 50,000, and then the reward will be much lower. And then moving on, under quantitative analysis, we have the Monte Carlo simulation. So sa Monte Carlo simulation, it is a broad class of computational algorithms that rely on repeated random sampling to obtain numerical results. This one is a tool. Pwede nyo siyang gamitin sa Excel. Meron Monte Carlo simulation doon. This one is you are going to make samples from your past risk, and then you will evaluate it's between 1 to 100 how optimistic or pessimistic that risk can be. So after that, you have a certain task, and then you have the probability or estimation. For this one, after you run the Monte Carlo simulation in Excel, there will be responses on probability and estimation. So we are going to consider the 80% up for the estimation. So another quantitative analysis that we have is the PERT, or the Performance Evaluation Rating Tool simulation. So it allows management to cope with the uncertainty and instability of time estimates and use in early planning stage. So from the word itself, uncertain, which coincides to the definition a while ago of risk management, this tool is used to simulate the risk over time, or the frequency of how a certain risk could happen again. In this table, we have a certain activity. We have activity 1 to 7. Then we are going to rate them according to the optimistic cost, most likely cost, the pessimistic cost, and the per cost. So if we are going to simulate this on a given formula of per cost is equal to optimistic plus most likely cost multiplied by the most likely cost and the pessimistic cost, then we are going to get these values. So another risk management process is the risk response. In risk response strategies, one is you have to avoid, transfer, mitigate, or accept a certain risk. So this one we listed a certain risk response that could be for avoidance. How could we prevent it? How to tolerate it? And most likely the how to exploit that opportunities. Because if we exploit that opportunity, that risk will never happen again, or if it can happen again, we are ready to mitigate that risk. So the other one is mitigation. How do we reduce it or terminate or control or enhance that mitigation tool that we are implementing on our project? So number 3 is transfer. So how do we transfer, allocate, or share the risk? So in transferring the risk, one good example of this is insurance. So later on, I will discuss the insurance that we engineers should have for every project that we are going to make. So after that, transferring the risk, you must accept the threat that it could happen, so that in the future we are ready for the possible damages or issues on our project. Then we have the last one is this avoidance, mitigation, transfer. This should be always passive when it comes to our projects or the risk management approach. So another risk response strategies is the how to be active or mitigate those losses, which is more likely to do in a project to mitigate the loss or contingency. Number one is the other one is the risk response of the owner. And then we have the several options that we have. So this one, it should be always active in our risk response strategies. So as I've said a while ago, this mitigation and contingency versus the recovery, it should be always weighted a lot in a staging ng planning ng risk management rather than dun sa accepting ng risk. Because in planning, we have to know what could be our mitigation technique and contingency plans for certain causes or issues that could hamper our project. So next one is the strategies for recovery. So how do we recover ba kapag meron tayong certain risk or hazard na na-encounter? So in order for us to recover, so one is we have to sequencing the project. So we have again to arrange our bar chart or timeline to cover up that issues that we have encountered. So for that issues, there could be some additional resources that we need. For example, certain pipeline break when a typhoon hit that area. So for that additional cost, we need to allocate again another resource on that one. So it could also be we could change the scope. For example, the design did not work on a particular terrain on that area. So we could change the scope of the project so that we could continue that project. And then the last one is the changing the approach. Changing the approach is what could be the other strategy or what could be the other tool that we could use, for example, to excavate on that terrain, or how can we install certain water pipeline on that area. So moving on, we'll be having our risk monitoring and control. So we are done on the streamlining the risk process or the risk management. How do we control and monitor yung mga risk natin? One is we should always identify, analyze, and plan for new. This one is, I've said a while ago na ang risk is pwedeng repetitive yan, pwede ring bago for every project that we have, because we have different constraints that we can encounter for every type of project. And then after that, we should reanalyze or rethink the existing plan. So naging adequate ba yung plan? Ano ba yung naging for example, safety measures, or nagawa ba yung surveying dun sa certain area ng tama? Wala bang mga na-overlook na parameters that we need to consider? So the third one is the monitoring trigger for contingency. So pag mo-monitor ng contingency, this one is, for example, in a certain project, you have allocate additional or spare, for example, gasket or tires, so that these gaskets kasi is imported pa. So you have to make a contingency plan on how to handle that situation if certain gasket or certain material or gear did not work out. And we should monitor the residual from these three monitoring steps that we have to do. So moving on, risk management. Ano ba yung mga typical errors that we could encounter from this type of project? So ito na yung nandun na tayo sa process ng planning up to the identification on what will be the tools that we have to use on a risk management. So ano ba yung typical error sa risk management? One is project is estimated long before the risk to the project are discussed. So basically guys, yung iba kasi ang ginagawa nila sa risk management, nagkaroon na ng contract sign off, nagkaroon na ng notice to proceed, they were given the nakapag groundbreaking na sila, tsaka pa lang sila kumukuha ng risk management plan nila, which is mali. So dapat guys, we have to have our risk management before the contract sign off. So the right process of doing a certain project is one, you have to start at the plan scope, schedule, plan scheduled, plan the plan budget, and then you have to have your plan the risk, and then you sign off or you were given the notice to proceed to a certain project. Then what could be the another error that we could encounter? Number two is risks are not identified using the cost risk analysis. This one is, for example, we have a code quality produced by the team is insufficient. So what could be the causes or what could be the probable cause of this? This one is, for example, there was a lacking code of review, pair programming, code inspection tools, and junior staff. There was few cases of poor code inspection. So ano yung naging risk? What means that the overall code quality may be insufficient. So yun, it could hurt our data. So if that code quality is not fully affected. So, and then the effect will be causing a huge number of defects, causing rework and delays on the project. So this one is, I think, a major error if we are not going to address it. And then we have another one, typical error natin is the risk identified are general rather than specific. So this one is the intangibles naman. We have a risk, communication issues. We have the cause. What will be the cause of this is due to time difference and just 1 hour of overlapping. So the risk for this is the requirements clarifications may not always be completed with the purchase order number. So sa instances na to, ano yung naging effect noong hindi na-complete yung purchase order natin? So it causes so much delay and reworks impacting the schedule. So we have to realign it again to our bar chart or per CPM, these kinds of delays. So another revision on this tool, and then another simulation on our CPM. Another one for this is due to team collocation. So for this one, user story and acceptance may not be documented and detailed. And then what could be the effect? So it's a good effect that we are saving extra time for the project. So another one is, as I've checked on the Philippine Statistics Authority, So the project accidents. What could be the possible accidents that we could encounter? So this one, I've checked. It's on our Philippine Statistics Office. So this one, figure 1 shows the occupational accidents and cases, injuries on establishments employing 20 or more workers in the Philippines. So ang available pa lang guys sa ating PSA is between 2015 and 2017. So in 2015, the cases were for the causes of occupational injuries, we have the 50,961 versus the occupational accidents na 44,739. So guys, these two occupational accidents and injuries are very glaring. So if we are looking at the data from the other countries, this is very high. So if we are going to mitigate it or if we could lower it, it's much better because accidents or fatalities could happen to any kind of project. Like for example, me, as I work on a cement plant, we do commission certain projects, and then there was this one instance that my colleague had this accident, so it causes his fingers to be taken off. So guys, we have to be proactive talaga in implementing risk management. Kasi hindi natin maibabalik kung ano man yung nawala na bagay sa halimbawa sa property or sa tao kapag certain accidents happen. So in 2017, we have a lower cases. We have the 46,000 for the cases of occupational injuries. For the occupational accidents, we have the 38,235. So little by little, nakikita natin yung improvement sa ating process or sa ating country na nag-implement ng ating risk management strategies. So if we are going to take a look at its composition, so this one is the top cases of occupational injuries with work days lost in establishments on 2017. So we have the top cases will be the superficial injuries and open wounds. These are very common nga under dun sa mga construction site or project site. Even if dun sa mga installation ng, for example, installation ng alarm system sa building, it could be sa installation ng, for example, ng crushing plant. So yun, yun ang pinakamataas na injury. So followed by the stepping or striking against or struck by objects. So this one is, for example, there will be a tower crane or crane that was lifting. If you are familiar on the construction of highway, maybe it was last year, na yung crane is na outbalance siya. So yung pagkaka-outbalance niya is caused noong somewhere dun sa malfunction dun sa crane. So it causes lives na which is preventable naman if we do our, for example, monthly maintenance or daily maintenance ng ating tower crane. And then the other one next is the occupied body that was injured. For the risk and hand, we have the 35%. So in this, like my example a while ago na ang colleague ko before is nawalan siya ng daliri sa kamay dahil sa hindi maayos yung packaging conveyor dun sa aming area. So that causes his fingernails and then the daliri niya naputol siya. Then it could be preventable naman as long as na meron tayong naka-assign na personnel to do the checking of the, for example, the conveyor, the checking of the certain safety measures doon sa site. So another one is the occupation naman niya is plant and machine operators and assemblers. Though we have 30.2%. So for this one is yung mga plant operators or machine operators or assemblers naman. This one is exposed sila kapag under construction pa yung project, mas higher risk yung na itatala dito. So dapat compared do sa operational na. So kapag under construction pa talaga yung ating project, we have to have a good risk management. So and lastly, we have the agent of injury or machines or equipment. So this one, kapag for example, malfunction yung isang equipment natin na it could cause danger to the third party or our worker or staff, that could cause fatality or loss of property on third party. So yun guys ang first half ng aking discussion. Miss Angel.
Yes, sir. Rinig mo ako, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Dumilim ako. Ayun. Thank you. Opo. So, thank you. Sobrang knowledgeable yung binigay niyo sa aming information. Medyo may problema yung laptop ko. Nagpalit ako ng laptop, sir, kaya hindi medyo...
Sige ma'am. Ano ma'am, 15-minute break muna tayo or diretso na po?
So let's we have our CR break. Let's drink our water and prepare ourselves for another information and knowledge that will be shared by Engineer Ron after 15 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon again. Actually, I'm reading comments from our YouTube channel, no? So talagang overwhelming yung comments ng ating mga engineers to Engineer Ron na talagang shared today. So some of them is asking if we can share the presentation presented by Engineer Ron. So for the general information po, those presentations that were shown earlier, together with the presentation po ni Engineer Ron on risk management, will be collated by our organization and will be sent to you. Okay? So Engineer Ron, ready ka na po ba? Wala pa yata si Engineer Ron.
Yes, ma'am. 1 minute lang, ma'am. May hide lang ako.
Okay, sige. Sige, may itatago siya kasi baka yun yung question niya sa atin later. Okay, anyways, just to remind you, may special question si Engineer Ron later on after his presentation. And meron siyang surprise gift to those who will get the right answer. So meron siyang, if I'm not mistaken, may dalawa siyang company notebook that will be given away later. Okay, so again, thank you for attending this webinar. So don't forget to like, subscribe, and share our YouTube channel. Likewise, follow our IECEP Rizal Facebook page, and also share and be updated to all the posts and updates of the organization, especially the IECEP National. So, read tayo ng mga comments. We're waiting for Engineer Ron. So, Mr. Engineer Christopher D. C. Paday III said na yung topic ni Engineer Ron was a handful. So talagang it's very handful information. Ako personally, I've learned so much sa short span of time. Talagang nakakatuwa yung shares ng information ni Engineer Ron sa atin. Okay. So, ayan, thank you daw. Thank you for all the informations. Salamat po sa overwhelming comments natin. So in a few minutes, we'll resume our webinar and expect more knowledge to be gained. Okay, so okay ka na ba, Engineer Ron?
Yes, ma'am. Okay na, ma'am.
Are you good?
Ko muna.
Okay. Ayan, so, sa kanya na ulit yung stage. So,
thank you,
go ahead, sir.
So, yun guys, nakapag-break na ba kayo, water break or merienda? So, we are now on the second half of our discussion. So, as Miss Ange mentioned a while ago that I am giving 2 company notebooks. So guys, yung mechanics is kailangan i-like nyo yung or subscribe kayo dun sa share ng ating official national IECEP National YouTube channel. So moving on, we have the other half will be I will be tackling the engineering insurance. Siguro most of you do not know this kind of insurance. Pero yung mga siguro nag-work under construction, medyo familiar na sila dito. So guys, tayo as ECE, hindi lang tayo the usual na tech guy, pwede rin tayo sa mga ganitong kind of work na which involves management. Yan. On the engineering insurance, as an introduction, so insurance is like, as I've said a while ago, it's one way or one tool to mitigate the loss or cover the loss. Insurance is, it's like you are transferring the risk to a third-party risk management provider, which is insurance. So sa insurance, we have 2 types of insurance. We have the life insurance and the non-life insurance. So engineering insurance, under siya sa non-life. So we have the different types of engineering insurance. We have the contractors all risk, the erection all risk or the installation all risk. We have the electronic equipment insurance. We have the machinery breakdown insurance, the boiler pressure vessel insurance. We have the deterioration of stocks. We have the machinery loss of profit. And then we have the civil engineering completed risk insurance. So guys, paano ba binabasa yung isang insurance? How we could in case na ma-shortcut yung pagbabasa sa, kasi I know a lot of insurance policies covers this, a lot of warranties and conditions and terms that medyo nakakaanong basahin. So sa type pa lang ng insurance, malalaman na natin kung ano yung mga certain areas or points na we could take a look at kung ano-ano yung mga gusto natin i-cover sa ating project. So sa application ng insurance or sa pagtingin, we have to know first kung ano ba yung type ng insurance niya. We have kasi the name peril policy, and the other one is an all risk type of policy. Sa name peril policy, dito dinideclare mo lahat ng gusto mong i-cover, or lahat ng gusto mong risk, lahat ng gusto mong hazard na i-cover, i-declare mo dun lahat. So kapag hindi mo nakita doon, automatic na hindi siya covered or excluded siya from the coverage of your insurance. So on the other hand, we have the all risk type of policies. Ano-ano yung all risk type of policies? Siya yung policy na kabaliktaran naman ni name peril, wherein you will declare the exclusions. Ano-ano ba yung hindi pwede? So technically, kapag nakakita kayo ng all risk type of policy, kapag hindi mo nakita doon yung exclusion na yun, automatically or technically speaking, that peril should be covered under your policy. So punta tayo sa one section of insurance o yung underwriter. So maybe some of you are familiar already with this because of the life policy that we are very common nowadays na for example, you already done your medical exams, medical requirements, and then an agent will tell you na sige ma'am, papa-approve namin yan sa underwriter. So for every kind of insurance, meron mga underwriters. Hindi siya guys yung nagsusulat sa ilalim ng table . So ano nga ba ang isang underwriter? An underwriter is any party that evaluates and assumes another party's risk for a fee. So for me, my profession, I am an engineering underwriter. So basically, ako yung nagprepresyo ng isang insurance, ako yung nagde-dictate or ako yung nagde-design ng isang policy, ano ba yung mga exclusions na ilalagay ko, ano ba yung mga inclusions, i-allow ko ba kung gaano katagal siya ang gawin ng isang project without looking at the contract, or i-allow ko ba na ibaba yung rate or yung deductibles na mamaya i-discuss ko. So, ang underwriter, siya yung, kumbaga sa siya yung pinaka-brain ng isang insurance. Kasi on the underwriting process pa lang, kailangan dun alam na kaagad ni company kung i-accept niya yung risk or hindi. Siya yung nagbibigay ng recommendations dun sa company. So, it could be, he could reject or accept the risk. He could put so many exclusions on this type of policy, or you could he could or she could make the policy more simpler for the insured. So basically, siya yung brain or pwede rin siya yung heart and soul na isang insurance company. Kasi kapag si underwriter mali yung pagkaka-assess ng isang risk, chances are the company will not survive because this is the first process of getting the policy. It follows lang yung claim. So if that risk was not properly written by an underwriter, so chances are yun nga, malulugi yung isang company. For me, usually, as an engineering underwriter, we have to well-versed with every kind of engineering disciplines. Like I learned from here na kailangan matuto ng civil works, kailangan matuto ng electrical works, and everything na about engineering. So, itong type ng work na to is, I would say, ano sa atin, paraan ng pag-level up dun sa ating knowledge na we are not just for the ECE part, but we could be knowledgeable on different engineering disciplines. So moving forward, I will start my discussion by these two types of policies. One is a contractor's all risk or the erection all risk. So guys, hindi typographical error yan. It's an erection all risk talaga. If you're not comfortable or it would be ano yan, international name that used by Germans. So what are these policies? These are accident insurance contracts which provide cover to the insured against any unforeseen and sudden physical loss or damage from any cause other than those specifically excluded, in manner necessitating repair or replacement by payment in cash, repair, or replacement at the insurer's option. So, as we defined a while ago that risk management are uncertain events. So, this coincides to the engineering insurance, which is they are covering any unforeseen and sudden physical loss or damage from any cause. So, eto pa lang guys, yung mga iniisip natin regarding risk management, mas pinadali na ng insurance para sa atin. And then, as I discussed a while ago, kitang-kita natin dito kung ano kaagad na type of policies siya. Sinasabi niya, other than those specifically excluded, which means na this type of policy is all about an all-risk type of policy, wherein you are going to declare all the exclusions on this type of policies. The underwriter will declare all the exclusions. So if that risk or that peril is not declared on your policy that you will be having, and then technically speaking, it will be it should be covered under your policy. And so any unforeseen and sudden physical loss or damage from any cause. Contractors all risk. Ano ba yung mga examples nito? One is residential buildings, multi-story buildings, whole buildings, factories, cold storages and warehouses, metal, cement, chemical plants. We have the power plants. We have the towers or silos. We have the earthworks or the excavation works. we have the roadworks. And also we have airports, construction of airports. We also have railways. We have dams, hydraulic structures. We have the protection structures, bridges, water reservoir, irrigation systems. So guys, ano yung pinaka-common sa kanilang lahat? One thing na common sa kanilang lahat is yung composition ng total breakdown nila for each kind of project. Makikita natin for every type of project, mas dominant yung ating civil works. That's why it's called the CR or the contractors all risk. So on the other part naman, dito sa erection all risk or the installation all risk insurance, what could be the examples of this? One is the transportation and traffic systems. Two is the mining industry. Three is the chemical industry. We have the electrical industry. We have the metal producing industry. We have the building installations, storage facilities, paper and cardboard industry, telecommunication systems, building material industry. We have the textile industry, water and sewerage treatment plants, power plants, research and computing centers, pipelines. So guys, if you could notice naman dito sa batch ng erection all risk policy natin, ano yung pinaka-common sa kanila? Dito naman, it's the other way around. So we have ang dominant naman sa part nila is yung installation part. That's why it's called a installation or erection all risk type of policy. In these two kinds of policies, the contractors all risk and the erection all risk policy, we have two sections. We have the section 1, material damage. What is the composition of a material damage? One is the civil works or the civil contract works. Ano ba yung under the civil works or contract works? Number 1 is price, or yun the total contract value, or it is the bill of quantities. In certain projects, the principal or the project owner can somehow buy products that he wants to incorporate on his or her project. That could be the materials or items supplied by the principal. Under the construction or erection works, for the erection works, we have the cost of items to be erected or cost of items to be installed plus freight plus duties plus cost of erection or cost of installation. Another one is the civil works. Another one is the construction plant and equipment. So it could be also incorporated here in the policy. But always bear in mind na we have to have our contract works na yung first main requirement kanina. Then, moving forward, pwede rin dito ang mga construction machinery. Ano-ano ba yun? Ang construction machinery is equipment or machine na operated by human. Clearance of debris, kino-cover din natin dito. Existing property or principal's property held in care, custody, or controlled by the principal. So dito sa type of policy natin, we have the two assureds. One is the principal and the contractor. So these two parties, if you could read a contract or contract agreement between the owner of the project and the one who will do the project, these two are present on this contract. Or pwede namang, for example, parang developer din siya na rin yung magiging contractor sa kanyang project. Yan, we have the project site. So this should coincide in your contract. So whatever you declared on your contract, you must declare it on our policy. Or else, mate-technical tayo dyan when it comes to claiming to the insurance company that we declared the wrong project site, or we declared siguro nandun pa lang sa, for example, sa port area pa lang yung item natin, hindi natin na double check na nasa project site na pala siya. So for every policies of insurance or insurance policies that we are having right now, there are always exclusions na hindi kino-cover ng insurance policy, ng insurance company. So one general exclusions is direct or indirect loss or damage, liability caused by war or war-like risk, nuclear risk, willful act or willful negligence of the insured, cessation of work, whether total or partial. So let's move on to the special exclusions to Section 1. This is more common to the contractors all risk or the erection all risk. We have one is the deductible. Deductible, I know guys, this is very familiar to you because of the motor car policy. Ano ba yung deductible? Usually, sinasabi sa atin na agent, yan yung participation nyo, ma'am, or yan yung participation nyo, sir, when it comes to claiming or, for example, a certain peril arises. So, yun yung participation. Dito sa, since pareho sila ng type ng policy, we are under the same umbrella ng non-life insurance policy. So, this policy will also have a deductible that will be determined by the underwriter. So, the number 2 exclusion for this kind of project is the consequential loss of any kind, including penalties, losses to delay, loss of contract. So guys, this is a standard exclusions to the policies like which pag kasi sa insurance, the term is gusto mo i-buy back yung isang cover. So, or depende. Pag sa life siguro, sinasabi sa inyo na agent, ito yung mga add-ons. Pero ang proper term doon is you want to buy back that coverage. And then, we have the, this consequential loss is not it cannot be buyback. Kasi when it comes to reinsurance abroad, these are their standard exclusions. Unlike sa loss or damage due to faulty design, this one is pwede siya ma-buyback. So guys, if you want to this kind of coverage to be covered in your engineering policy, you just have to discuss it with your broker or underwriter so that it could be covered. Another standard exclusion is the wear and tear, corrosion and oxidation. Another one is the loss of or damage to files, drawings, or currency. Ano yung endorsements or ano yung pwede ma-buyback dito? There are certain endorsements that you could add to your policy so that certain coverage will be buyback. So this one is you can use a certain endorsement to bring back this excluded coverage to your policy. The other one is the loss or damage discovered only at the time of taking an inventory. So guys, it could be the loss na time of, there could be kasi connivance, or there could be something malicious damage that could be hamper this kind of coverage. That's why it is the standard exclusions. So moving on, other special exclusions applicable to Section 1 or the material damage. For EAR, we have the defective material, bad workmanship, other than faults in erection, damage to packing materials, for example, crates. For EAR naman, we have the cost of replacement, repair, or rectification of defective material or workmanship. When CPO or the construction plant and equipment or the construction machinery is insured, the mechanical or electrical breakdown or the arrangement of construction plant and equipment or construction machinery is excluded. Number 2 is the loss or damage to vehicles licensed for general road use or waterborne vessels or aircrafts. So guys, bakit natin in-exclude dito ang licensed vehicles for general road use? A simple reason is that we are covering them on a separate policy. We have the motor liability or motor car policy that should be covered on that. Or sa mga waterborne vessels naman, we have the marine insurance, and the aircrafts, meron din siyang specific insurance for them. So perils covered under CAR and EAR, or the contractor's all risk or the erection all risk. So we are listing here of the perils that could be covered. So for this type of policy, you cannot see fire peril there or lightning on your policy, then it is technically covered. For one is the fire, chemical explosion. It's covered under CAR and also on EAR. Lightning, it is covered under CAR and also covered under EAR. The earthquake, volcanism, tsunami, typhoon, storm, flood, inundation. For CAR, it's covered. For EAR, it is also covered. For the landslide subsidence, it is covered under EAR. It is also covered under the installation. Physical explosion. We have the CAR, it is covered. Under EAR, it is also covered. Under the short circuit or electrical causes, it is covered under CAR. Under EAR, it is also covered. So guys, like I've said a while ago na yung mga acts of God perils, you can see here na covered siya under kino-construct pa natin yung project or ini-install pa natin yung, for example, nag-install tayo ng fiber optic going one village to another village. So, yung mga unforeseen physical loss or damage, kung makikita natin dito, na-narrow down siya and then it will be covered under our policy. So let's move on to sa mga ating external factors ng na perils na will be covered under the policy. We have the theft, it is also covered. Under EAR, covered din siya. Burglary, robbery, covered siya under EAR. Sorry, CAR, and then sa EAR. Malicious damage of third party, covered siya under CAR, and then covered din siya under the EAR. We have another external factor or internal factor, I mean, the human error, negligence, or lack of skill. Kino-cover din natin yan under CAR and also on EAR. Bad workmanship. So, ito ay hindi natin kino-covered. So, which is also na hindi nababuyback sa ating policy. So, impact of land-borne or waterborne vessel crafts, covered din siya under CAR and also in EAR. So, we have another internal perils. We have the defects in casting or material. So, it is also not covered. It should be covered by your manufacturer. Faulty manufacturer, hindi siya covered under CAR and also in EAR. Faulty design, hindi rin siya covered under sa CAR and EAR. Consequential losses, yan, mga nabanggit natin kanina, hindi siya covered under CAR or EAR. Wear and tear, inherent vice, hindi siya covered under CAR and EAR. Binanggit din natin kanina, war and nuclear risk. Hindi rin siya covered under CAR or EAR. Basic difference. Ano ba yung pinagkaiba nila sa contractors all risk sa erection all risk? So this one, the defective material or bad workmanship sa CAR, hindi siya covered. Wherein dito sa defective material or bad workmanship, partially covered siya, hindi siya fully covered under the policy. Kaya I wish yung icon niya doon. There could be other endorsements that could be possible to buy back that cover. Automatic provision for testing cover. It is automatical. No, not automatically. You must contact your underwriter or your broker to or agent to be able to cover that. We have the contractors equipment. We have the construction plant and machinery. It is covered under CAR, but also you have to declare this one with your agent, broker, or underwriter. The existing property pertains to the held care, custody, or controlled by the principal. So this one, it will be covered under EAR So, period of cover. Contractors all risks. We have the erection all risks, construction plant and equipment, and the construction machinery. Sa period of cover, kailan ba nag-start yung period ng cover natin sa ating engineering insurance? It should be based on your policy na hawak, which is standard naman yan all over the world, which is the policy of the Munich Re policy or the German brand of policy or insurance. In the contractors all risk, there will be statements regarding the period of cover. So it will states there the period of cover will start after the unloading of materials or items to be insured at the site. Same goes with the erection all risk. It should be the start of the policy should be on the unloading of the items to be insured or items to be installed at the site. Wherein the construction plant and equipment and the construction machinery, the principal or the contractor should advise the agent, broker, or the underwriter if they wish to cover this up. Sum insured. Sum insured, as I discussed a while ago, this was goes hand in hand with the CAR and EAR, the construction or erection works, construction plant and equipment, construction machinery, clearance of debris, or the existing or surrounding property. This one is the insured contract works that was held care under control or custody by the principal or the owner of the project. Basis of loss settlement. It could be partial, total loss, or in respect of existing property, precondition to loss settlement, or the average clause. Partial loss is like, for example, there are certain portions lang ng project yung nasira. Then we are going to repair it in order for us to continue our work. We're in total loss. Total loss is, for example, we have a installation of our, let's say, fiber optic cable between village A and village B. So we all know that the Philippines is prone to typhoon. So a typhoon hit that two villages, and then all of a sudden all of our works was wiped out. So for it will be covered under this policy or the erection all risk policy. That matter. So in respect of existing property, if we have for example, we have a property adjacent to the construction site which is under health care or custody ng ating company, then it could be also covered as long as you declared it to your agent, broker, or insurance underwriter or the engineering insurance underwriter. Precondition to loss settlement. This one is if we have a previous condition on the loss settlement, then we are just going to continue the payment on that, or as long as you are repairing it or making it possible to work on site, yun yung ano natin, condition under the loss settlement. So we have the average clause. Ano ba yung average clause? So in our insurance contract, there is a clause there that says that we must declare the 100% of the full value of the contract works upon completion. It means na kapag hindi natin na-declare yung 100% to the insurance company or insurer natin, there will be a big problem to us because in the policy it says that the 100%. So if you are just insuring them for the 50%, then it will be underinsured. Kapag naman we have two policies in place. We have policy under company A, we have policy under company B, but we are ensuring both project at the same time. So guys, kapag hindi siya katulad ng ng life insurance na kapag para mag-add up siya, for example, I have an life insurance policy for company A, then I have an insurance policy for company B, then the sum insured or sum assured sa life insurance, mag-a-add up siya dun sa company A. So on the non-life insurance, hindi siya ganun. So we have to be careful on placing our projects kung kanino natin ito transfer yung risk. So let's move on to the second portion. So sa contractors all risk and the erection all risk, we have two sections. We have the section 1, material damage, or the contract works that was declared under our contract between the first party and the second party. So ano naman yung third party? Third party liability, this pertains to the it could be a property or an individual which is not connected to the project. So in this scope of cover of the section 2, third party liability, this one is a rider sa ating policy. What do we mean by rider? Siya yung parang sub-coverage ng ating engineer sa ating contractors all risk or the erection all risk. So what we have here is it provide indemnity to the insured within the amount specified against such sums, with the insured shall become legally liable to pay as damages consequent upon. So as I mentioned a while ago, it could be accidental or bodily injury to third parties. It could be accidental loss or damage to property belonging to third parties. And also, it could occur in connection with the erection, construction of insured items under Section 1 are happening on or in the immediate vicinity. Yan. Hina-highlight natin guys yung insured shall become legally liable. For example, we have company A doing the horizontal directional drilling. Then suddenly they hit a water utility or power utility, something like that. So si Section 2 ng policy natin ang sasagot doon. But before we could claim on the Section 2, there should be always a Section 1 coverage. So what are the special exclusions? So medyo marami-rami tayo exclusions. But eto naman mga exclusions na to is given na talaga and standard naman all over the world. One is the deductible. If we have a deductible for Section 1 or the material damage, we have also a deductible for our Section 2. This is the participation of the first party or the first party, second party, or the contractor, principal, or the owner of the project when a claim arises. We have the expenditure in redoing or repair or replacing anything covered under Section 1. Liability consequent upon bodily injury or illness employees, principals connected with the project, or part of which is insured under Section 1. So guys, bakit ini-exclude niya yung bodily injury to illnesses or illness of employees, of contractors, or principals connected to the project. Meron kasing separate policy for this. We have the personal accident insurance that should be covered. Kailangan meron nito in place yung company. So guys, if you are involved in a certain project that is very risky, you should better ask your employer on this. And then we have the number 3, liability consequent upon loss or damage to property belonging to or held in care, custody, control of contractors or principal or any other firm connected with the project or part of which are insured under Section 1. So for Section 2, this is the third existing property that we are discussing. So if this is not covered under Section 2, it should be covered under Section 1. And then that should be declared by the principal or the contractor of the project. Number 3, letter C, we have the any accident caused by vehicles licensed for general road use. As I've said a while ago, it should be covered under your motor car policy. Under letter D, we have an agreement by insured to pay any sum by way of indemnity unless such liability will also attach. It is also an exclusion. And additional exclusion, the insurers will not indemnify the insured in respect of damage to property or land or building caused by the vibration or removal or weakening of support of or injury or damage to any person or property occasioned by or resulting from any such damage. So guys, ito more on pang civil work, civil siya. So ang best example nito is wherein you are going to construct a, let's say, 50-story building or 45-story building with a 4-level basement. So in order for us to construct it, we have to excavate deeper so that yung substructure natin ma-in place siya ng proper. So habang tayo naghukay, for example, we are going to construct it in a crowded area or congested area like we have, for example, Manila. If we construct it there, we have to excavate in order for us to in place the substructure. And then dahil congested na yung area, so there are chances that you will hit the slope protection ng katabi mong property. So yung slope protection na yon, it could basically hurt that other party or the other property that adjacent to the project. So in just one simple mistake in hitting that slope protection, the property adjacent to your project site will easily collapse. So in order for you to cover that, you have to mention it to your underwriter or broker or agent that you are or you want to cover this type of risk. So moving on, guys, we have the example yan. Dahil na-hit niya yung basically the slope protection kasi yun eh. Kapag yung between the foundation noong certain building is mayroong mga slope protection yan to have them intact. So kapag na-hit mo yun, there will be chances na mag-collapse talaga yung building. Kasi it is part of the foundation works ng isang building. So let's move on sa ating ito ang pinaka relatable or pinakamalapit sa ating ECE, we have the electronic equipment insurance, or I would call it as the technology insurance. Application. An electronic equipment insurance covers electrotechnical items or systems and will not apply to high voltage equipment. Later on, meron tayong specific policy for high voltages and apparatuses. EEI is an operational cover. For example, cover applies after the items have been fully successfully put into operation. On hybrid machines, the value of the electronics has to exceed the value of mechanical components. So guys, this type of policies, if you could see the trend, we are just looking on yung predominant side nila. So if we are having the civil works na dominant sa atin, meron tayong contractors all risk. If we have the installation naman or yung may current involved yung project na dominant dun sa ating type ng project, it will be the erection all risk. And then for this kind of project na dominant naman yung ating mga electronic components, we have a certain kind of coverage for them, which is the electronic equipment insurance. Areas of application, we have the office and telecommunication, electronic data processing, we had the broadcasting, TV and radio, we have the measuring and automation control, medical technology, graphical and printing industry, miscellaneous. So miscellaneous, ano pa yung pwede dito? It could be nowadays kasi more on mobile na tayo. It could be the laptop. It could be the mobile devices na like mga pang measuring equipment, mga ganon. So yun guys. So mapapansin natin sa lahat ng na-mention na example, ang predominant na side dito is the electronic parts. And also we could see that these examples are all operational. So if the for example, we have a contract. If that contract involves construction activity or installation activity, then the right insurance for them is the contractor's all risk or the installation all risk. Why a need for insurance protection? One is electronic equipment represents a high capital value concentrated in small areas. These are true nowadays because we are going mobile. So the concentration of our equipment used in our day-to-day workload or day-to-day activity on the office is concentrated in a very small area nowadays. And then yung sinasabi niya represents a high capital value. So if we are not going to get an insurance for this, it would somehow, or it will hurt a company that was, for example, we all know that we are a typhoon prone or disaster prone area, which is caused by acts of nature. So if that certain office was damaged by this peril, then chances are the company will be closed because of the major losses of equipment that that they need to have and because of their operation. So yun guys, we have to consider putting our machines or insurance or equipment na ka-place na meron magandang risk management, or another way ng risk management is the insurance. The other one is the equipment is indispensable to the operations of the users. It is also delicate nature of components makes the equipment highly susceptible to damage caused by many hazards. So yun guys, this one is parang ready-made na sa atin na risk management tool para ma-cover up yung mga uncertain events. Ano ba yung risk exposure ng ating electronic equipment insurance? One is technological risk, which is hindi na yata common ngayon. We have the fire exposure. Fire exposure. The fire could be emanating from your office or from your neighboring office. It could also be covered under the electronic equipment insurance. We have the water damage, which is very common sa atin sa Philippines. We have the earthquake, typhoon, storm, lightning, which is the acts of God or the acts of nature perils. Environmental factors. Ano ba yun? We have the change in temperature, change in humidity, change in dust and smoke. These three environmental factors are very evident siya if we are going to take a look at the setup of the semiconductor industry, wherein you need to set a certain temperature on a certain IC or in order for them to be usable. So we have the corrosion or liquid gases. We have the risk exposure also on the power surge or the voltage fluctuation, indirect lightning, short circuit. We have the mechanical breakdown. Another risk exposure of the electronic equipment insurance is the negligence and carelessness of the operating personnel. We have the vandalism or the malicious acts. We have the burglary, theft, and robbery. So, ayun. The electronic equipment insurance policy. So, puntahan natin siya. Let's go dig deeper sa ating electronic equipment insurance. I will mention this that electronic equipment insurance is a kind of policy that is a name peril, should I say, the all-risk type of policy. So lahat ng lahat ng i-declare mo dito is yung mga exclusions. So katulad siya ng ating CAR and EAR. So in EEI or the electronic equipment insurance, we have three sections. We have the material damage cover for section 1. We have the section 2 data media cover first. And for the section 3, we have the increased cost of working cover. So let's start off with the operative clause of the general exclusion for section 1, material damage, section 2, electronic data media, And the section 3, the increased cost of working, the general conditions. This is the main structure of your EI policy. So insured must operative clause, insured must have paid the required premium. So guys, if we are not what should I say, if we are not paid with our insurance, there will be no cover that will be given to us. So another operative clause is cover applies while the insured items are at work, off, or at rest, being dismantled for the purpose of cleaning, overhauling, or of being shifted within the premises or in subsequent re-erection. Another operative clause is but only after items has been fully commissioned. So yun, hindi na kino-cover sa atin kapag under repair pa yung isang equipment. Kailangan kumuha siya ng separate insurance, which is the installation insurance or the erection all risk insurance. And then after some time, pag na-complete na niya yun, that is the time na mag-commission na siya, and then turn over na niya dun sa principal or dun sa insured na magte-take over nung item. So as I've discussed a while ago, there are certain standard exclusions for our engineering insurance policy. So we have the war and warlike operations, strike, riot, and civil commotion. We have the nuclear reaction, radiation, radioactive contamination. Under general exclusions, we have the war and warlike. We have the willful act of the insured or his representatives. Section 1, material damage. What are the exclusions under the Section 1 material damage? We have the deductible. Ito, common to sa kanina na ating participation ng insured doon sa ating claim or loss or accidents na mag-incur. Earthquake, hurricane, volcanic eruption, or tsunami. This one is we already put this in place sa coverage natin kasi we make it as an all risk type of policy. So for that, to make that happen, you have to buy back all the acts of nature of or acts of God peril to your policy. So this one, the earthquake, hurricane, volcanic eruption, and tsunami, na-buyback nito sa standard EEI policy in the Philippines or also abroad. It was also endorsed or amended in the policy jacket of your insurance. So this one also is the direct or indirect damage by theft. This one also was buyback. It was recovered again on the basic coverages of the EI policy. We have the existing damage within the knowledge of the insured. So this one, syempre, hindi siya talaga covered dahil hindi naman nangyari yan during the placement natin policy. So we have the failure or interruption of gas, water, or electricity service or supply. Another exclusions is that costs incurred in the elimination of functional failures except when caused by a covered loss. Another exclusion is that wear and tear, abrasion, and gradual deterioration or aesthetics. Aesthetic defects. We have the maintenance cost. It is also not covered under our policy. Damage for which the manufacturer or supplier is responsible. So if the damage emanates from the supplier pa lang or the manufacturer, then pagdating dun sa site natin, dun pa lang nakita, then suddenly may investigation na ginawa, pag nalaman na doon nang galing yung damage, hindi natin siya i-cover. Dapat liability pa rin siya ng ating manufacturer or supplier. Consequential loss or liability, hindi rin covered under the exclusions ng Section 1. So, let's take a recap on what are the covered perils to our EI policy. One is the fire chemical explosion. It is covered. Lightning, covered. It's the earthquake, volcanism, tsunami, storm, and typhoon. Ayan, as I discussed a while ago, nakalagay siya dyan, I wish. Dahil if you have guys to be careful kung anong type ng policies yung meron kayo. Kasi on a standard EEI policy, these perils are a standard exclusion. But in most cases in the insurance industry nowadays, these perils which is already recovered under the EI policy. So it is now covered. Flood, inundation, this one also, it will be covered now, but before it was on the standard exclusion. We have the landslide subsidence. This one also will be covered because it is part of the acts of God peril or the acts of nature peril. Next one is the physical explosion. It is also covered. The short circuit or electrical causes. It is also covered under our EEI. So this list of perils, we have the theft, and this one also, it was a standard exclusion with the standard policy before, but now it is covered under the policy. We have the burglary, robbery, it is also covered. Malicious acts of third party, it is also covered. We have the human error, negligence, or the lack of skill. It is also covered under our policy. Then we have the bad workmanship. So this is also covered under our policy by endorsing it to the policy. And then we have the impact of landborne or waterborne vessels of aircrafts. This one is not covered under our policy. Another list of perils, we have the defects in casting or material, faulty manufacturer. For the defects in casting, it is also covered by endorsing the policy. We have the faulty manufacturer. It is also covered, endorse the policy. Faulty design. It is also covered if we are going to in place an endorsement or warranty on our policy. Consequential losses is not covered under our policy. It belongs to the standard exclusions that we have in our policy, or should I say the general exclusions under our policy. We have the wear and tear, gradual deterioration, war and nuclear risk. It is also not covered under the policy. So let's move on to other type of insurance. We have the machinery insurance. So kanina, hindi tinatanggap ni EEI yung mga high voltages. So kanino siya mapupunta? So we have the special policy for them. We have the machinery insurance. So what is a machinery insurance policy? And it is an accident insurance whereby the policy shall cover the machinery while on the premises against any unforeseen physical loss or damage from any cause not specifically excluded, necessitating its repair or replacement. So what do we mean by that? So this type of policy is a name peril policy, wherein we are going to declare all the perils that we want to cover under this policy. Let's move on. What may be insured under this policy or the machinery insurance policy? Here, guys, if we are going to examine or differentiate between the machinery insurance policy and the electronic equipment policy, the main difference is that the composition of the electronic equipment insurance policy mas dominant yung ating electronic components, wherein the machinery insurance policy, the other way around naman, mas dominated ng policy ng breakdown yung ating mga mechanical parts. Machinery and equipment core, it would insure this type of policies in mga power stations, which include steam hydro, coal, diesel power plants, including switchyards and substations. Engineering works like shipyards, machine shops, metal working plants. Chemical industry like oil, refinery, cosmetics, industrial chemicals, coconut oil mills, spinning and weaving mills, food and similar industries. We have the paper and cardboard mills, including printing plants, stone, brick, cement factories. We had the woodworking industry, contractors machinery. It could be also insured under this type of policy. The waterworks and pumping stations. Another type of plant that could be insured under this type of policy is the refrigeration plants, residence, hotels, offices, cinema, hospitals. So now let's move on to the application of cover. Paano ba ito nag-apply? One is it covers the cover applies while the machines are at work or at rest, while being dismantled for the purpose of cleaning or overhauling, including subsequent re-erection, or while being shifted within the premises. But in any case, only after successful commissioning. So guys, this kind of policy is an operational kind of policy. So if we are going to repair it, have it maintained by another third party, the machine that we have, for example, we have a packaging machine that needs to be repaired. Packaging machine of under the cement plant, then we must get first an erection all risk or the insurance installation all risk policy in order for us to cover the repair. And then kapag natapos na yon, fully commissioned na, and then nagkaroon ng certificate of cover na given to us na tapos na yung repair or certificate of completion dun sa ginagawa nila, that is the time pa lang na gagana yung ating machinery insurance. Yan. Premises ng ating mga machines. Who may be insured? Normally, anyone who operates machinery, whether for small scale, medium to large scale, industrial enterprises. Another one is financing institutions who lend credit for the purchase of machinery or plant. So these two guys have the insurable interest to the machine. So what are the covered perils under this type of policies? One is defect in casting or material. So yan guys, if you could see, ito nagkaroon, ang kwento nito is, ito ay isang water turbine na which was damaged due to defects in casting. Dahil hindi niya kayang i-sustain yung speed ng ating machine dun sa area. So another one is faulty design. Another one is faults in workshop or in erection, bad workmanship. So guys, if you could notice all the covered perils under this type of policies, they were internal factors. So for this type of policies, we are not covering the acts of God or acts of nature perils because in other insurance policy types, meron nagko-cover nun, that is the property insurance or the industrial all risk insurance policies. So dapat it goes hand in hand para ma-cover up yung mga loopholes sa ating project or sa ating operational area or company. So the other one is the tearing apart on account of centrifugal force. And guys, yan, na-damage yung, I think, water turbine ulit ito sa isang plant. Covered perils, meron tayong short circuit and other electrical causes. Yan, nagkaroon ng short circuit sa isang, I think, vibrating screen yata ito sa isang cement plant. Shortage of water in boilers. So guys, covered din yan under machinery insurance. Entry of foreign objects. So kino-cover din natin yan under our policy. We have also the physical explosion or implosion. Kino-cover din natin to under our policy. And guys, yan yung example ng nagkaroon ng physical implosion dun sa site. Another covered peril is the imbalance. Or any losses not specifically excluded on the policy. Now, let's move forward to the exclusions. We have the policy deductible. Ito nakadefine to dun sa ating 3 policies a while ago na for every policy we have a specific deductible for them, or the participation of the insured or the assured on our claim or our accident that happened on a covered peril. We have the loss or damage to belts, ropes, wires, chains, rubber tires, dies, or exchangeable tools, engraved, cylinders, objects made of glass, porcelain, ceramics, felts, sieves, or fabrics, all other operating media. For example, lubricating oil, fuel, catalyst. These are the exclusions because ito yung mga ginagamit natin to sa operation ng ating plant. We have the loss or damage directly caused by lightning. Directly or indirectly caused by fire, extinguishment of a fire, or clearance of debris and dismantling necessitated thereby smoke, soot, aggressive substances. So sabi niya dito guys, directly caused by lightning, which means that indirect is covered under this policy. Then that is the only peril that is covered by the policy na involving yung external factors. So we have theft, subsidence, landslide, rock slide, cyclone, storm, typhoon, flood, inundation, earthquake, volcanic eruption, tsunami, impact of landborne or waterborne or airborne craft. These are all exclusions. As I've mentioned a while ago, that these perils will be covered under your industrial all-risk policy, or it could be covered under your property insurance policy. Another exclusion is loss or damage arising from war and warlike activities, nuclear reaction, nuclear radiation, or radioactive contamination. Another exclusion is loss or damage caused by any faults or defects existing before effectivity of the policy, whether such defect is known to the insurers or not. So basically guys, policy natin, kahit anong insurance policy, it will only start the coverage nung time na pina-issue natin yung policy. So if meron mga laws occurring before the issuance of your policy, then it is technically not covered under your policy. So another exclusion is loss or damage arising out of the willful act or gross negligence of the insured or of his representative. Hindi rin natin kino-covered yan. We have another exclusion. Loss or damage for which the supplier or manufacturer is responsible either by law or under contract. So another exclusion is that loss or damage as a direct consequence of the continual influence of operation. For example, we have wear and tear, cavitation, erosion, corrosion, rust, and boiler scale. So another exclusions that we have is the consequential loss or liability of any kind or description, any payments over and above the indemnity for material damage as provided herein. So let's have our recap or review of our previously declared covered peril. under our machinery insurance. We have the fire or chemical explosion. As we discussed a while ago, it is not covered. Lightning. So, ang symbol niya dyan, guys, is I wish. So, as I discussed a while ago, this peril, the lightning, it says on your policy na hindi covered ang direct lightning. Pero kapag tinamaan ka ng indirect lightning sa iyong for example, meron operational na plant o semiconductor plant, tinamaan yun ng indirect lightning, covered siya. Kaya yung symbol natin dyan is I wish. Dahil hindi siya fully covered. Ang kino-covered lang natin is indirect lightning. The other one, this one are the acts of God peril. We have the earthquake, volcanism, tsunami, storm, typhoon, flood, inundation. These are not covered. And also the landslide subsidence. These are also not covered because there are certain policies that cover them. We have the physical explosion. It is covered under our policy. We have the short circuit or the electrical causes. It is covered under our policy. We have the other perils that will be covered under our the machinery breakdown insurance. We have the theft. It is not covered. The burglary or robbery, it is covered under our policy. Malicious acts of third party, it is covered under our policy. Human error, negligence, lack of skill, it is covered under our policy. But workmanship, it is not covered under our policy. It is covered under policy, human error, lack of skill. Bad workmanship covered din siya. Impact of land-borne or water-borne vessels or of crafts, these are not covered under our policy. We have the defects in casting or material. It is covered under our policy. We have the faulty manufacturer. It is covered under our policy. Faulty design, it is also covered. So guys, this up to this faulty design, these are all the internal factors that we are risking our equipment or machine on the plants. So for this one, the consequential losses, it is also not covered our policy. We have the wear and tear, inherent vice. It is I wish so this is partially covered under our policy. So guys, Miss Ange.
Yes, sir.
Ayun. So Ma'am Ange, ang mechanics natin dito sa aking question, kailangan nakapag-subscribe na sila sa ating IECEP National YouTube channel.
Okay. Sige po.
Okay.
We can verify it naman once they key in their address.
Yes, ma'am. And then, guys, before we'll flash my question, yung mananalo dito is dapat ang itatype nyo sa comment section natin is ang official hashtag na ating IECEP Results Chapter for 2021. It will be hashtag power of positivity plus answer plus your letter of answer, guys. So, bali, tatlong phrases, tatlong words, parang gano'n. Para ma-claim nyo yung prize na company notebook. So, ito ang aking question for you guys. Which of the following is not a risk? Here are the given scenarios. One is truck delivering the microchip components for a semiconductor plant. a nurse on her way home. Number 3 scenario is on-site horizontal directional drilling of FOC, a level laughing tower crane picking up some construction materials. So select one or more possible answers for the above scenario. So guys, comment na kayo sa ating YouTube live. I will be giving away company notebooks.
Again, reminder tayo dun sa ating mga audiences, no? You have to key in the official hashtag followed by the word answer, then the letter of your answer.
Meron na kaya ma'am nanalo?
Actually, they're keying in answers, pero sa ngayon, wala pa pong tumatama sa sagot. Again, ang format po natin, just you have to type the official hashtag, followed by the word answer, then the letter of your answers. So meron na tayong nanalo, sir. I have seen one.
Yes,
Meron
ma'am.
ng isa.
Meron na yan. Pa-screenshot mo para huli natin.
Sige. Sana mas-screenshot ko.
Kasi dynamic siya na nagalaw yung comment.
Oo. Actually, kinapit ko yung yung niya kasi, yung laptop ko low-tech. Oh, pero meron na. Nakita na akong isa. So let's see others. Yung format po, pakisunod kasi maraming nagkikiin ng tamang sagot pero mali yung format. Talagang we have one pa din. Wala pa rin nakakasagot ng...
Mali pa rin yung format, ma'am.
Mali pa rin. Again, the format is the official hashtag followed by the word answer, then the letter of your answer. Ayan, sir. May dalawa na po.
Dalawa na. Sino kaya yan, ma'am?
Sige. Ano ba? I-disclose na ba natin kung sino sila?
Sige, ma'am. Okay lang, ma'am. Or post... Sige, disclose natin, ma'am, para official din, recorded.
Okay. Sabihin mo muna yung correct answer, sir. Tapos sasabihin ko kung sino yung mga nanalo.
Sige, ma'am. So, ang sabi doon sa tanong is select one or more possible answers from the above scenario. So, doon sa choices, we have A, 1 and 2. B is 1, 2, and 4. C is 1, 3, and 4. And D is all of the above. So guys, ang tamang sagot sa aking katanungan ay letter C.
Okay. So congratulations to Engineer Giovanni Espanyol. He just keyed hashtag power positivity space answer space letter C. Also, congratulations to Engineer Joey Bernales. So same answer po. Sila po yung naunang nag-key in ng correct format and correct answer. Congratulations.
Congrats, guys.
Thank you, sir. Ano natin? Are you done with your presentation?
Ito, ma'am. Last one naman.
Meron pa. Okay.
So,
sige, okay. Go ahead, sir.
So, guys, siguro very familiar sa inyo itong picture na to. Ito ang picture ng paglalaro ni Beth Harmon sa series na Netflix na Queen's Gambit. So, guys, I will relate my discussion today in a play called chess. In a chess, basically, you know your opponent. But in risk management, you don't know your opponent. So one way or a best possible scenario that you could cover all the loopholes that we are having on our project site, whether it's operational or under construction is insurance. So guys, ito, engineering management tsaka engineering insurance, this only proves na hindi lang tayo guys sa mga like sa mga halimbawa mga technology, we could also have a career on this engineering management or engineering risk management and insurance. Like here in the Philippines, I think konti lang yata kami dito na nag-risk management or naging underwriter ng mga engineering policies. So guys, wag natin i-close yung ating doors to other options that we have on our career. So yun lang. Ma'am?
Yes, sir. Okay, so thank you for that wonderful talk. Marami kaming natutunan. Ako personally, no, talagang very minimal lang yung alam ko about the insurance kasi I'm into construction. Pero ang dami pa lang kapaloob sa insurances and risk management. And
yes,
marami pa talagang dapat aralin. Okay. So, thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your effort. So, pwede ba ako ikaw na ba mag-share ng screen, sir?
Ay, kayo na po. Wala na po ako nung anong part ng advertisement.
Ako na ang share. Okay, so okay, so for the Q&A, may nakuha akong dalawang questions earlier. So, first question po is from Engineer Eugene Ventura. So, ang question po ni Sir is, sa risk management, is there a data with regards sa number of deaths?
Sa number of deaths, marami kasing pwedeng pagkunan ng data nun. One is dun sa ating PSA na as I've discussed a while ago na available pa lang on site sa website nila yung 2017 tsaka 2015 na data. Dun sa mga project sites siguro if we could do a survey, meron din yung mga lalo na sa mga safety engineers natin, may mga data on the casualties on site.
Okay. So, I hope Engineer Ventura, if the answer satisfies you. So, the next question is for Engineer Dan. So, here's the question. Is the electronic equipment warranty can be considered as electronic equipment insurance?
In that case, kasi warranty siya. Since warranty siya, lahat ng kino-cover dun is from the manufacturer side. So you don't have coverage with regards to the external factors like the acts of God factors, typhoon. Kaya mas okay na yung proper insurance pa rin yung kunin nila, yung electronic equipment insurance.
Okay. Thank you, Engineer Ron. May pahabol naman akong question. Actually, wala na tayong question dun sa YouTube channel natin. Ako naman may question ako. Just sure, sort of curiosity, sir. Sino po ba talaga dapat nag-acquire ng contractor's policies? Is it the general contractor, the owner, the subcontractor? Sino po ba talaga?
Bali ma'am dyan naman sa pag-acquire ng insurance, nasa mutual agreement kasi yan ng contractors or yung project owner or yung subcontractors. Kasi as I've seen dun sa experiences ko ma'am, meron kasi certain talks na sabi nila sa package namin included na insurance, sa package ni subcontractor included na. Pero for me, in my own personal perspective, I would say na dapat si owner yung kumuha pa rin. Kasi what if bogus pala yung insurer no? Bogus pala yung insurer nung isa. So chances are hindi ka covered. Kung halimbawa malaki yung financial losses na nawala tapos biglang na-found out mo yung nakuwang insurer noong certain subcontractor is hindi pala walang license.
Okay.
Mas
Maybe that's
okay.
one reason din, no? Kaya nagbibigay ng list of accredited brokers and insurance or bonding company yung mga general contractors or even brokers. Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
At least nalinawan ako. Okay.
Welcome.
So, since wala na po tayong mga questions, we'll proceed with our program. So, for the awarding of the speaker certificate, may I call on our governor, Mr. Engineer Dennis Molina, to present the certificate to Engineer Ron Reyes. Engineer Dennis.
Baka nakatulog kasi.
Nako, baka naghahanap siya ng tanong.
Oo nga po, baka tatanong ka, Sir Dennis.
Nako, pag nagtanong pa naman yan, galing sa University of Massachusetts.
Ay,
grabe. Ng mga questions niya.
May standard pala to si Sir Dennis.
Oo.
Sir
Hindi tatanungan
Eugene.
local yan.
Si Sir Rio yun eh. Ma'am Angel, Sir Rio yung yung
si Sir Rio. Wala kasi. Sige, sir. Sorry po. Okay. Okay, so may I call on Engineer Rio Tubon to present the certificate of appreciation to Engineer Ronaldo Reyes for the speaker, for the talks we had earlier. Engineer Rio. Ako, mukhang nag-search din si Engineer Rio ng tanong sa'yo, sir.
Hello? Construction pa naman si Sir.
Oo.
Hello?
Ayan na si Engineer Rio.
Narinig po?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay, sorry po para doon. I would just like to present the certificate of appreciation to Ronaldo J. Reyes, ECE MSEMG, as a resource speaker for having shared his knowledge and expertise in our IECEP Rizal 3rd webinar 2021 with the topic entitled Engineering Risk Management, Introduction to Engineering Insurance, held on the 6th day of March 2021 via Zoom video conferencing. Giving this 6th day of March in the year of our Lord 2021 at the province of Rizal, Philippines. Signed, Dennis L. Molina, PCAE, Governor.
Congratulations, Engineer Ron.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So, huwag kang magsasawa, sir, to share yung mga kaalaman natin dyan.
Ako, siyempre.
para sa IECEP.
Opo, ma'am.
Okay. So, to proceed with our presentation, so may I call on Engineer, ako na ba ang magpe-present ng mga guests, Sir Dennis? Or I'll give the floor to you?
Wala yata sila sa panelist.
Okay. So proceed na po tayo with the advertisement.
Yes,
Sige po, skip ko lang. Okay, so for the advertisements, activities that our organization has prepared for all IECEP Rizal members, including those who wanted to join, will be presented by our governor, the engineer with an X factor, Engineer Dennis L. Molina.
Grabe sa bansag dati pa yun
Oo, talagang ikaw ang X factor namin. Sige, sir, the floor is yours.
Former student ko si Ma'am Angeline. So, first year to 5 years student ko siya before sa pamantasan ng Lungsod
ng Pasig. Kung masyado banggitin, sir, kakaalaman tayo ng edad.
Bata pa ako. Sige, okay. So, by the way, I would like to thank all the two speakers for their sharing their knowledge on the specified topics. So maraming salamat. Talagang marami kami natutunan lalo na sa sa Wi-Fi 6 and 5G and also the engineering assurance and risk management. Okay, so let's proceed, ma'am. Bali nasa labas ako so okay, so kanina binanggit ko, please let us support the IECEP National YouTube channel. So maraming salamat. So yung subscribers niya biglang tumaas. Sana mapataas pa natin. We are, I think, ang population ng ECE is more than 50,000. So maybe that's the target na ma-hit natin yung 50,000 for our YouTube channel sa IECEP National. Kaya subscribe na po. Then ma'am. Okay, so our auditor, Sir Rio, bali sa company niya Mega World, currently meron silang job opening for auxiliary site engineers. So kung interesado, please contact our auditor, Engineer Rio Tubon, for the for the job opening. Yan, so at ating pong aabangan ito. So last February, we conducted the first IECEP Rizal student chapter, Miss IECEP and Mr. IECEP RSC. Now we have an upcoming event, which is the Miss IECEP Rizal 2021. So abangan po natin to. So mga mga professional na women ang maglalaban-laban dito. Then for IECEP Rizal chapter, exclusively we are offering the 20% off for single and dual license for the membership renewal. So kung mag-renew kayo within that period, March to May 21, you have a discount of 20%. So renew na tayo ng mas maaga. Okay. Then next, ma'am. Yan, abangan po natin mamaya ang IECEP Rizal Specialization Group. We have a pilot episode for the for our Tech Talk Live Ronda Rizal. Our main host is none other than Engineer Ron Reyes, yung speaker natin kanina for Engineering Risk Management and Engineering Assurance. So abangan po natin yan mamaya. Marami tayong mga pakulo dyan. Tama ba, Sir Ron? And then we have an upcoming 4th webinar series. Since March is a fire prevention month, we prepare for this celebration. So more on discussion and seminar about the NFPA 72 and the Fire Code of the Philippines, which is the RA 9514. Then we have sponsors who support this webinar, so Fire Prevention Month. And this is a self-accreditation seminar. And then next, our 5th webinar series on the 3rd week of March, Saturday. We have also another self-accreditation seminar. Our speakers from IPCOM, Adrian P. Policarpi, ECE, and then, of course, the founder of RF Engineering Pilipinas. We invite him for this webinar, si Engineer Richard Machas, our very own member of IECEP Rizal chapter. And then we have on the 3rd week again, for our community service extension, we have on March 2021 by giving school supplies for the kids sa Barangay de la Paz. So in collaboration with the Tao Gama P community chapter in Karangalan Village. So let us support this first time with in collaboration to our Tao Gama P. And then also for the career orientation sa mga senior high school na gustong kumuha ng course na ECE, kailangan natin silang i-convince why ECE ang dapat nilang course. So it's collaboration with DepEd and all DepEd Region 4 and other schools na na nag-participate po dito. So that will be on March 26, 2021. So abangan po natin yan. Then another community service extension on March 27, 2021 para po ito sa mga dumagat na nakatira sa Tanay Rizal. Again, we will give some school supplies for the kids. 100 kids po ang bibigyan po natin ng school supplies. Then we have a tree planting activity for our officers. So meron po yan on April 3, 2021 in Baras, Rizal. So nakipag-coordinate po kami sa barangay Sisyo Putik na siyempre magtanim, di ba? Let us support our environment. Then we have a 6 webinar series. This is a CPD applied at PRC. So we have more on IT on topic in collaboration with our IT computer specialization group. Our speaker is none other than our trustee, Engineer Mark Anthony Melendres, and our treasurer, Engineer Franklin Solancho. So more on IT ang topic po nito. Then another online training series. We have 2.0 for the online training series. The topic is all about cybersecurity framework. It's a 3 consecutive Saturday events, which will be on April 17, 24, and May 1, 2021. Also applied CPD at PRC. Then another community service extension, Operation Libreng Tule on May 3, 2021 in collaboration with SPS Subdivision Homeowners Association and of course our very own biomedical group. So sa ano po yan, Pasig City po. Then yours truly, we have a faculty industry immersion program exclusively for faculty members sa affiliated schools ng IECEP Rizal chapter, which is the Marikina Polytechnic College, Pamatasan ng Lungsod ng Pasig, University of Rizal System, Siena College of Tatay, and AMA East Rizal. So this is a face-to-face actual training for the faculty members of the said schools. So the topic is all about extra low voltage systems workshop series. First, we have the structured cabling system. Then we have CCTV. Then public address. Then last, we have fire detection and alarm system. So kailangan natin matutunan ito, lalo na sa mga faculty na nagtuturo ng mga design sa estudyante. Then of course, last online training series, we have 3.0, particularly more on telecommunication. It is in collaboration with the RF Engineering Pilipinas and also our very own telecommunication subgroup. 4 consecutive Saturdays po ito, which will be on May 22, 29, June 5, and June 12. Since this is a detailed discussion about the design and optimization, meron po itong minimal fee na 500 per module only. Okay, so since 4 modules siya, a total of 2,000 kung gusto niyo pong punuin yung mga module natin. Kasi once na ma-attend natin tong lahat ng modules na to, meron po tayong bonus pack na nakalagay po dyan. Lahat yan ibibigay sa inyo once na ma-complete nyo yung modules. So abangan po natin ito. Ang speaker natin is bihasa po talaga dito sa telco specialization, more on wireless. So this is the topic is all about radio network design and optimization from 2G to 5G bootcamp. So CPD applied po yon. Okay, ma'am. Thank you po, Ma'am Angel.
Okay, thank you, Governor Dennis Molina, for the advertisements. Marami pala tayong aabangan hanggang June 2021. So jam-pack talaga yung schedule natin, mga engineers. Okay, so we have consumed so much of your time. Thank you so much. Salamat sa oras, sa effort. And to give us the closing remarks for the webinar for today, I would like to call on Engineer Mark Anthony V. Melendez. Sir Mark. Sige, habang inaantay natin si Engineer Mark, reminder po.
Ma'am, yan,
Yes, sir.
yung
Okay,
mga links.
reminder po. Opo, reminder po to like, subscribe, click the notification button for our YouTube channel, for the national, IECEP national YouTube channel. Please also like, share, and follow IECEP Rizal Facebook page. And keep yourselves posted for all the announcements, free webinars for our development, career development. Okay, andyan na po kaya si Engineer Mark.
Remind lang yung mga links for the afternoon attendance, evaluation, and quiz nasa ICEP Rizal page po natin. Tingin na lang po yung link doon sa ICEP Rizal page, FB page.
Okay, so habang naantay natin si Engineer Mark, heads up lang po. So we have 731 subscribers to date for ICEP National, and up to this hour, we have 309 engineers who are hosted dun sa ating YouTube channel. So sa dami talaga ng natutunan natin today, talagang nakaka-excite yung mga next webinars natin for the next weekend. Okay, wala si Engineer Mark.
I think si John Vic na lang, ma'am.
Okay, sige po. Okay, I give the floor to Engineer John Vic Baral to close this program. Engineer John Vic, the floor is yours.
Nandiyan ba si Sir Lyle?
Ayaw na nilang tapusin. Talaga nag-enjoy ng lahat.
Maybe we have a message from the ICEP National. Engineer Lyle.
Sir Lyle pala nandyan eh.
Sige, message muna kay ICEP.
Nahuli si Sir Lyle.
Actually, ano sabihin ko? Sorry.
Impromptu, bro.
Hindi, kasi hindi na-promote naman na lahat ni Gov Dennis ang lahat ng activities ng IECEP Rizal. And again, on behalf of the national officers, we are very kumbaga, we have been very supportive of all of the chapters sa lahat ng mga programs nila. And that is the reason why we are offering din yung mga platforms natin. And it's a win-win situation in a way. We get to expand the scope and the coverage ng atin pong organization. Of course, we can't do that without the help of our sa IECEP Rizal. We started kanina sa YouTube channel natin ng around mga 320 something, no? Right now, we're closing at around 700, 730, mga ganon. So, subscribers po natin, and we hope na mas mapataas pa natin yung coverage natin. We have other activities pa in store with our YouTube channel. Nag-choppy ba ako? Sabi sa akin, naglabas yung internet connection is unstable, no? So but again, on behalf of the national board, papasalamat kami with IECEP Rizal for using the platform na ang ating YouTube channel. And syempre nagamit din nila ito for serving a better number of attendees ngayon. Hindi ko na nakita ilan ang final na tally. Ang alam ko nag-register for this session is for this seminar is around 800 eh. Now if we were able to achieve some work ng IECEP Rizal for that. Marami pang activities na mga susunod. In fact, siguro promote ko na rin. Alam ko merong kasi sila yung susunod na gagamit ng Zoom account na pinapairam natin dito. Ang IECEP CAR, Cordillera Autonomous Region will have their first webinar. Hindi ko alam kung sino. I hope yung mga nasa YouTube ngayon as naka-register kayo sa kanila, and then later on IECEP Rizal will be back, I think, for their inaugural ng Rizal. Okay, so I won't have platform for too long. Turn over ko na. Ayaw kasi magsalita ni John Vic kanina eh. Engineer John Vic, are you there to close? Or ba kasi
Sir Mark po
is
dito
back to
nakamute si Sir Mark.
Bawal lumabas sa picture kapag bawal mapicturean pag hindi nag-closing remarks.
Yun lang.
You were saying something, Engineer John Vic? Ano sabi mo, pare?
Akala ko po nandito si Sir Mark.
Baka siya, naka-out saglit. Sige na, do the honors for closing kasi gagamitin.
Sige. On behalf of Engineer Mark.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let me give the opportunity to close this webinar, third webinar series of IECEP Rizal. So, thank you po sa lahat ng mga nanood, nakinig via our YouTube channel po ng IECEP National. Don't forget to subscribe and click the notification bell po para po updated tayo sa mga webinars po ng ating local and foreign chapters po ng IECEP. So, looking forward po tayo sa ating next webinar series. So, magkita-kita tayo ulit virtually. So, see you po mga ka-IECEP. Maraming salamat po. Thank you po.
Thank you. Thank you, Engineer John Vic. Thank you to all the engineers who spend time with us. Thank you, Engineer Lyle. Thank you, Engineer Dennis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Ron,
Madam
Engineer
Angel.
Shahid. Maraming salamat po sa mga Rizal trustees. Thank you.
Popost na ulit ako.
yung mga nasa YouTube, thank you sa mga nasa YouTube i-stop na namin yung stream.
Bye-bye po.
Bago i-stop, Sir Lyle.
Sorry. Yes.
Plug ko yung show mamaya. So
guys, may promotion.
Sige,
mamayang alas 7 ng gabi. Samahan niyo po ako sa aking papatrol sa ating Ronda Rizal, ating Tech Talk Live. Mamayang alas 7 na po yan. So,
meron po kami mga prizes na nag-aantay po. So please join us on our Tech Talk.
Hindi tuloy?
Si Engineer Sajid po, meron po atang ipopromote.
Yes, by the way, ipa-plug ko na din kasi malapit nang matapos. Mamaya alas 8 sa RF Engineers Pilipinas, meron pong i-announce si Sir Richard Matias with regards to sa pinag-it ko, Introduction to IBS Solutions Masterclass. Thank you po. Sana manood po kayo doon. Thank you. Thank you po.
Thank you.
Gusto ko lang singin.
Gusto daw nila ng baliwa.
Oo nga eh.
I-stop ko muna yung live stream sa YouTube.
Ayan, na-promote na yung
Goodbye,
baliwag.
everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Ingat kayo.
Na-promote